there is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Merry Christmas!
Mom?
Hello?
Mom, can you hear me?
Barely. Are you all right?
Our flight is grounded in Chicago.
Why?
The snow is really coming down. No more flights will be going out tonight.
We can't control the weather. Where will you stay?
We got a room at the airport hotel.
Well, that is no way to spend Christmas Eve.
Well, we're better off than the people sleeping on the floor of the terminal.
I guess so.
Merry Christmas, Mom. I love you.
Wait, tell Katie that Santa will leave her presents here and I'll keep them safe.
Mom?
Luke? Luke? Merry Christmas to me.
Snowpath, South Dakota. Population 1. One very unhappy grandmother named Martha Waltham, who finds herself alone on Christmas Eve, even though her house looks like a Christmas card, beckoning everyone home for the holidays. Now no one is expected this year. Her only solace will be her Christmas tree, decorated with mementos of Christmases past. The weather has spoiled her plans and cooked her proverbial Christmas goose. But Christmas is a time filled with miracles, and Martha Waltham is about to find out she won't be spending Christmas Eve alone after all, because she is about to meet some very special visitors from the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Snow Angel, starring Sean Astin, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
And more snow. Get out the snowshoes and the shovels. It's beautiful to look at if you're inside and don't have to go anywhere. And you might not want to go anywhere if you don't have to. And in entertainment today,
Might as well
so
go to bed.
talented, so young and so...
What is that? A car? Who'd be coming out here in this kind of weather? Who's there?
Help! We need help!
Who are you? What's wrong?
It's my girlfriend. We need to find a doctor. Please open the door.
You stand back from the door. I want to get a look at you.
We need help. Please.
You're just kids.
We got lost in the snowstorm. We were going to the hospital and missed the turn for Sioux Falls. We're almost out of gas. Can we please come in?
Sure, come in.
Thank you. This is Lisa.
I need to sit down, please. I'm a little shaky.
Well, go sit by the fire. Pretty cold out there tonight, isn't it?
It was coming down so hard, I couldn't see the turnoff.
Lisa, you're breathing awfully hard. Are you all right?
I'm fine. I'm just practicing my Lamaze breathing.
Lamaze?
She's getting ready to have a baby.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Well, what do you want for Christmas, little girl?
I would settle for a pizza right now.
Katie, didn't I say not to wander off?
I was just listening to the man play carols.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Here's some money.
No, that's not necessary.
No, it's Christmas. I'm sure whatever group you're with could use it. Come on, Katie.
Merry Christmas.
Katie, I doubt that man celebrates Christmas.
What do you mean?
He's probably a Hare Krishna or something. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Katie?
I am. I mean, I did. She was just, listening to the hippie guy in the white robe play carols on the guitar.
What's a hippie?
There are no hippies anymore.
Are there Hare Krishnas?
No.
Yes.
Is he one of Santa's helpers?
No. Well, why?
Mom gave him money.
Why did you give him money?
To make him go away.
He's still there. Look, he's waving at me. Can I wave back?
No.
Yes.
Which is it?
Katie, you don't know him. Didn't I tell you never to speak to strangers?
Does that mean I can't talk to anybody?
That would be safest.
That stinks.
Katie, don't say that. We're together, and that's what Christmas is all about. Family.
So, I can only talk to family on Christmas?
Well, just this Christmas.
But you said, be nice to everyone at Christmas.
Well, yeah. That's the spirit of Christmas. It's a special time to celebrate peace and love.
Joy to the world and everyone in it.
Even the hippie?
Well, yeah.
Okay, I got a great idea. Why don't we invite him to our hotel room and have a pizza with him?
I don't think so.
Katie, you can't. He's a complete stranger.
I thought Christmas was for everyone.
Well, it is.
Mom, where's your Christmas spirit?
Oh.
Are you okay, Lisa?
I think I need a doctor.
Yes, you do. You really can't have the baby here.
What do you mean?
Well, I didn't mean it the way it sounded. She's gonna need some help. We have to get her to the hospital. I'm gonna call the sheriff's office.
The sheriff's office?
The sheriff can get her to the hospital.
Ow! It hurts! It really hurts!
And besides, the sheriff's got an EMT on call for emergencies just like this. Quite frankly, I think the baby could come any time now, and it makes no sense to take chances. Oh, perfect. The phone just went dead. God, I don't believe it. The storm must have torn down the lines.
Ah! What's happening? What's happening? Ah!
Don't be scared. The lights just went out.
Oh, great. Now we've lost the electricity, too. Well, I'll get some candles.
Look, lady, we need help. What are you going to do?
Don't use that tone of voice with me.
Sorry. Look, she needs help. We've got to do something.
Okay. I've got a 4-wheel drive SUV in the garage. Here are my keys. You go warm it up, and I'll stay with her and get her ready to travel. Now you bring it around, and I'll drive you to the hospital.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can I get you anything?
My mommy. I want my mommy.
Well, I'm sorry I can't help you there. The phone's out and the internet is down. Look, before the night is over, you're going to be somebody's mommy, and you're going to find out how your mommy feels tonight, not knowing where you are.
I'm so scared.
How old are you?
14.
14. And him?
He's older. Ow!
Oh, keep breathing. How much older?
Pretty sure he's got a driver's license, if that's what you mean.
And he obviously knows how to drive, so you're probably right. What? Wait, he's driving off. Where's he going?
I don't know.
Well, you must. He's your husband or boyfriend or whatever, isn't he?
Oh, actually, he's not.
What? I didn't think you were married, but who is he? Where did he go with my SUV?
I have no idea.
What do you mean?
I met him at a truck stop in Minnesota. I have no idea who he is. His name is Matt something. I just wanted a ride.
Where?
I don't know. I just wanted to get away from everything and everybody. Oh! This hurts so bad.
I'm calling the sheriff. He'll come and get you. I am not dealing with this.
No, you have to. The phone isn't working, and your SUV is gone. And I'm gonna have a baby whether you like it or not.
I guess you are. Look, don't cry. I'm sorry. Let's start over, huh? I'll help you through this.
Can I ask you a question now?
Sure.
Why do you live out here all by yourself? Do you hate people or something?
Well, no.
Oh! That one really hurts.
Why would you think I hate people?
Why isn't your son here tonight?
How do you know about my son?
Relax. I saw a picture on the end table. I figured it was your son. Am I right?
Yes.
How come he doesn't live here with you?
He went away to college, met a girl, and got married. He started a new life somewhere else.
Do you miss him?
Yes.
So, why didn't you go see him for Christmas instead of making his family come out here to the middle of nowhere?
My family comes home for Christmas.
But your son's family can't be home for Christmas because they had to come here for Christmas.
I never thought of it that way. He and his wife and daughter were supposed to be here tonight, but they got snowed in. So they're spending Christmas in an airport hotel.
That double stinks. Now everybody loses.
Apparently.
I'll get it.
Don't answer it. This is a hotel. You don't know who's there.
That's why I want to answer it. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I've got a pizza for you.
Mom, it's the hippie. He got a pizza for us.
What? There must be some misunderstanding.
Look, I don't know who you are or what's going on here, but...
I work for the airline. Here's my ID.
Look, he has a name tag with wings, just like a pilot.
I'm not a pilot, but I've got a lot of airtime.
I don't mean to be rude, but what's with the robe?
My angel costume? Not many people want to work on Christmas Eve. They want to be at home with their families, so, I volunteered to work tonight.
I told you he was nice.
But it's not within my angelic powers to make the snow stop, so people are pretty crabby about their flights being canceled. I'm just doing my best to keep everyone happy.
That is so nice of you. Come on in.
Is there an angel that can stop snow?
The Archangel Michael, but he's pretty busy tonight.
The Archangel
That is
Michael.
so cute.
How are you feeling?
The contractions stopped. Maybe it isn't time. Hey, the lights came back on. They must have fixed the power lines. How did they do it that fast?
They didn't. I have a generator for when the power goes out. You can freeze to death up here without one.
We might not get to the hospital, but at least we won't freeze to death.
Maybe we can get you to the hospital.
How? Matt stole your car, and his was on empty.
Do you think he left his keys in the car?
Probably. I mean, he stole the car, so I don't think he cared much about it.
Good. The generator runs on gasoline. I can siphon the gas out of that tank and put it in the car and drive you to the Sioux Falls Hospital. Now, will you be all right by yourself till I get back?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Merry Christmas, little lady. Is Martha around?
She's out back getting more firewood.
That sounds like Martha to me. I wouldn't be surprised if she was chopping wood right now just for the exercise.
I got her a chainsaw for Christmas.
Wow, that's a thoughtful present. You visiting for the holidays?
Yes, we barely made it through. Our car was running on empty. Martha's son got snowed in. She's really bummed out about that. She was really looking forward to the family getting together tonight. She doesn't admit it, but I think she gets pretty lonely out here all alone.
Well, tell me about it. Well, at least she's got you to keep her company. So is everything okay?
Yep, everything's good. It's Christmas. I'm wrapped up in a warm blanket. I've got a good book. And Martha chopping wood for the fireplace. What more could I want?
I'll call her son and let him know you're both okay. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Lisa.
All right, Lisa. You keep yourself all bundled up in that blanket. It's gonna be a cold one tonight.
Sure thing. Good night.
Good night. Hey, I'm just leaving the Walton place, over.
Everything okay out there?
Oh, yeah. Martha's phone lines were down and her son's flight got grounded in Chicago. He asked me to check on her. I can't imagine Martha ever needing help, though. What's up?
Keep your eyes open. State police are looking for a kid who stole a car.
On Christmas Eve? What is this world coming to?
Oh, no. I'm grateful.
What do you mean?
If it weren't for guys like that, we'd be unemployed.
Lisa. Okay. I filled the car with gas, and we're in luck. Matt left the keys in it. Lisa? Lisa? Lisa, where are you? Oh, God, oh, no. Her coat and her things are gone. Lisa! Oh, God. There's snow by the front door. God, tell me she didn't go out into the storm. Lisa! Lisa! Lisa!
Can I see your license and registration?
Of course, officer. This isn't my car, by the way.
I know. Get out of the car, please.
Sure, it's my Aunt Martha's.
You got some ID?
Of course. Here. My sister and I are visiting her for the holidays.
What's your sister's name?
Lisa.
Can you describe her?
Cute little blonde. She's with Aunt Martha right now.
Oh, okay. Hey, here's your license. Yeah, I just met her. She told me how she got Martha a chainsaw for Christmas. Save old Martha's back from chopping wood, although I always thought that fit her personality more.
I know what you mean.
So, what are you doing driving around on a night like this?
Well, Martha was saying how good her four-wheel drive is in this kind of weather, so I just wanted to try it out.
Well, I don't blame you. Hey, have fun. You drive safe now. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Well, my dinner break is over. Time for me to get back to work.
What do you do when the flights are all grounded?
Well, not all the flights are grounded.
They're not?
No. Some flights have to go out no matter what.
Passenger flights?
Cargo.
What's cargo?
Packages.
Wait a minute. Where's my package for Grandma?
Honey, wait.
Maybe he can get it on the flight.
Honey, no.
Well, where's it going?
Snow Pass, South Dakota. I bet you don't have a flight scheduled there tonight.
Well, you're right about that. I was thinking if it was, a big city or someplace warm.
Could you try?
I find it very hard to say no to you. Give me the package. I'll see what I can do.
Those reindeer and the nose shiny red. Yeah! Ah! Oh my God! What was that? Did it come from? Oh no! Did a meteor fall from the sky? I hit somebody. Oh no! Ah! Oh man, I am so sorry, dude. Just lie still. Lie still.
Why? I'm making a snow angel under your SUV.
You're not hurt?
The snow is thick and soft. Whew, my angel wings are nice and fluffy. Go ahead, feel them if you want.
What? I'm sorry. I'm kind of drunk, but you're an angel.
Yeah, it's a big night for Christmas pageants, I'm pretty busy flying around from place to place.
How come you didn't get hurt?
Well, your SUV is pretty high off the ground, and I grabbed the bumper and just hung on until you stopped.
I would have to say that this would be a miracle.
It's Christmas. Hey, give me a hand and get me out from under here. Hey, careful. Don't get oil on the wings.
Wow. That's some snow angel you made. It's perfect.
Yeah, well, I loved making them when I was a kid. When the truck stopped, it was the first thing I thought of. So I made one. People love snow angels.
Just to double check. You're not hurt, right?
Absolutely. Nothing can hurt a snow angel. I mean, think about it. When I fell from out of the sky, blam! Did I get hurt? No. You think a little thing like getting run over by an SUV is going to bother me?
You did fall from the sky.
Well, of course. But yeah, my glasses flew off when you hit me. I can't see very well without them. I think they flew off back there. Can you find them for me while I, catch my breath?
Sure. Anything you want. Around here, you think?
Nope. Farther down the road by that tree.
Like here?
Further.
Hey! Hey, what are you doing? Where are you going with my truck? Don't leave me out here, I'll freeze to death!
Clear
Mom, do you think he's gonna get that package to Grandma's house tonight?
No, not a chance.
What's that sound?
A jet just took off. Look out the window. You can see it.
Mom, maybe there is a chance.
Sorry to disappoint you, but no. Hundreds of flights were grounded. We're going to have a long wait.
Maybe Grandma's line is fixed.
The phone company barely gets lines fixed on weekdays, and they're going to fix a line on Christmas Eve?
Hello?
I don't think so.
Yes, this is Luke Waltham.
You're Mommy Negativity.
No, I'm not.
See what I mean?
Okay, you got
Really?
me.
Okay. Thanks.
Was that Grandma?
No,
Told you so.
it was the airline. They said to pack our bags and come to the terminal immediately. We're the first plane out of here.
Stop! Help! Stop!
Hey, what's wrong?
Who are you?
Does it matter? You're gonna freeze to death out here. Get in. Okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
You don't look fine.
Well, that's because you're driving my SUV.
Are you sure?
Yes. A young man stole it. How did you get it?
Well, I guess I stole it from him.
Why?
Well, I guess you could say I'm a man on a mission, and I needed it to pick you up. Where to?
Well, if it's not out of your way, could you take me home?
Sure. I was headed that way anyway.
Hey, what happened to Martha's SUV?
Huh? What? Well, I thought I hit somebody back there a ways, and...
You did what?
Well, I thought I did, but I couldn't have because he came from out of nowhere. I mean, it was like he fell from the sky.
He fell from the sky. Yeah, I think you better get in my squad car and then we can go back and look for Martha's SUV.
Well, we ain't gonna find it. I can tell you that.
How come?
Well, the angel that fell from the sky tricked me into finding his glasses. He made me walk away from the SUV to look for the glasses, and when I got far enough away, he drove off in the SUV.
You know what I think? You got mugged, somebody hit you in the head real hard and then stole Martha's SUV.
You know, I did see a flash of light just before it happened, and then stars.
Yeah, we got another car theft. Somebody stole Martha's car.
What?
Yeah, Martha's nephew's in the car. I found him on the side of the road. Somebody must have mugged him and stole Martha's SUV.
Criminy! This car thief must really be busy tonight. The car reported stolen wasn't an SUV. It was an Eagle Talon with Minnesota plates.
Oh, you got any ID on the guy?
Minnesota State Police sent a picture of the guy who stole the Talon off a security camera at a truck stop.
Oh, let's see that. Huh. This is a picture of the guy who's sitting out in my cruiser.
Don't look now, Chief, but I think he just stole his third vehicle of the night.
Thanks for the ride home. Do I get to keep my SUV? Or are you going to keep stealing it?
Could I borrow it?
For what?
I'm looking for a girl named Lisa. Her parents are worried sick about her.
You know her?
I get around.
She was here earlier. But I scared her, and she ran off into the snow. I was out looking for her.
I know. She's inside.
What?
Let's get her in the car into the hospital. Just keep breathing.
Who are you?
Your parents were worried about you.
They're not mad at me?
No.
Your parents will always love you no matter what.
So, they sent an angel to get me?
Well, they thought it would be pretty hard for you to turn an angel down. Anyway, I go where my beeper tells me and I do what I can. And you know something? You're in luck. I've got an ambulance coming to get you.
You do?
Let's go meet them.
Is this ambulance the only non-stolen vehicle left in the whole county?
Could be. I didn't even make my car payment this month, so I'm not sure if I even have a car anymore.
And how could I have been so dumb to leave that guy in my cruiser with the keys in it?
Your Christmas spirit let you put your guard down.
Hey, isn't that Martha's car heading towards us?
Looks like it.
Flash your lights.
Will do. Oh, wrong button.
Oh, I think you got their attention. They're stopping.
Sheriff, I'm so glad you got word to bring the ambulance.
Say what?
Lisa's getting ready to have her baby.
She's what?
I'll go check her, Chief.
Well, my phone was out, so I couldn't reach you. And then my car got stolen.
I know.
You knew?
Yeah, well, the guy who stole your car, he stole my cruiser.
Hey, Chief, quit gabbing and get over here. We've got to get this little girl to a hospital now. She's getting ready to have a baby.
What is going on?
Come on, let's get her in the ambulance.
It's so good that nice man was able to get through to you to bring the ambulance.
What nice young man? Nobody called us. We're only driving this because my cruiser got stolen.
Get up, run, and drive. Close the doors and let's get moving.
I'll get back to you later, Martha.
That problem is solved.
Hey, want a lift back to the house?
Yes.
Quite an evening, huh?
Oh, yeah. Unbelievable, actually. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure.
Who are you?
Well, I thought you'd never ask. You're gonna be really, really surprised.
At this point, nothing would shock me.
Okay, you ready? I'm a friend of your son.
I don't believe you.
See? I told you.
Okay, then what's his name?
Luke.
Are you some scam artist? You could have looked that up. What's his wife's name?
Jessie.
What's their son's name?
Well, that sounds like a trick question. They don't have a son. You have one granddaughter, and her name is Katie.
All right, I believe you. You did a lot of nice things tonight, so you must be who you say you are. But all of this happened so fast. I'm not quite sure what happened.
Understandably.
This is really bothering me. Do you mind if I ask you a little harder, more personal question now?
I always love a challenge. Shoot.
What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere on Christmas Eve in an angel outfit?
Delivering packages.
So, are you one of Santa's helpers?
Now, technically speaking, Santa's helpers are elves. I hate to break it to you, Martha, but there is no such thing as an elf.
I know that, and we agree on that point then. But now I need to know you're not some crazy guy running around in an angel outfit.
Martha, relax. Breathe easy. I'm not some crazy guy. Rest assured that I'm taking you home, and everything is going to be okay.
Okay. But why are you here, really?
Do you want me to level with you?
Yes, please.
Okay, here goes. I made a promise to deliver a package tonight, and I never break a promise.
Who are you delivering it to?
Well, the package is in the trunk. Should I stop the car and show it to you so you can see?
No. Just take me home.
No problem. You know what would be really something?
What?
If when we got there, your family was waiting for you.
Now that would really surprise me.
Does Grandma live down there?
Yep.
You think my gift got to her?
Yep. Somehow, I got a feeling it did.
No more mommy negativity?
No more mommy negativity.
How come?
It's Christmas.
For a child, Christmas is never the same once they question the plausibility of Santa Claus. Giving one person the responsibility of delivering a gift to everyone in the world just doesn't seem possible. So Christmas is a time of wonder. It is a special time set aside for wishing, hoping, giving, and receiving, when everyone believes the impossible is possible. That's why it never makes sense to question a miracle or where an unexpected gift comes from. It might have come to you on the wings of a snow angel, special delivery from somewhere deep within the Twilight Zone.
Snow Angel, starring Sean Astin with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Joe B. Cerny. Heard in the cast were Ann Whitney, Natalie Berg, Courtney Boxwell, Ann Sonneville, Kif Vandenheuvel, Brandon Eels, Patrick Francis, and Natalie Urkel. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joe B. Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Bob Benson and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 3 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome once again to the shadow world of mystery and suspense, to a dark and cryptic universe called the imagination. When we were young, we liked to believe there are things money cannot buy. You know, things like love, happiness. But as we grow older and learn more about the world, well, we're not so sure. As a matter of fact, many of us even begin to believe that the only thing money cannot buy is a fresh new body and a chance to live another lifetime. Well, don't be too sure of that. Our mystery drama, The Forever Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by New Sugar-Free Diet 7-Up and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. You know, for years we've been talking about the Special K breakfast, a great way to start the day if you have a weight problem. You may have seen or heard our latest commercials, which symbolize the problem of being a few pounds overweight by using this ball and chain. That's the sound effect. But so many people have come to know the Special K breakfast that can help solve weight problems, they sometimes forget that Special K is America's favorite high-protein cereal. It has 8 essential vitamins and iron, and so delicious that lots of folks, kids as well as adults, eat Special K just for the sheer good taste of it. So we don't want you to think that you have to wear a ball and chain to eat Special K. All you need is an appreciation for the finer things of life, a 1-ounce bowl of Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, coffee, and maybe a little sugar. The Special K breakfast can help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
America. We're big on that. New York, Denver, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Dallas, Fort Worth. Ozarks 2/3 transcontinental, serving more than 60 cities, all very important to us, and to the millions of people we serve each year. America. We're big on that at Ozark Airlines.
Now, go Ozark's evening jet at 6:45 to Washington through service to Champaign, Urbana, and Peoria. Right now, Suburban Savings in Northern Jersey is not only offering you a good deal, it's offering you a good deal more for your money. Here's the deal. You can get a top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate. And Suburban guarantees it for from 4 to 10 years. Minimum deposit $2,500. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is subject to a substantial penalty. What's the big deal about Suburban's big deal? Plenty. For one thing, Suburban compounds interest continuously from day of deposit paid quarterly. So you not only get interest on your savings, you get interest on the interest. And Suburban offers you the highest interest rate allowed by law. So you couldn't find a better deal anywhere. Come into any Suburban savings office in Northern Jersey and get a good deal and a good deal more. 7.90% annual effective yield on Suburban's limited issue, 7.50% savings certificate. In Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Mars Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta, North Jersey.
All of our great religions agree on one important point. The soul leaves the body after death. However, from time to time, the question has been raised, can the soul leave before the body dies? Philosophers have considered the point, and as usual in these matters, have reached no consensus of opinion. Actually, they've found it difficult to define just exactly what the soul is. Well, we're about to meet a young man named Jackson Hanley, who will soon become intimately concerned with the problem, even though no one has ever accused him of being a philosopher. He has, however, often been accused of other things, which is why our story opens in what is a rather familiar locale for Jack Hanley, a police station.
Well, if it isn't an old and reliable customer, Jack Hanley, the cop fighter himself. Why don't you just count the tiles on the ceiling, Jack? I'll be with you in a minute. Sergeant Burns here. Oh, hiya, sweetheart. Nothing. I just have to dispose of an old client. Yeah, he can wait. What's with Junior? He did. He said daddy, huh? I told you he was a genius. No, sure, me darling. You can always call me up with news like that. That's right. Goodbye. Well, Jack. What are we going to do with you?
I guess I'm just a bad boy, Sarge.
Why do you fight with cops, Jack?
I don't like to get pushed around.
Well, there's no percentage in it.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
I mean, you can't win.
So what?
All you do is wind up in a cell with a black eye and a fat lip.
Look, maybe there's a law that says I gotta go to the cooler. But is there a law that says I gotta listen to you?
Jack, I got great news for you.
Yeah, like what?
Take a real wild guess, Jack.
Okay. Somebody came along and posted bond.
That's right.
What's right?
Somebody came along and posted bond.
What are you talking about?
You guessed it.
Are you kidding?
No, it's on the level.
But who'd post a bond for me?
I don't know. Maybe you got a fairy godmother.
You mean I can just walk out of here?
There's the door. Take off.
That's all there is to it?
That's all.
You mean you ain't even going to give me the speech?
Oh, Jack, on your way, will you? I don't have all day to fool around with every hood that's hauled in here.
Mr. Henley.
Who are you?
How do you do? My name is Fraser, Leroy Fraser.
Yeah? What can I do for you?
Not nearly as much as I can do for you.
How'd you know my name?
Oh, I know quite a bit about you, Mr. Henley.
Yeah?
Oh, yes. Matter of fact, I posted bond for you this morning.
Oh. Why?
Would you believe I'm a wealthy old man who likes to do good deeds?
No.
Then why do you suppose I did it?
You want something?
Excellent. You, Mr. Henley, are a realist. No illusions. Exactly the man I'm looking for.
To do what?
First, to take me somewhere. You drive a car? Oh, but of course you do. You even race cars when you can. I'm parked at the curb.
That imported sports job? That's yours?
It's one of mine. One of my cheaper cars, I might add.
Gee, I never saw one like that outside of a magazine.
Are you afraid to drive it?
Hand over the keys. Where to?
Not far, the Pershing Arms.
Hey, that's a pretty classy joint.
I find it adequate.
Why'd you post my bond?
You already know I want something.
What?
Let us say my share of eternity.
What does that mean?
Are you willing to take a job?
Doing what?
For one thing, you'll drive this car.
Chauffeur, that's a drag.
The car will be yours.
Mine?
You'll need it to get around.
Where would I be going?
You'll find out after lunch.
Why not now?
It's a long story.
Yeah. Listen, Mr. Fraser, I better straighten you out.
Please do.
You see, I'm a guy who gets into trouble.
I know.
Yeah, it's because, well, maybe I got a bad temper, you see.
The rather low boiling point.
Yeah. You see, so, well, I get into fights, I get arrested.
I'm aware of that.
But I'm not a crook. You understand?
Understand perfectly.
Yeah, so, this thing, well, it better not be something I could go to jail for.
Jack, I assure you, it's a pure and simple, out-and-out private business agreement.
But to do what?
Something that is mutually profitable.
But what is that?
Ah, pull over.
Oh.
We're at the Pershing Arms.
Uh-huh. What's here?
Your apartment.
My apartment?
All ready and waiting. Well, I hope the place is satisfactory.
Yeah, it's okay. Hey, wait a minute.
Come over here and look. What a magnificent view of the park.
Yeah, but hold on. We got some things
In
to straighten.
the kitchen, a freezer stocked with steaks.
Yeah, that's fine, but listen.
Splendid hi-fi and stereo. A liquor cabinet.
Sure, that's all very nice, Fraser, but...
But what, Jack?
What is all this about?
I promised to tell you after lunch.
Well, why do I have to wait?
I'll see you at my place at 3 o'clock.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Where are you going?
To my apartment. I have a duplex down the hall.
I thought we were going to have lunch.
I always eat alone. I'd forgotten.
Huh?
You'll need money.
Money?
For expenses.
Oh, yeah. Hey, what kind of expenses?
300 should see you through the next couple of days. Do you
300?
agree?
Well,
On second thought, let's be safe and make it 5.
5.
You see, 50, 100, 2, 3, 4, and 500. There you are. Enjoy lunch.
But, Mr. Fraser, I gotta know what I'm getting into.
Is it bad so far?
How'd you like the pad, huh?
What's the catch?
Nothing.
Jack,
You're talking to me, Della, remember?
Well, there's this guy.
Which guy?
An old guy, Mr. Fraser. He puts up my bond.
Why?
I don't know. He gives me the car.
Why?
I don't know. And he gives me a job.
Doing what?
I don't know. He even gives me $500 in advance.
I don't like it.
But you're always on to me to get a job. Okay. I got a job.
A job, sure, but something like this? Jack, it has to be a setup.
What kind of setup?
I don't know. That's what's wrong. You see, we both keep saying, I don't know. You don't know what the job is, and I don't know why I don't like it.
Look, Della, I figure it this way.
No, Jack, don't you figure. Figuring always gets you into trouble.
But you have to figure he's an old nut, right? And he's out to throw his dough away for kicks. So why shouldn't I catch some of it?
I still don't like it.
You mean there are no old nuts like him? It don't happen?
Oh, in storybooks, maybe. In the movies, maybe. Oh, Jack, listen to me. You're 500 ahead. Now, let's get out of here right now.
Ella, this is a gold mine.
You think so?
And this 500, that's just what's lying around on the top.
Jack, I'm scared.
Of what?
I can't explain it. I'm just scared, that's all.
Look, I can handle it.
Oh, sure. Sure, I know how you can handle it. The way you think you can handle everything. With your fists. Oh, you just won't learn.
Ella, I know. Well, okay, maybe I'm stupid. But that's why I can't turn down a chance like this, don't you see?
No, there's something about this place. It's creepy. There's something in the air here.
I don't smell nothing.
Even the books on the shelves.
Hey, I didn't notice that. Hey. You know, these feel like leather. I bet they cost a bundle.
Jack, just read these titles. The Transmigration of the Soul. The Experience of Metempsychosis. One soul, two bodies.
Stella, you don't have books like this to read. You keep them around to give the joint a touch of class.
These books are old, Jack. So old.
Then they got to be worth a lot of dough.
Yeah, and all of them are about souls that leave the body.
Well, isn't that what happens when people die?
Okay, Jack. You got all the answers. I just wish you knew some of the questions. Oh, you must be Mr. Jack Handley. Come in, come in. Now, I'm going to confide in you, because you look like an honest young person.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm Mrs. Toomey, Mr. Fraser's housekeeper. Oh, let's not make a sound.
Why? What's up?
Mr. Fraser is... Oh, how to put this? Well, he isn't well, and so you should do nothing to excite him.
Okay.
Dear old gentleman, I do believe that...
Aha. That can only be our Jack Hanley. Here it is 3:00, and here you are, right on time.
Mr. Fraser, you promised the doctor to take a nap.
And I did.
Also to take a pill.
And I shall. Now, Mrs. Toomey, excuse us.
Oh, yes, sir. I hope you and the young gentleman have a most agreeable afternoon.
Well, Jack, ready to go to work?
I'm ready to be told what the work is. What do you want?
I want to make you rich.
Why?
One step at a time. You asked me what I wanted. I told you. Why is another question, and tomorrow is another day.
Okay.
Did you know that you are now the owner of a Mark 9 Borghese Fratelli? Here are the registration papers made out in your name. Surprised? Why? I told you the car was yours.
Yeah, but I thought just to
Now, please sign these documents.
What kind of documents?
Merely applications for bank accounts, Jack. Now, Jack, take that suspicious look off your face. You filled out cards like these before.
Well, what kind of bank account?
I said I wanted to make you rich. Therefore, I intend to give you a rather large sum of money. Now, do you want to carry $500,000 around in cash?
$500,000?
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Obviously, you can't carry it around in your pocket, can you? Well? Of course not. So we put it in the bank. In your name.
Mr. Fraser, I don't want to get you all upset, but Look, I have to know why.
Is that what's bothering you?
Yeah, that's what's bothering me. How do I know you ain't setting me up, huh?
Jack,
How
I
do I know
assure
that-
you that I am a completely reputable businessman.
Yeah, but sometimes they're the worst kind. Look, it all comes down to this. What do you want?
That's a fair enough question, I suppose. Jack, I want your body.
Hey, wait.
I want your body. And in exchange, I'll give you mine.
Well, now, let's place this thing in perspective. The art of exchange, of trade, is as old as history. Men have traded almost everything you can think of. Empires, goods, even wives. So, just because you never heard of people trading bodies doesn't mean it can't be done.
Buick introduces a new concept for you to consider in light of all the concern about miles per gallon. Range. Range is what you get when you multiply the mileage your car gets per gallon by the number of gallons your car's gas tank holds. Range is one of the things that help make Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon gas tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
Oh, sure. You can talk about good-tasting diet drinks, but I know. I'm Goldilocks, and here at my taste-testing laboratory, I taste-test them all. And nobody's been drinking my diet drinks until I tested sugar-free Diet 7-Up. And then, kabloomy! Every bear wanted some. Diet 7-Up is fresh, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
Here's ShopRite's suggestion for a delightful cookout dish. Boneless top round or sirloin tip steaks, just $1.69 a pound. Delicious cooked over the coals. Just as delicious pan-broiled indoors. For a busy night, here's a quick dinner idea. Freezer Queen family-sized frozen casseroles, all varieties except beef, just 99 cents for the 2-pound size at ShopRite. For dessert, Pepperidge Farm layer cake, 17-ounce box, 69 cents in ShopRite's frozen food case. Cooking out or cooking in, ShopRite has the answer.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
Well, here's an offer you might not get every day. Say you're a young man of about 28, tall, strong, attractive, and a frail, elderly gentleman offers you a fortune to exchange bodies with him. What do? Laugh? Edge away quickly? Notify the men in the white coats? Jack Hanley has just received such an offer, but he's still sitting there because the old man has already put his money where his mouth is.
I become you. You become me.
But how could that happen?
Let us say it could happen.
So, you're saying I become a sick old guy who's going to kick off in a couple of years, and you get a whole lifetime?
Jack, you're 28. You've been in serious brawls. You've been arrested for breach of the peace. You've cracked up several cars. How long do you think you can live? 2 years? 3 years? Your luck has run out. You'll die, and your body will go to waste. What are you giving up? A lifetime? No. A few years, maybe months, perhaps even days. You can't afford to turn me down, Jack.
But what you're saying, it's impossible.
Let me worry about that. This way, you're guaranteed 2 to 3 years of a life of luxury.
But how could you and me exchange bodies?
It would be a sort of transplant.
No, Dice. None of that operating room for me.
No surgery. That is, no physical surgery. This would be psychic surgery of a sort.
What are we even talking about it for? The whole thing is crazy. It's a joke.
Well, then the joke would be on me, wouldn't it? But I'm willing to take the chance.
You are, huh?
I'm willing to enter into a verbal agreement with you. I agree to place at least $500,000 in your name, in return for which, on demand, you permit me to take over your body. Do you agree?
It could never happen.
I need your agreement.
But I don't believe it.
Whether you believe it or not, you have to state the following if you want all this money. You must say...
Yeah.
I agree to the exchange of bodies with Leroy Fraser.
But it is crazy.
I must have the statement, or we have no deal.
Okay. If it'll make you happy, I agree to the,
exchange of bodies with Leroy Fraser.
With Leroy Fraser. Okay.
Well, now, that's in order.
So, what about this job?
The job?
Yeah.
Oh, don't you see? Your job is to enjoy life until such time as you are required to surrender your body.
Oh.
I might add, you must take excellent care of it.
Not that this could ever happen, Fraser, but, how do you enforce a thing like this? I mean, just suppose, if and when the time ever comes, I just tell you to go and soak your head.
Too late. You've already agreed.
How do you do? My name is Mr. Soames. Do you need help? Yeah, I'm Hanley. Jack Hanley. Hanley. Did you say Hanley? Yeah. Oh, please, sit down, sir. Oh. Have a chair. No, not this one. This one. Oh. Here, sir. Okay. This is so much more comfortable. A cigar? No. I just wanted to check on the... check? By all means, sir. Check us, inspectors, audit and balance us constantly. We will measure up to your highest expectations. We are honored that a man of your standing should have chosen our bank. Oh, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that the account... The account, sir? Yeah, that there is an account. Oh, yes, indeed, sir. The account in your name has been opened, and it's in perfect order. You will find us your kind of banking institution. I've been to all the banks. You know how much it adds up to? $590,000. Well, say something.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to say what you think.
You know what I think.
Yeah, I shouldn't have told you.
Oh, you've got to break that agreement somehow.
Agreement? You know, I listen to your talk, and I wonder, have you got all your marbles?
You did make an agreement with this Mr. Fraser.
All I did was I went along with a gag to keep some old nut happy.
But it's an agreement.
Look, all right, why don't we just forget it, huh?
Okay. You know, I think I've figured out a way you can break it.
Who wants to break it?
Don't touch the money. Don't take a nickel that's in the banks. Now, how much of the $500 did you spend?
Now, look here.
And give him back the car with a full tank of gas.
No. This baby is mine, all mine.
Oh, please, Jack.
You know where we're headed tonight? Meridian Oval.
Jack.
Yes, ma'am. I called up the whole crowd. Spread the word. Jack is back.
Jackie, you're not going to race.
In this one? Won't be a race. It'll be like wheeling the baby home.
Jack, suppose
I crack up the car, so what?
So what?
Yeah, so what? This heap goes for $21,000. Big deal. All I got to do is write out a check. That's all there is to it. Listen, I got to educate you on how to behave. You see, you never had any real dough in your life.
Jack, you don't understand.
Another thing, I'm getting sick and tired of being told by you that I don't understand.
Jack, this Mr. Fraser, he wouldn't make an agreement like that unless he knows something.
Or unless he's lost all his marbles and he's a loon. I got the inside dope from his housekeeper.
Give it all back.
You know, Della, you're starting to be a drag.
Oh, Jack, I'm only thinking of what's best for you.
You know, I found out what money is these past few days. I found out. You know what money is? Everything. Oh, sir, all of a sudden you're Mr. Hanley, and it's, yes, sir, Mr. Hanley. It's an honor, Mr. Hanley, and you know what? I like it.
Oh, Jack, I just wish I could...
Save it. Now, just ask yourself a question. All the time we've been running around together, you were smart, I was dumb. Is that the way you wanted it?
What are you talking about?
Were you looking for the kind of setup where you call the shots?
I only tried...
You need a guy who's a dummy so you can be the wise one?
Jack, if I've been making the decisions, it was only because I wanted...
It was only because you wanted to. You were against this from the first minute. You didn't even know what it was, and you were against it without even knowing why you're against it.
Well, I'm still against it. What are you stopping for?
So you can get out if you don't like it.
Oh, is that how it is?
Yeah, baby, that's exactly how it is.
Well, goodbye, Jack.
Who are you kidding? You'll come back. You always come back.
Hey, Jack, where'd you get them wheels?
What do you say, Jer?
What are you trying to do, blow us all off the track?
I see the word is out, huh?
Crazy, Jack. Man, you won't be happy till you kill yourself, huh?
Look at me now, Jerry, old buddy, because in 5 more minutes you won't see me for dust.
Boy, a car like that on a 2-bit track like this.
I'm just warming up for the big time, Jer.
Yeah, but it's been a couple of years since
and
you
I'm
were
better than ever. Hey, there's the flag.
Yeah.
See you, Jerry.
Well, hello, George.
George? Do I look like somebody whose name would be George?
Oh, yes, yes. The voice is different, but there's the same kind of spirit she had.
She? Who?
George. George Sand.
And who was George Sand?
A friend of mine.
What are you doing here?
I'm waiting for Jack Hanley.
How did you get into the apartment?
Same way you did. I have a key.
Oh, I came here to give mine back. Oh, you must be the old guy.
Guilty as charged.
Well, you don't look so old.
Thank you.
Well, everybody's here.
Jack, what happened to your face?
Nothing. Couple of scratches. I walked away from it.
From what?
I hit the turn too fast. I totaled the car. So what?
Jack!
Look, that's enough out of you. What are you doing here, anyhow?
I thought maybe we could...
No. We do things my way or no way.
All right, Jack. Then it's no way. Goodbye. And this time I mean it.
Sure. See you tomorrow. Well, Fraser, what can I do for you?
You cracked up the car tonight.
I can afford another one.
Our agreement calls for you to take care of your body.
Have a cigar, Pop?
By continuing to take foolish risks, you can cancel the agreement.
I can, huh?
Oh, yes.
That's too bad. I got the money. It's in my name. How could you get it back from me?
I couldn't. It's yours.
Yeah, so I'm holding all the aces.
You have a powerful hand. I feel a bit weak. There's an excellent brandy in the cabinet. Could you pour me a bit, please?
Hey, smells pretty good here. You mind if I try a shot myself?
Certainly not. After all, it belongs to you.
Oh, yes. I forgot.
Thank you.
Well, happy days. So, the agreement's busted, huh?
No. No, not the complete agreement. You see, only the part of it that gives you the 2 to 3 years.
Is that right?
I can't take a chance that you will live that long. Not at the rate you're going, so...
So what?
You are required to surrender your body on demand. You agreed, remember?
Sure, I remember. You want some more of this brandy?
No, but help yourself if you like.
Yeah, thanks. You were saying?
I was saying you agreed to surrender your body on demand. But I demand it now.
Huh?
The exchange will be made tonight.
There is a vital essence, a special quality, a unique consciousness that makes up the individual core of each of us. Is this essence, or soul, as some would call it, transferable? Mr. Leroy Fraser has bet close to $1 million that it is.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love, But give your allergy to contact.
Allergy is our business, too. We know pollen. And we know that any of the 12,000 quarts of air you breathe each day may contain enough pollen to make your eyes itch, make you sneeze, and drip. We also know an ingredient that helps block pollen's bad effects. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists. It's an ingredient in contact.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love,
The tiny time pills in one contact keep this antihistamine working up to 12 full hours. All day, all night.
Give your allergy to contact.
Take contact only when needed, only as directed.
Introducing the greatest taste to come out of your toaster since Samuel Bath Thomas baked his original English muffins in 1880. Thomas's new onion English muffins. Little bits of real onion blended into Thomas's original English muffin recipe create a tangy taste that makes everything fantastic, like burgers and cream cheese and cold cuts. Even butter tastes better. Thomas's new onion English muffins. The greatest new taste since 1880. Thomas's promises.
Hey, Pat, how tall do you think she is?
300 feet if she's an inch, Luigi, and a fine lady she is.
The year 1886. While most New Yorkers were enjoying their first look at the Statue of Liberty, a few were enjoying their first taste of Thomas's bread and discovering it was every bit as delicious as Thomas's English muffins. Today, there's still never been a lady to equal the lady, or a bread to equal Thomas's protein, whole wheat, and white bread. Thomas's promises.
It's bitter.
It's sweet.
It's bitter.
It's sweet.
It's bitter.
It's sweet, Marcello.
Well, maybe it's a bit sweet, Sophia.
On second thought, I love its bitterness.
Ponte Mess. Is it bitter? Is it sweet? People have been arguing about it since 1786. Ponte Mess. A lovely before lunch or dinner drink from Italy. On the rocks or with soda and a slice of orange. Ponte Mess. Capital P-U-N-T, little e, capital M-E-S.
It's bitter.
It's sweet.
It's bitter.
It's sweet.
It's bitter.
It's sweet. All right, Sophia, it's bitter.
No, my darling, let's just say it's bittersweet. Like life, like love, like marriage. Italian style.
Ponte Mess. Ponte Mess.
Imported by Caroline Importers Limited, New York, New York.
Leroy Fraser and Jack Hanley have an agreement. They will exchange bodies. Each will become the other. Jack Hanley will become Leroy Fraser, old and infirm. Leroy Fraser will become Jack Hanley, young and vigorous. Maybe.
Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing at you.
At me?
Yeah, you. Do you really believe this?
Believe what?
Believe that we can swap bodies.
Certainly.
Certainly, he says, look, I took your dough. Ask me why.
Why?
Why? Because an old clown like you had to lose it. It's like you were standing on a street corner. You were saying, here's my money, take my money. Might just as well have been me.
That's not exactly the way it happened. You received this money as part of an agreement.
Oh, yeah, the agreement again. You and Della, you'd make a great pair.
We might at that.
You know, I must say, Pop, you are cool. I mean, you are very cool. You're sitting there with a bust hand and you make out like you're holding a royal flush.
Well, time for the exchange. It will be over in a minute.
All the crazy ideas. What makes you so sure you can do it?
Well, you see, I've done it before.
You what?
Oh, yes. Many times.
Who are you kidding?
Nobody. I'm serious. You're the one who keeps insisting this is a joke.
Okay. Enough is enough. Look, I'm tired. I want to go to bed, so take off. Come on, Fraser, beat it. Look, don't make me throw you out of here.
Try to get up, Jack.
Huh?
Just try to get up.
Oh, I feel kind of dizzy. What did you do?
We have an agreement, you and I. We have an agreement.
No, don't say that. It's the brandy. You did something to the brandy.
But I drank it, too. And I feel fine.
No, listen, Fraser. You can't. You can't do it.
Have you read any of the books, Jack?
The books? What books?
The books on the shelves.
Why would I?
So you would know, Jack. You'd know how it was done.
I didn't read nothing.
It doesn't matter. You shared the room, the wisdom, the power that is in the books.
I don't feel so good.
No, Jack, you feel fine. There are just changes. Changes taking place in your soul.
What kind of changes?
Just changes that will prepare it for a journey. The journey from your body to mine. My soul is also preparing.
She was right. She was right. She said she was scared.
You should have listened to her.
My head. My head is splitting wide open.
No, Jack, you're fine.
You promised. You promised me 3 years. 2 years, you promised.
But Jack, I can't believe you.
I can't breathe.
Yes, you can, Jack. You're fine.
Look, I promise.
No, Jack. I can't trust you.
You can. I swear.
With what you know now, you'll kill me.
I feel cold. I feel stiff.
There is a law. It's written in the book.
No.
The mind, the soul, the essence, the living force, the vital spirit. It's free, unfettered, unbound. Escape the petty prison of the faltering body. Escape, be free.
It's tearing at my inside.
Escape, leave me. Leave this shattered hulk.
No.
Leave me go to him.
No.
With the magic of ancient Egypt, the wisdom of Greece, by all the sciences the ancients knew, let our souls be free.
I don't want to die.
I have been the vital spirit in the bodies of 15 men before this night. Now, I shall become Jack Hanley.
Well, and how are you this morning, Mr. Fraser?
What? Oh, I feel like I'm 80 years old.
Well, the truth is, you're not far from it.
What are you saying?
Now, Mr. Fraser.
Who are you calling Fraser?
I know it's early in the morning, but we have things to discuss.
I'm not Fraser. I'm Jack Hanley.
Oh, this is not the time to joke, sir.
Don't you understand? I'm Jack Hanley. What am I doing here? How did I...
Sir, please, look in this mirror.
What?
Now,
God.
Sir, can we talk about...
How did he do it? How did he put me into his old body?
Oh, I better call the doctor.
Forget the doctor. Call the police. He stole my body.
And, Doctor, he's got this crazy idea. He's somebody else.
Doctor, I have to talk to you. Alone.
Please excuse us, Mrs. Toomey.
Oh, all right, Doctor.
Listen, Doctor, I am not Leroy Fraser.
No?
No, I'm Jack Hanley. I'm 28 years old.
Come, Fraser. You're talking to me, the doctor.
No, I'm Jack Hanley. Fraser somehow found a way, maybe a drug or something. He was able to get me into his body, and he took mine for himself.
I see.
That's what happened.
Fraser, old friend, you need rest.
I'm not Fraser.
Now, don't excite yourself, Leroy.
You don't believe me. None of you believe... I know. You look at me like I'm a nut.
Some rest and quiet and...
Look, you're a doctor.
You should see it.
Of course, of course.
50 years ago, if a guy said you could transplant a heart, you'd say they were crazy. But they can do it today, huh? Can't they? Well,
sure.
Sure. So why couldn't somebody figure out a way to transplant a guy's soul?
We'll discuss it first.
No, we won't. We'll discuss it now. Della, she knows. She was afraid it would happen. Yeah, she'll prove it.
Now, Fraser...
Now, don't you try to stop me.
Hello?
Della.
Who's this?
Me.
Who are you?
Jack.
You're not Jack.
Della, listen to me. It happened. It happened.
What happened?
The agreement, Della. He went and he did it.
What are you saying?
The answer. The answer's in those books. Now, Della, go to the apartment. Find the answer. Look through those books. And hurry. Della, she's going to prove it.
And meanwhile, you'll just rest. Now, I'll be right back.
How is he, Doctor?
Well, we'll have to get him to a sanitarium.
Whatever gave him the idea that he's a young man?
A delusion. A not uncommon delusion. A yearning for better, happier times.
Should we get him ready to travel?
Yes, go in and help him dress. I'll make some telephone arrangements.
Oh, certainly, Doctor. Mr. Fraser? Mr. Fraser? Oh, Doctor, he's disappeared.
Sergeant Burns, you remember me?
No, Pop, I can't say that I do.
My name is Jack Hanley.
Jack Hanley? Well, that sounds familiar, but he was a young guy.
I am a young guy. Look, a man named Fraser, an old man, he stole my body and he left me his.
Well, come on.
It's true.
Yeah, sure, Pop.
Don't call me Pop. I'm younger than you are.
Now, look, friend, why don't I have one of the officers take you home?
I'm Jack Hanley. I was here 3 days ago.
Jack Hanley was here 3 days ago, not you.
I am Jack Hanley, and I can prove it.
Sure you can. Sure.
You called me cop fighter.
Huh?
Yeah, cop. How would I know that if I weren't Jack Hanley? Huh? If I were some old man, how would I know that?
Well, it's...
And another thing, how would I know that your wife called? Well, while you were talking to me.
What?
Your wife. She called, huh? She said your son had just said daddy.
Now, wait a minute.
How would I know that, Sarge? Now, look, Burns, you're a cop. Well, you're a great guy, and you're the only chance I got.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Come over to the pad. Della's there. She'll show you the books. I'll show you the brandy, and I'll prove to you how it was done. Della can prove it. Now, come on. Come to the apartment with me.
Well, come on in.
Oh, sure.
Sorry about last night, Della.
Who are you?
Yeah, Della. And, honey, I've been doing a lot of thinking.
Have you? About what?
Oh, about you and me.
Yeah? And?
Well, you couldn't be too angry with me.
How do you know?
You wouldn't have come back here this morning.
You want to know why I came back here?
Why?
I got a phone call from Fraser.
Fraser? Why would Fraser call you?
Oh, it was kind of a crazy story.
What did Fraser say?
Would you answer a question first?
Sure.
Do I still remind you of George Sand?
Oh.
Well, do I?
Yes. More and more every minute.
I looked her up. Her name was Amandine Dupin.
You could be right. What do you say we get out of here?
Where are we going?
I don't know. But we're both 28, and it's a long, long trip.
Della!
Oh, hey, Pop. Now, what are you handing me? There's nobody here.
Just last night. Last night.
Sure,
There were
Pop.
books on that shelf.
Well, there's nothing there now.
Oh, there you are. Oh, thank heavens you're safe.
Ah, ma'am. Now, this old gent claims...
Sergeant, I'm surprised at you. Oh, excuse me.
Yes.
Yes? Oh, for you, Sergeant Burns.
Oh, thank you. Yeah? Oh, you checked the banks. I see. No record of deposits in the name of Jack Hanley, huh?
What?
Well, naturally, where would a dumb hood like that get money? Who'd give it to him?
Don't you see he's got my body?
Sure, okay, I know. It was a wild thing, but
Give me
you know how it is. Anything can happen. Yeah, that's right. Right. Oh, Pop. Pop, what are we going to do with you?
Don't call me that. Where's Della? She crossed me. She went with him.
Now, Mr. Fraser, you'll feel so much better in the hospital. So much better.
I am not Fraser. I'm Hanley. I am Jack Hanley. Won't anybody believe me?
Oh, look. Get some rest, Pop.
Anybody believe me?
You'll feel better with good food and lots of sleep.
Somebody has to believe me. Won't anybody believe me?
As he sits there, Leroy Fraser, or if you prefer, Jackson Hanley, he sits there in his room in a faraway sanitarium, and he keeps asking the question of everyone who will stop to listen. So far, no one believes him, or is willing to admit it. All I can admit right now is that I'll be back in just a few moments.
When you drink beer, do you tilt the glass for long, hearty swallows? Or just tip it and sip it? Well, sipping's the thing for wine. But Budweiser beer is a hearty drink, brewed for zest and character. The best way to enjoy Bud is to drink it. Not chug-a-lug, just man-sized beer drinker swallows. That's when that famous Budweiser taste, smoothness, and drinkability really come through. Smoothness and drinkability that come only from natural carbonation and exclusive beechwood aging. Smoothness and drinkability, too good for any half-hearted sipping. So drink up. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference. And that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
You've been hearing some pretty lavish claims recently about miles per gallon. We'd like you to consider something equally important, and that's range. Range is the miles per gallon multiplied by the number of gallons your car's tank holds. Range is what makes the Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
Hi, Ms. Goldilocks here. Professionally taste-testing diet drinks can be very difficult, but I've just had to bear with it. Then I found sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It doesn't taste like other diet drinks. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up tastes so good that I've taste-tested it hundreds of times, and each time I've given it my seal of approval. Yes, this one's just right.
Service. We're big on that. When you buy an airline ticket, you're buying service. And at Ozark, we try to give you your money's worth. Service in making reservations, planning your trip, at the ticket counter, service on board. Ozark didn't get where it is by being small in things that really count. Service, we're big on that.
Go Ozark Jet to Champaign-Urbana, Peoria, and Springfield, Illinois. Call Ozark or your travel agent.
Our cast included Paul Hecht, Bryna Rayburn, William Redfield, Dan Ocko, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contac, the 12-hour allergy capsule, Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Radio Mystery Theater was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
I'm Fulton Lewis in the Mutual Broadcasting System studios in Washington, D.C. Now, my commentary. Senate Watergate Committee Chairman Sam Ervin disclosed today that White House Chief of Staff General Alexander Haig testified for more than an hour and a half during midday answering questions about the use of a $100,000 payment made by representatives of multimillionaire Howard Hughes 4 years ago to the president's close personal friend, Bibi Rebozo. On May 2nd, you recall, General Haig had been asked virtually identical questions by the same Watergate panel. On that occasion, he produced a letter from the president directing him to invoke executive privilege and declining to answer any questions. Mr. Nixon, during the interim, though, decided to waive that executive privilege, but only as it applied to questions regarding the Hughes contribution. The funds in question regarding that contribution were returned to by Rebozo to Hughes in the spring of 1973. Rebozo has contended that the money was given back intact and had never been used for any purpose. Its interest in that issue was a major factor in prompting the Watergate Committee today to vote unanimously to extend its life to June 30th. Another reason for the extension is that the committee wants to eliminate from its final Watergate report any findings of individual guilt or innocence in the Watergate matter. An earlier preliminary staff report includes such findings and has been widely criticized because of that fact. The committee members themselves apparently appreciate something that the staff has failed to even recognize, namely that the Irvin panel is not a court of law. It has no right whatsoever, on the basis of the testimony it has received, to make any assessments of guilt or innocence on the part of anyone involved in the Watergate story. Such assessments can be made only in a judicial proceeding where the accused are given the right to cross-examine their accusers. As I mentioned a week ago, when portions of the staff report were leaked to the press, it was an outrageous document. The staff members who prepared it and who caused its partial release should be severely disciplined. President Nixon's move in ungagging General Haig today is perhaps significant in that it represents still another step on the president's part to try to accommodate those in the Congress who are probing the record of his administration. As I have noted before, Mr. Nixon had a perfect right to extend the cloak of executive privilege to General Haig. It is, of course, precisely the same cloak which many former presidents have used on many occasions for the same purpose. You recall President Eisenhower used executive privilege time and time again as a means of preventing his administration officials from cooperating in the slightest with the late Senator Joseph McCarthy's probes into subversion in government back during the 1950s. The House Judiciary Committee voted 37-1 today to subpoena 11 Watergate tapes that President Nixon has refused to provide for the committee's impeachment inquiry. By top-heavy votes, it also subpoenaed schedules of the president's daily meetings and conversations during 4 periods of time. It set a vote for tomorrow on subpoenas for tapes of 66 presidential conversations dealing with other matters that the Judiciary Committee has under investigation. The vote on the Watergate tapes, supported by all committee Republicans except the ranking committee GOP member, Michigan Representative Edward Hutchinson, it was a direct challenge to the president, who, of course, notified the committee last week that he would give it no more Watergate materials. The subpoena calls for the subpoenaed materials, the tapes, to be turned over next Wednesday. The 11 conversations covered by the new subpoena deal with plans for bugging Democratic headquarters, conversations a few days after the Watergate break-in, and efforts to get the CIA to limit the FBI investigation of the break-in. That's as far as Chief Counsel John Doerr has gotten in his presentation of evidence to the committee, which he resumed after the vote on the subpoenas today. Doerr said as he proceeds through the House panel's Watergate evidence, he is going to request additional subpoenas for tapes that the White House is still withholding. The committee requested 76 Watergate conversations last April 19th, of which the 11 that were subpoenaed today are part. The subpoenas the committee will consider tomorrow cover 46 conversations believed to relate to the president's decision to increase milk price support, 20 conversations believed connected with settlement of a government antitrust suit against ITT. It took 4 votes to approve the subpoena for the president's daily schedules, 1 for each of the time periods covered. Indiana Republican Representative David Dennis, who objected to 3 of them, forced the separate votes. Those votes ran 36-2, 32-6, 29-9, and 32-6, all in favor of the subpoenas. Doerr said the committee should see who Nixon met with and talked to during the specified periods, so that it can determine whether it wants to request some specific conversations. The periods covered by the subpoena are April through July 1972, which Dorr said was critical to the Watergate planning and break-in, February through April 1973, which covered the White House investigation of the affair, July 12th through 31st, which he said was the period before and after the existence of the White House taping system became known, and October 1973, during which time the president fired Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox. In contrast to the request for subpoenaing the daily schedules, which Iowa Republican Representative Wiley Main called a fishing expedition, no one spoke against the subpoena for the Watergate tapes. Hutchinson, the ranking Republican member, did not take part in the discussion, but he has stated on several occasions in the past that he is going to consistently vote against any subpoena because he opposes a confrontation between Congress and the executive branch. New Jersey Democrat Representative Peter Rodino, the committee chairman, said the committee was not seeking a confrontation, but was after the truth. Several members questioned Dorr as to whether he knew tapes existed for the 11 conversations that the committee has subpoenaed. Dorr responded, "We are reasonably satisfied that they do exist." In other related developments, former presidential appointment secretary Dwight Chapin was sentenced today to 10 to 30 months in prison, that for lying under oath about political dirty tricks in the 1972 campaign. He was the second high-ranking former White House aide of President Nixon to be sent to prison. Chapin, who had pleaded for leniency in a written statement to U.S. District Judge Gerhard Gazelle last week, made no statement to the judge today. His attorney said that he would appeal Chapin's jury trial conviction this Friday. The judge allowed the 33-year-old Chapin to remain free without bond until that appeal is disposed of. He said he had given a great deal of thought to Chapin's case, and he said, "Your resort to swearing falsely cannot be condoned." Chapin was convicted by a jury on April 5th of 2 counts of making false statements to the FBI regarding political trickster Donald Segretti. He could have been sentenced to 5 years in prison and a $10,000 fine on each count. From the Mutual Studios in Washington, I'm Fulton Lewis.
This is Nightline, your open door to people and places, and this is Walter O'Keefe. Nightline invites you to listen in on NBC's award-winning science fiction series X-1.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents X-1. Tonight, Target 1. But first, hear this. The presents have been opened, the gifts enjoyed, and in the case of the kids, a few are already slightly battered. But NBC has one more holiday package for you, and it'll be delivered over this weekend on Monitor. There'll be the music of such bands as those of Guy Lombardo and Richard Maltby, punctuated by the antic commentary of Monitor's own Bob and Ray and Fibber McGee and Molly, and underscored by the up-to-the-minute reports of NBC's newsmen at home and abroad. From Friday night through Sunday midnight, Monitor will bring you another weekend of drama, music, news, and interviews. Of special interest to sports fans will be NBC's coverage of the Friday night fights. Saturday's blue-gray and north-south football games, and Sunday's National Football League Championship game. Use and enjoy Monitor, your weekend radio service. Yes, start your weekend right with Monitor on Friday nights, and stay with Monitor all weekend long over most of these same NBC stations. Now, X-1 and tonight's story, Target 1.
Headquarters of the World Council was in the ruined United Nations building in New York. It took me an hour to reach it, picking my way across the red-colored rubble that had once been a proud city. I was ushered into the office of the president of the council, a former Russian scientist named Melkov. It was hard to realize that only a few decades ago, these people had helped us destroy the world in an atomic war that left less than 100,000 people on the face of the globe.
Come in. Dr. Marin.
Yes.
It's good to see you, Doctor.
Sorry I'm 2 days late. I had to land at Boston. It's the only airport operating.
I understand. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
I suppose you are wondering what this is all about.
Very little surprises me, Mr. President.
Good. As you know, Doctor, the Great War of 1960 left very little of the human race. What it did leave, well, 2 billion corpses, 3 continents rotting and unlivable, and every survivor mutating. I believe you yourself have had children who could scarcely be called human. Sorry to be so blunt.
Why did you send for me, Mr. President?
Doctor, suppose I gave you an opportunity to do something extremely practical.
Such as?
A chance to prevent the destruction of our world, which took place 30 years ago.
To prevent what has happened? To stop an atomic war?
Yes. Would you do it?
I'd sell my soul to the devil, Mr. President.
You mean that?
Yes.
Doctor, what would you say was the most important scientific discovery of the 20th century?
I suppose Einstein's equation. E equals mc squared.
Exactly. This formula unlocked the atom. Without it, there would have been no atomic energy, and consequently, no bomb, no war.
The formula did not cause the war, Mr. President, nor did the man who discovered it. He was one of the finest human beings who ever lived. A man utterly dedicated to the pursuit of peace and harmony.
Yes, exactly. That is what will make your task so abhorrent, Doctor.
What is this task, Mr. President?
Quite simply, it is the murder of Albert Einstein.
Are you insane?
Perhaps. Only history will record that.
But how in the name of heaven Albert Einstein died in 1956?
I am well aware of that. In order to commit this murder, Doctor, you will have to travel back in time.
Travel back? You mean that...
I mean that our scientists have succeeded in their experiments. Parachronon penetration has been achieved.
It's fantastic.
Yes, so were atomic energy and rockets to the moon and radio waves long before both of those.
You're actually suggesting that I return to the early 20th century to commit a murder?
Yes.
But why Einstein? Why not the men who took his contributions and twisted them into ghastly inhuman weapons? Why not them?
Because others would replace them. There are many minds so filled with contempt for their own lives that they would be willing to destroy others, so warped with hate that they might even enjoy the job. No, it must be Einstein.
Well, then why me? Why not select some murderer, some fiend?
Because you are a man of the highest morality. This task must not be performed by some twisted monster. It must be done by a man of integrity who fully realizes his responsibility. To do otherwise would be to degrade ourselves and our victim. Come here, to the window. Do you see that covered barge lying in the East River?
Yes.
That barge is the finest laboratory we could assemble. Inside it is the mechanism for complete K-meson penetration, maintaining a stable configuration. In effect, it is a floating time machine.
You've tested it?
It was tested last week. Professor Milton Waxman went back 40 years in time and returned. We cannot afford another test because our energy sources are limited.
Will Waxman accompany me?
Yes. He and one other. Well, Doctor, what is your answer?
All right. I'll do it. That afternoon, I was taken aboard the barge in the East River. I was left alone in the laboratory to wait for Waxman, a physicist who knew how to operate the chronosphere. Waxman, who is this?
His name is John. John, this is Dr. Charles Moran.
I know the doctor.
I don't believe we've met.
In my business, I have to know a lot of people I've never met.
John is security.
I see.
He's going with us.
To see there's no mistake.
That's right, Doctor.
Very well. I don't suppose murderers can be choosy about their companions.
Before we go any further, here are some clothes that will be suitable to the time and place which is our destination. Please put them on, Doctor.
While you're changing, I'll give you some background on the subject. Born Ulm, Germany, 1879. German citizen, religion Jewish. Became a Swiss citizen after graduation from Zurich Polytechnical Institution. Later migrated to the United States after Adolf Hitler came to power, with a price set on his head by the Nazis. Nobel Prize for Physics, 1921. Copley Medal, 1925. Franklin, 1935. Personal habits...
Must we do this?
He's only doing his job. Go on, John.
Personal habits. Works in a bare room with only a pencil and paper. Enjoys sailing, smokes a pipe, never drinks, is a violinist of comfortability.
All right, I'm ready.
Good. Now just strap yourself into the accelerator seat. Ready? Switch on. The sensation will be something akin to weightlessness, a disorientation and feeling of utter detachment. This will last until we have settled into a new orbital configuration. We will be able to monitor our time segment on the screen before us.
May I ask our objective?
Yes. The Polytechnicum at Zurich. Graduation ceremony in the year 1900.
So young.
He was already formulating the theory of relativity at this point, Doctor. We have no choice. It must be clean and thorough. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Yes.
Ready, Professor.
Hold on. We will begin to whirl until we reach speeds where K-meson penetration is possible. Now.
The sensation was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. I felt bodiless, weightless. My consciousness seemed to float free. I was dimly aware of Waxman at the monitoring controls, but otherwise I remember no sensation. Later he told me that it took exactly 1/2 hour to vector in on the right time and place. That was right after the whirling stopped.
Moran, are you all right?
Yes, I think so.
John?
I'm all right.
Where are we?
Well, according to the monitor, our barge is at a dockside on the lake of Zurich. The year should be 1900. The time is 2 o'clock. We have exactly 1 hour to accomplish our mission. Open the hatchway, John. Well?
Fantastic. A different world.
We can't waste any time. The graduation ceremony is at 3. Now, let's go.
Very well.
Just a moment, gentlemen. Here, take these.
What are they?
Guns. We'll need them.
We stepped ashore. It was strange to see the world green and happy again after our red radioactive ruins. Eventually, we located a policeman who spoke some English. He directed us to the auditorium of the Zurich Polytechnical Institute where the graduation ceremony was in progress.
Don't attract much attention. Take a seat in the rear.
And now, it gives me great pleasure to present the diplomas of graduation to the members of the graduating class of the Zurich Polytechnic Institute. First, Mr. Hans Kindler, cum laude.
Will you see him, John?
Not yet.
Next, Mr. Fritz.
We will have to wait until they call him to the platform.
Cum laude. Mr. Heinrich Weiss, valedictor.
Are you ready?
Miss Barbara Müller.
Marin, you're the one who must do this. Are you ready?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, I am. I'm ready.
Mr. Albert Einstein.
That's him. Marin, shoot. Shoot.
I can't do it. I can't.
Give me that gun. Come on. We've got to get out of Dodge. Now hurry. Another few minutes.
What do you suppose it will be like?
What?
Our world, the one we left. Without atomic fission, I mean.
We'll soon know.
Well, one thing is for sure. There'll be no mass destruction. The people will be there.
The people. Good Lord, there'll be billions of them.
And the trees, the green shrubs, and the beautiful tall buildings. He looked very young.
We're vectoring in on our year. Now hang on when I start the negative penetration. Brace yourselves. According to calculations, we should be back in the East River on the same day we left. The world will be as it would have been if Einstein had never existed. Open the hatch, John. Look at that.
The city. New York is whole again. No ruins, no rubble.
Those buildings are magnificent. Look at the trees in the parks. Marin, we've done it. It was worth it. We've done it.
Yes, we've done it. Suddenly from nowhere, an official boat, a police boat. Suspicious of the barge and our parachronon penetration equipment, we were arrested by federal agents. The barge and our time machines confiscated. We were drugged, tortured, questioned interminably. It went on for what seemed like days and weeks. Finally, when they decided that they had had every shred of information we possessed, we were taken before a huge, beetle-browed man who seemed to be a combination scientist and civil authority.
Sit him down. Well, Dr. Marin, we seem to have exhausted the possibilities. Tell me, is there anything you and your companions wish to tell me before you're disposed of?
Disposed of?
A euphemism for murdered.
Murdered? Why, what have we done?
You haven't done anything yet, but you have a thorough knowledge of nuclear physics, fission reaction, hydrogen bombs, etc.
Good Lord, you mean you have the knowledge we tried to keep from you? You got it from us ourselves?
Don't flatter yourself, Doctor. We've known the principles of nuclear reaction ever since Kretschwood.
Kretschwood?
The Brazilian scientist, discoverer of the equation E equals mc squared.
I see. Then, well, why are you going to destroy us?
Because, my friend, you're too dangerous. You know too much. Information could leak to our enemies. Important principles.
Enemies?
Oh, yes, I forgot. You have no knowledge of contemporary affairs. Beneath this building, deep in the earth, there is a thorium pile going.
Thorium? Oh, U-235?
Yeah, would be better, yes. Our scientists are working that out. The problem of separation and so on. It's a highly secret project, naturally. We call it only by the name Manhattan Project.
Manhattan? Oh, no, it couldn't be. It's too coincidental. Yet I see it's true. You're going through exactly the same steps. In a year, you'll have an atom bomb. Then soon after, a hydrogen bomb. Then intercontinental missiles, and then...
You seem to have great powers of prophecy, as well as great scientific knowledge.
My friend, did you ever hear of a man named Einstein? Albert Einstein?
Einstein? No. I never heard of him.
Then the futility of it struck me. The futility of trying to place the guilt of all of us on any one man. The futility of trying to do something worthwhile by evil means. And finally, the futility of trying to murder an idea. As they led me to the execution cell, where I now wait, the words of a man whose books were destroyed in the war rang in my brain. The fault, dear Brutus, lies not with our stars, but with ourselves.
Fred Collins again. I'll have another word about X-1 in just a moment.
That how you feel, blue and miserable with a deep-down cold? Listen.
Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Millions more take bromoquinine. Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Bromoquinine.
More people have taken more bromoquinine cold tablets for more complete relief than any other cold tablet ever sold. You could use aspirin or cough syrups or nose drops all day and not get bromoquinine's relief. Bromoquinine works to relieve stopped-up nose, body aches, fever, irregularity, the blues, and headache, too. Yes, more complete relief for even virus colds. For bromoquinine is the only cold tablet sold with wonder-working quinine and 5 other medicines health-fortified with vitamin C. Remember...
Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Millions more take bromoquinine.
Get bromoquinine brand cold tablets.
You have just heard X-1 presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Kill Me with Kindness by Richard Wilson. What would you do if you found yourself in a place where your every whim was granted? Don't worry. You wouldn't be the first to spoil utopia by attempting to improve it. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, X-1 has brought you Target One, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Frederick Pohl and adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in our cast were Joseph Bell as Dr. Marin, Frank Silvera as President Malkov, Dean Almquist as Professor Voxman, Al Collins as Jom, Guy Rep as the official, with Charles Webster. This is Fred Collins speaking. X-1 was directed by George Boutsas and is an NBC Radio Network production.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Welcome to the Bachelor's Friend.
I beg your pardon?
I said welcome to the Bachelor's Friend.
Oh, well, I'm sure you'd make a very nice bachelor's friend, but all I had in mind was a loaf of bread.
The name of his bakery is the Bachelor's Friend. It was Mr. Vanderpoor's idea.
Oh, with a name like that, I suppose he was fated to be whimsical. However, what is it, if I said anything?
What's your name?
Simon Templer, but is anything wrong?
No.
That car that just stopped outside.
There's nothing wrong, honest. Here.
Oh, what's that?
Your cake.
My cake, but I wanted a loaf of bread.
Well, you love that cake. It's just like the kind your mother used to bake.
My mother used to bake terrible cakes. Battleships used them for anchors.
Hello, Peggy.
Hello, Mr. Gregg.
Morton, say hello to Peggy.
Sure, Mr. Gregg. Hello, Peggy.
Hello.
Your customer is leaving, Peggy.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course he is. He's
Just a
leaving.
moment now. I might like it here.
The customer is leaving, Morton.
Like you say, Mr. Gregg, he's on his way right now.
Well, I feel terribly self-conscious being talked about like... a revolver, Morton?
A revolver.
Loaded?
Loaded.
You're quite convinced I'm leaving?
You heard what Mr. Gregg said?
I should hate to make a liar of Mr. Gregg.
You won't, and keep on living.
Then I won't. I like living. Good night, everyone.
Morton?
Yeah, Mr. Gregg?
He seems like a nice chap.
He does?
One of the finest.
I think perhaps we owe him a ride.
You needn't bother. I get car sick.
See that he takes a cab, Morton. Give the driver his instructions. Have him take our friend here for a long drive to the ocean.
Yeah, Mr. Gregg. It's a beautiful night. He'll enjoy his drive. Come on, mister.
Coming.
Don't forget your cake.
My cake? Oh, yes. Thank you, Peggy. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Mister.
Yes?
I wouldn't toy with no Boy Scout ideas about doing a good deed if I was you.
Nature Lovers of America was my outfit.
Just forget all about that blonde back in the store.
Well, I'll try, but I can't promise she was so... Oh, you know what I mean, Morton.
Yeah.
And then you're a cad.
Hey, taxi.
Oh, how convenient.
Get in.
Thank you.
Hey, cowboy.
Me?
Yeah, you.
My name happens to be Benny, not Cowboy.
So it's Benny. The gent in the back seat is going for a long drive to the ocean.
He likes fish.
Oh, shut up. A long drive, see?
Him?
Yeah, him.
So he's going for a long drive. It's all right with
You
me.
better be sure he don't change his mind and come right back here. Otherwise, there'll be one dead gent and also one dead jitney jockey.
Me?
Yeah, you. Now get out of here and fast.
I've been gone an hour.
Benny.
No. I don't know if I should talk to you.
Oh, well, don't talk to me. Listen. We're not going for that drive.
I heard what the fellow with the cannon said, but what's more important, I heard what he said. We're going for a drive to the ocean.
But Peggy, the girl back at the bakery, she's in danger. We've got to help her.
I don't like girls. Horses I like better.
Well, how would you like a broken arm?
Right or left?
Both.
I wouldn't, but that lug has got a gun.
I'm closer to you than he is.
Okay, we're going back. The bachelor's friend. And me a married man. Hey, the joint's down.
Yes, and we've been gone only a few minutes. You better come with me.
Sure. What have I got to lose? Whoops, my life.
The store's dark, all right, and the door's locked.
Now, you see, everybody went home. We ought to go home, too. You're home. My wife don't like me.
There's something wrong. I can't see a thing in fact. Hey, that was Peggy.
Got a nice voice, but I think she was off key.
There may be another entrance.
Backfiring. That's all. Backfiring. The bread is backfiring.
There are people inside. We've got to get in.
Me, I think a nice long drive to the ocean would be nice. Hey, what are you dragging a handkerchief out for? You going to sneeze?
No, I'm going to wrap it around my fist and smash the glass in this door.
Must be a law against that.
And I've just repealed it now to reach in and... Yeah. Still dark here. Back room, perhaps, huh?
There's a light shining along the floor over there.
Yeah, that's it, then.
Hey, wait a minute. Well, look, before you open that door, you've been bulletproof lately?
No.
Joint's empty.
It's a small room. Window probably overlooks an alley. Yeah, the alley's empty, too.
You see, like I told you, everybody went bye-bye, and that's... Miss, what are you staring at?
Behind this desk? Look for yourself, John.
My name is Benny, and like I said... Oh, one of the little playmates, the lug. He got tired and lay down.
No, you haven't looked closely enough, Benny. He's lying down all right, but not because he's tired. He's dead.
Okay, so I phoned the cops like you said. They'll be very glad to drop in right away.
Good.
Find out anything?
Morton's dead. The others must have ducked out the back window. Well, there's nothing more to be discovered here, therefore...
Wait a minute. Are you leaving?
I'm afraid I am.
Yeah, but the cops are not going to be happy about that.
Well, they don't like me anyway.
My wife don't like me. That don't mean I can walk out on her.
Yes, but you see, you married your wife. I didn't marry the police.
You got something there.
Yes, good night. And give the police my love.
Good night. Sure, I'll give it. Wait a minute. Love from who?
Hello, Mr. Kempler.
Well, of course it may be an optical illusion.
Hello,
but
Simon.
all optics should have such illusions. Hello, Peggy.
I'm here.
Yes, so I noticed. Should you be here in my apartment?
Why not?
The explanation could lead to trouble.
Frightened.
Very warm for January, isn't it?
Is it?
Very warm for January. What brings you here?
Well, it's a very nice apartment.
No etchings, though.
Who cares?
Etchings? Peggy, how did you get in here?
The janitor let me in.
He did? Why?
I told him I was your sister.
I've already told him I'm an only child.
Then he's probably very confused by me.
No, he's merely having low thoughts. As a matter of fact, I might be having low thoughts, too. Except that I'm the high-minded type. What happened to your little friend?
Mr. Gregg and Morton, I don't know. They got into a terrible argument.
And you detest arguments.
Uh-huh. So I went out the back way and came right here.
Well, you shouldn't have. You missed something.
I did?
Definitely.
What did I miss, Don?
The end of the argument. Morton lost.
Oh?
The hard way. He was shot.
Why?
Not by me. He was shot dead.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Why? Did you shoot him?
Of course not, but you see, Mr. Gregg and Morton were fighting over me.
Were they?
You sound as if you don't believe me. Think you can come with fighting over?
Yes, I do.
Then why are you backing away from me?
Oh, we mustn't forget that we're brother and sister.
Simon, that's silly.
And besides, you might not be safe.
Well, what does that mean?
If Gregg and Morton were fighting over you, then obviously both of them believed you were worth fighting over. And at the moment, Morton is dead.
That frightens?
It terrifies me.
Are you a man or are you a mouse?
Well, I like cheese.
Well, then suppose we forget the whole thing. I just made a mistake about you. Which reminds me, I made another mistake.
Which one?
That cake I gave you, it didn't belong to you.
I didn't ask for it.
I know, but I was a little confused. I want the cake, please.
The cake? Oh, yes. That's the cake.
Simon, are you stalling?
No, I'm trying to remember what happened to it.
Simon, you don't have the cake with you?
Oh, you can search me, but I warn you, I'm pictured.
Simon, what happened to that cake?
I must have forgotten it in the cab.
In the cab? Simon, what kind of a cab was it?
The kind with a meter.
Oh, you... I'm going.
The temperature's dropped badly. Goodbye, Peggy.
I hope the janitor tells your wife about your sister, and I hope your wife knows you don't have a sister.
I don't have a wife, either.
Ooh, I hate you.
Hello, Peggy.
Mr. Gregg.
You're not leaving.
Well,
You're not. Come on, get back inside.
All right.
Mr. Gregg, you're no gentleman.
I beg your pardon?
You're pointing.
Is a revolver? Yes, I am.
Is that the one with which you shot Morton?
As it happens, I didn't. What's Peggy doing in your apartment?
Nothing important. You see, she's my sister.
Who are you?
Her brother.
Peggy?
His name's Simon Templar.
Templar? Saint?
Well, not really. It's only that my etchings are at the cleaner.
Sit down.
Thank you, but I...
Sit down.
If you insist. The couch?
The couch.
All right. But you won't mind if I remove the cushion. I hate cushions. Therefore, have one on me. I'm so sorry the cushion hit you in the face. Perhaps I can do even better with this. Ooh. My hand hurts.
Simon, what a beautiful right to the jaw.
Thank you. I don't like to do it very often. It's so hard on the hands, but... Well, I'd better get his gun.
I had this lamp all picked out to hit him with, Simon, so thanks for bending over.
I'm dead. Oh, all right. Ooh, Simon, the two-headed boy. Meet Peggy and see John Hopkins from the bottom.
Stop it.
Already got a ringing in my head, both my heads.
So I came in because I was
I know,
and
ringing.
Nobody was answering, and nobody was answering.
Neither of my heads were answering, that's true. But why did you come here in the first place?
Well, I am the janitor.
I wondered how long it would be before you identified yourself.
Mr. Templar, you know me.
Not in my present condition.
You're the one who's telling me how you're an only child.
So you started wondering about my sister.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose that's true, too, but she's gone.
Who?
My sister. Never mind, Peggy.
It's so?
It's so.
Oh. It's too bad.
It's not so bad.
No?
Maybe, perhaps you'd better run along, and the next time she shows up, I'll introduce
That
you.
is not why I am coming here.
Pardon my digression, but why are you coming here?
Why are you making bang-bang from this apartment?
Bang? Bang? You mean...
Like people are shooting people.
That's silly. Lots of people were hitting lots of other people on the jaw and on the head and so on.
But you are holding in your hand...
Oh, yes. I just got around to noticing it. A revolver.
A revolver makes bang-bang.
True. Well, perhaps we'd better get into the living room and... that's 20 carats. Peggy wears it, not me.
What I am smelling is something else.
Yes, gunpowder. Meaning someone's recently fired a gun here and... Oh, good Lord. Look.
Yeah?
It's Greg on the rug.
He is why I hear bang-bang.
How true. 2 bullets in his chest. He's dead.
You shoot him?
Oh, thanks for the question mark at the end of that. No, I didn't. I was knocked out. Greg was shot, and then the revolver was put in my hand. Eventually, I suppose the police were supposed to arrive, find Greg dead, the murder weapon crawling with my fingerprints, and...
It's bad, yeah?
It's not good, yeah. Dear sister.
What you do now?
I don't know. Except, of course, Peggy wanted to know who the cab driver was.
What cab driver?
The one who took the cake.
Mr. Templar, I don't...
the police. I had better not bother them.
What you going to do?
I'll find a murderer for them before they decide they've found one in me.
Well, here you are, Red Devil Cab Company. That's what you wanted, huh?
That's what I wanted. Here you are. Don't buy any yachts.
Oh, why should I? I already got one. Yeah? What can I do for you?
Are you in charge here of the garage and cab fleet?
Well, you could say that. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, actually, I'm looking for Benny, one of your cab drivers.
Benny what?
Just Benny.
Oh, him? Get out of here, mister.
Oh, I'm not joking. The license plate number of the cab he was driving was X4376.
No gags?
No gags.
Hold on a second, I'll check.
Oh, thank you.
X4343. Yeah, Benny Scott.
Is he in the garage now?
No, he's out of his cab.
Is he due in soon?
Yeah, his tour's over.
Then he's overdue.
Oh, you can't say that. He might have got a fare out to the suburbs or someplace.
Oh, someplace. Would you mind if I waited for him?
Hey, what's he done?
Oh, it's not what he's done that's important. It's what may be done to him. I've been here for more than an hour.
Yeah, Benny isn't usually this late, but... Oh, excuse me. Red Devil Cab Company, Grogan speaking. What? One of our cabs is parked in front of your driveway. Well, lady, you just tell the driver to... Huh? No driver in it? Lady, that's impossible. All right, so you live in Ocean Drive Avenue. I know it's a very nice neighborhood, so maybe number 536 is unusual nice, but... Lady, our drivers don't leave their cabs in front of driveways. It's a company rule. Good night. But how do you like that? Hey, maybe...
Benny, yeah, I've already thought of that. 536 Ocean Drive Avenue. Well, I'll go right out there, but... Oh, Grogan, could you tell me where I might be able to get a cab? 500 block and... Yes, stop now. Benny's cab is here. Hey, it looks empty. Hey, driver, hang around for a while, will you?
Okay, mister.
All right, thanks. There's no one... Oh, in the back of the cab. Hey, Benny.
It's a lie.
Well, what is?
I didn't touch a drop. Furthermore, I never drink, and besides, you... Hey, you ain't my wife?
No.
Then who hit me on the head?
A friend of yours, perhaps.
Oh, no, my friends don't go around hitting me on the head. You know, it's too soft. Wait a minute. Where's the blonde?
Well, I don't have her on me.
I'm beginning to remember now. she hailed a cab, got in, and then she started asking me about some cake.
Dear Peggy.
Told me to pull over to the curb. She kept talking about cake, and then she hit me on the head. And I don't even like cake. Mr. Templar, I don't get it.
No, but Peggy did.
Huh?
I meant the cake.
What's with the cake? Me, I'm strictly the rye bread type.
And Peggy, remembering her figure...
Oh, let us remember this for a while,
is strictly a rye crisp type. Therefore...
You're home.
She didn't want the cake to eat.
Why not?
Because you can't have your cake and eat it.
Is that supposed to mean something?
Not to you. Here, Benny. And don't buy
Thanks, I already got a yacht.
How did you know what I was going to...
I listened to the radio, too. Good evening, Mr. Templar.
What? Oh, well, do you spend much of your time lurking in vestibules?
Loads. I'm crazy about vestibules.
Well, that's nice. I'll lead you to this one.
Just a moment. That's not my elbow in your rib.
Now, don't tell me. Let me guess. It's your tibia maxima?
It's a revolver. It makes a loud noise, and it fires bullets.
Oh?
You wouldn't be happy if I shot you. Neither would I.
Well, why not take the gun out of my ribs and make us both delirious with joy?
I shall, as soon as I have my cake.
Your cake?
I am Hector Vanderpool.
Hector... The owner of the Bachelor's Friend Bakery.
How cunning of you to remember.
Well, I don't have your cake.
You might be fibbing.
I never fib. It's not cricket.
Neither is murder. But I shall murder you unless... in your apartment, if you please.
Oh, of course. Here's the foyer and
the living room.
Now, see? There's no one here.
Where are they?
Who?
We're being very naive, aren't we? The diamonds, my friend.
The diamonds?
The lovely white diamonds dear Peggy gave you.
Dear Peggy must have forgotten.
Oh, no. She gave you the cake.
So she did?
The diamonds, I'm pretending you don't know, were in that cake.
But why? Do diamonds make a cake taste better?
Where are they?
You're rapidly losing your whimsy, you know. Why are you so interested?
I arranged their theft, my good man, at great inconvenience to myself and with considerable effort. I don't intend to give them up.
Well, how did they get into that cake?
Peggy. It would appear she decided to double-cross me. Therefore, she hid the diamonds in the cake and slipped the cake to you right under Greg's and Morton's nose.
They each had a nose to themselves.
I find I'm tiring of wit. I'm beginning not to be amused.
Nor amusing.
Therefore, you will either hand over the diamonds at once
or else
die.
But
Get over to the side, Templar, near the window.
Well, I've already seen this.
Get over.
Well, if you insist.
That gets you out of the way. Now then.
You're heading for my bedroom.
No, only the door. Dear Peggy, won't you please join us?
Well, I was only...
She was only being a sister to me.
Simon, I came back to visit him, and I'm afraid I won't.
You're here because you're obviously working with Templar.
Well, that's nice work if I can get it, but...
Greg and Morton are both dead. I shall miss them, Peggy.
Well, I had nothing to do with...
I shall miss them, but I won't miss you. Where are the diamonds?
I don't know.
You have perhaps a few seconds left of life.
All right, I'll give them to you. They're here in my bag.
Get your hand out of that bag.
But the diamonds are here.
I told you.
Opportunity knocks, according to proverb. But what? Which takes care of Mr. Vanderpool. Peggy?
Oh, you shot me, Simon.
Oh.
I think I'm going to
Living room's cluttered with bodies. I must say Peggy's nicer, but... flesh wound. I think everybody's going to live for a while. Are we coming to, Vanderpool? First the revolver, yes. And then a helping hand, and you're on your feet again.
You...
I probably am, and I certainly did. However, I have the gun now.
You're going to kill me, aren't you?
Why should I?
Because then you and Peggy can keep the diamonds.
You forget the corpses, don't you, Mr. Gregg and Morton? The police are going to want a murderer for them.
Well, Peggy killed them, so...
You forget I'm being a brother to Peggy.
Look, will you please get it over with?
Now, don't rush me. You, Gregg, and Morton were jewel thieves. The bakery served as a front. The diamonds in the cake were supposed to be Gregg and Morton's share, right?
Yes, but...
Gregg and Morton are both dead. If you had the jewels, they'd all be yours now, wouldn't they?
Yes, if I had the jewels...
Peggy wasn't supposed to know anything about them. That's why you baked them into that cake.
We both know all that.
No, up until this moment, I didn't know that the jewels had been baked in the cake. Therefore, I shall not kill you.
Well, what?
Because, you see, the police are going to take care of that. There go the police and Mr. Vanderpool.
But, Simon, I just don't...
Oh, Peggy, you're adorable. You're a liar, and I don't mind explaining. Vanderpool killed Greg and Morton. How did I know? Now you're supposed to say yes, Simon. How did you know?
Yes, Simon, how did you know?
And I'm glad you asked me. I knew because Vanderpool showed up at this apartment. Now, how did he know about it? Greg and Morton had followed you from the bakery. You knew about it because I told you my name.
Yes.
But Vanderpool had no way of knowing unless secretly he was at the bakery at the time of Morton's death and here when Greg was killed.
Oh, and his motive was to keep all the jewels to himself.
True. You know, I'm hungry. Would you mind getting that cake now?
But,
where'd you hide it? In the bread box in the kitchen?
Yes.
Thank you, my love. You know, you may be under the impression that you're a crook, but you're not.
Huh?
Vanderpool knew, if you remember, that the jewels weren't in your bag before you opened it. How? Simple. He knew you didn't have the jewels. How did he know that? Simple again. He hadn't put the jewels in the cake at all.
What?
His double cross had started before your attempt at hijacking. So there are no jewels in the apartment, Peggy.
I guess I'm not a good cook after all. Okay, I'll get the cake and we can eat it.
The important question now being, is the cake any good?
And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, our friend Peggy might have done better had she chosen her friends more carefully. As a matter of fact, she might have chosen her cake more carefully, too, had she heeded the words of Margaret E. Sangster, who said, "Oh, cakes and friends we should choose with care. Not always the finest cake that's there is the best to eat, and the plainest friend is sometimes the finest one in the end." This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Written by Louis Cities. Our cast included Betty Lou Gerson, Peter Leeds, Dan O'Hurley, Larry Dobkin, and Ted Bonnell. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in Robert Lippert's production of The Baron of Arizona. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Rudd. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned for Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The one place where all men meet sooner or later is the grave. It's the place where all roads end. That small model of the barren earth which serves as paste and cover to our bones. What happens then when two old friends meet beyond the grave? When one of them has been living under the threat of death by the other? A threat from the grave? A threat made in a crowded courtroom more than 20 years ago. Our mystery drama, Deadline for Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss and stars Michael Tolan and Joseph Julian. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Say, do you know what happens this time of year?
The swallows come back to Capistrano.
Nope. The buzzards come back to Hinkley Ridge, Ohio?
No.
Bulldogs all over the world begin to shed?
Not even close.
Oh.
This, my friend, is the time of year when you can get a super little deal on the practical but elegant Buick Apollo. And just between you and me, it may very well be the best chance you'll ever have to buy a Buick.
I could have sworn this was Buzzard Day in Hinkley.
This is Dave Herman reminding you that the Jets-Raiders game over WOR radio at 3:35 this Saturday afternoon is brought to you in part by your New York, New Jersey, Fairfield County Dodge boys.
Suburban Savings in northern New Jersey would like to set you straight on savings. Straight off, Suburban offers you the highest interest allowed by law, a big 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's 7.50% savings certificates. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years. Minimum $2,500. Federal regulations allow premature withdrawals on savings certificates, provided prescribed federal penalties are adhered to. Of course, Suburban also has a whole selection of other savings plans that keep your savings headed in the right direction, straight up. Why not head straight over to your nearest Suburban savings office, conveniently located in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, Sparta, and Wayne, and let them set you straight on savings.
Was the threat Johnny Promise made some minutes ago an empty warning? Can a dead man moldering under the damp earth for 20 years doom the life of another man? Can a corpse, long dead, wreak vengeance on another human being from the immeasurable distance of another world? We're about to find out as Johnny Promise talks to his old friend, Sammy Rogers.
Sam Rogers? Answer me, Sam. It's so dark here we can't see one another, but we can hear. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Sam?
Why can't you leave me alone?
Nobody's bothering you, Sam. Nobody. Just someone to talk to is all. Old friends, old time's sake. Nothing wrong in that, is there? Is there? Nice to talk over old times. Friendly. Makes me feel good. Besides, what else is there to do in this place?
I don't want to talk, Johnny. Not again.
Oh, don't be unfriendly, Sam. Not here.
Get your kick some other way. Leave me alone. Stop torturing me. It's been finished all over for a long time.
Oh, tell me again how it was. Just one more time. Like what went wrong on our bank job? How we had it worked out so good? How some way we goofed? How the cops broke in on us and we began to run? How the big one took a shot at me and I shot back and let that cop have it right through the head? How they all started to target in on me? How I called you for help? And how you ran away? And ran and ran and ran? You did manage to save your own little neck, didn't you? Tell it to me again, Sammy.
You've heard it 1,000 times.
I know, Sam, I know. And more than anything, I love the way you tell about the courtroom. That hot summer day, 20 years ago, back in the 50s. I'll never forget that one. Especially your part. You'll never forget it either. Because as long as we're here together, I won't let you forget, Sammy. I won't let you.
Johnny Promo, also known as Johnny Promise, a jury of your peers has found you guilty of the murder of Officer Corcoran in the first degree. Are there any last words you would like to say before I pronounce sentence?
Yes, Your Honor. But it's not for the court. It's for Sam Rogers sitting over there, star witness for the prosecution. You saved your own skin, Sammy, by squealing about me to the DA. If not for you, I'd have got away with it. But you'll pay for it, Sammy boy, with your life. My name ain't Johnny Promise for nothing, kid. So keep an eye on the calendar. Count the days, one by one. Because after I get mine, I'll see to it that you get no more than a month to live.
Order!
Maybe less than a month, but not 1 minute more.
Don't look so scared, Sammy. If you live past the month, you're safe. But I got a lot of friends and a lot of dough to toss around to those friends. Today you buy loyalty like you buy lamb chops, so don't count on more than a month. And when you get yours, remember Johnny Promise let you have it. Straight from the grave. Remember the date, Sam? The date the judge named for me to burn in the electric chair?
I don't remember.
Oh, that's not true. You remember. August the 28th, 5 o'clock in the morning. Taps for Johnny Promise. A man with a code of honor. A man whose word was a thing of respect. And above everything else, your friend. Now, how could you forget that?
You won't ever let me.
And little Sammy with his big mouth made the whole thing happen, right?
Cut it out, Johnny. I don't want to hear anymore. What do you get from tormenting me like this?
Laughs. And it passes the time. We got no place to go. We're going to be here for the rest of our... let's say for a long, long time. And I like to laugh. And that story of yours is good for 1,000,000 of them. Let's have it, Sammy boy. What was it like for you after I got mine? Come on, tell it just like it happened. Tell it.
After the judge pronounced your sentence, I sat there in the courtroom like it was me he had sentenced. The cold sweat was pouring out of my body. I couldn't move. I could hardly breathe. All I could hear was your voice laughing and saying, "A month to live. 1 month to live." I knew for sure that within the month after you burned, you'd see to it somehow that I got mine. So I holed up in that scrubby hotel room, way up on the 9th floor. And for 2 whole weeks, I didn't see anyone. I wouldn't answer the phone. I wouldn't talk to anybody. I wouldn't open the door. Except for Linda. She was the only one I could trust.
It's me, Sam.
Come in quick.
Here's your dinner, Sam.
Thanks, Linda.
And today's newspaper?
September the 12th. 15 days since Johnny...
You've got to stop thinking about it.
Stop thinking about it. By 5 a.m. of the 28th, I'll be a dead man. And it could come at any time. In a week, tomorrow, in an hour.
But you've taken care, sweetie. Nobody can get at you up here. And once you get past the 28th, you're a free man. Johnny said so, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And he never broke his promise, did he?
Yeah, that's what I'm counting on. But just the same, every morning I wake up after a bad night and I hear myself talking to myself. I say, today, will it be today? Is this my last day on Earth? That's what's driving me crazy.
Sam, you've got to find things to take your mind off of it. It's only another couple of weeks. And then...
And then?
We'll go away someplace. Far away. Start a whole new life. Why don't you eat something? It'll make you feel better.
I'm not hungry. Maybe a little coffee while it's still hot.
I got the change from the 20 you gave me.
Forget it.
It's right here in my bag.
What are those?
The keys.
What keys?
To this room.
To this room?
Of course.
Where did you get them?
You gave them to me, don't you remember?
I never gave you any keys to this room. Who gave you those keys?
I told you, Sam, you did.
You lousy little liar. Where did you get those keys?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He even got to you.
Oh, Sam, how could you think that
He got to that crummy desk clerk first, didn't he? And then to you. And you had the duplicate made. Who made the payoff? I said, who made the payoff?
Sam, you're insane. Why would I ever do anything to hurt you?
Because for $500, $1,000 you'd do anything. Now get out of here, you little tramp, but fast.
Oh, you're wrong, Sam. You're wrong. I love you.
Get out.
Oh, wait, Sam. Please.
I don't need you or anybody. Get out before I kill you. It was the house phone. Not my private line with the unlisted number. Only 2 people ever knew that number. You, Johnny, and Linda. But this was from the lobby downstairs. I stood there listening to it ring. I didn't dare answer it. The sound began to bore a little hole into my brain.
finally. Yeah? Who is it?
It's me, Sam. Linda.
You? How could it be you? You just went out of the door. Where are you?
In the lobby downstairs. I'm so glad you answered.
How did you get down there so fast?
Please, Sam, listen to me. I know how you felt about those keys, but you've got to trust me.
Yeah, sure. But how did you get to the phone
You've got to get hold of yourself. Why don't you have the locks changed on your door?
Why? For what reason?
Call in a locksmith. Somebody who never heard of you, of me, of Johnny, anybody we know. Let him change the locks and give the keys only to you. One of a kind for each lock. No duplicates. Do that, Sam. Please. You know I'd never do anything to hurt you.
Yeah, sure, sweetie. That's a good idea. I don't know what got into me. What made me think that you... I'm sorry, Linda, for everything.
You call a locksmith, yes?
First thing in the morning.
I'll be seeing you, Sam.
Huh? Oh, yeah, Linda. Right. That was real tricky of you, Johnny. Leading me to suspect that Linda might be the one you'd pick to get me. After I put the phone down, an idea came to me. Hit me like a thunderbolt. Made the best sense of anything in the past couple of weeks. What was the point of living holed up like a rat? Like a sitting duck in that lousy hotel room, waiting, just waiting for you, Johnny, to make me a target for whoever you paid off to let me have it.
For once you thought Johnny Promise is going to be outsmarted, right? For once you thought Johnny Big Mouth was going to meet his match. How could you have been so dumb?
Why hadn't I thought of it before? All I had to do, Johnny, was to find out who it was you picked to put the finger on me. Once I knew who it was, I could take care of him before he ever got the chance to get to me. Pretty good thinking, Johnny, right? And I knew the first and best place to start looking. The bowling alley was one of the crowd's favorite hangouts. If your man was any place, Johnny, this was it. I noticed a couple of familiar faces. Hi, Benny. What's new? How's the wife? Hey, Tommy. Putting on a little weight, huh? Better take it easy with a beer. What do you say, Benny? How's the score? Still over 250?
Every one of them. They just walked away, didn't they? Wherever you went, the guys moved away, turned their backs on you without a word. Like you were some kind of bad news. Some kind of disease.
Went to the bar to order a drink. A beer, Joey.
You'd known Joey the bartender for years. He gave you your drink without so much as a word.
I swallowed my beer, and as I did, I spotted Little Red Mike down at the other end of the bar. I never liked him from the first time I met him.
And everybody knew he never liked you.
Something about him, his beady little eyes looked at you like a rat. I walked over to him. Without saying anything, he started to move away from me. I grabbed him by the back of the neck. Don't you walk away from me, you little louse. I know what you're up to.
Hey, let go of me. What do you think you're doing?
It's you, ain't it? You're the one. You're the one he picked to do his job.
What are you talking about? Get your hands off of me. I don't know what you're saying.
You sniveling, two-faced rat. You thought I was afraid of you, huh? I'm going to let you have it. This minute, before you get me. Johnny Promise's little stoolie. Keep your hands where they are, Mike.
Hey, you're crazy, Sam. Johnny's dead. Put that gun down. Please. I don't know what you're thinking, but you're making a big mistake. Would a smart cookie like Johnny ever pick somebody like me to do what you're thinking? Put your gun down and frisk me. Come on. If you don't believe me, frisk me, Sammy.
Okay. All right, so I made a mistake. But from now on, stay out of my way, understand?
Whatever you say. But you really ought to take it easy. Because you know as well as I do, when your time comes, you'll go. Just like everybody else.
Johnny, that's your voice coming out of Red Mike's mouth.
Meantime, we got to take care, don't we, Sammy?
What kind of crazy trick are you pulling, Johnny?
And you can count on me for the best care a feller ever had. Like they say in the cemetery, Sammy. Perpetual care. I promise.
There's a delicate little mechanism inside the heads of all of us. When you're threatened by an overpowering fear, for example, whatever or whoever is the cause of that fear turns the little machine on. And wherever you go, you see that person, hear his voice, feel his touch. Like what's happening to Sammy, right? Just how far and to what ends will the little machine drive Sam Rogers? We'll find out shortly when we return with Act 2.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
Your ShopRite supermarket has a what's for dinner idea the family will love. Choice-grade boneless beef roasts, bottom round or shoulder, just $1.29 a pound. Put a few in your freezer at this low price. Other ShopRite values this week include sweet honeydew melons, just 69 cents each. Minute Maid orange juice, Court Gardens, 3 for $1. Armour Franks, 1 pound package, 79 cents. ShopRite is also headquarters for your back-to-school shopping. So visit your ShopRite and save at ShopRite.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
WOR New York, an RKO General Station.
One of the great mysteries is time. It often happens that time seems never to move forward, when the minutes are suspended in some terrifying space and refuse to move. And then there is that silent, never-resting thing called time that rolls on, rushes along, swift as an ocean tide, on which we and the whole universe ride. For Sam Rogers, time was beginning to take on a new meaning.
The end of the month was getting closer and closer. The days were racing by. Every night I shut my eyes to try to get just a couple of hours sleep. I kept myself awake thinking.
What were you thinking, Sammy? Tell me.
That I had to find the guy you picked. The guy that was going to let me have it. I kept telling myself, get to him before he gets to you, and there'll be nothing to worry about. Sooner or later, I had to find him.
Once you made your mind up about that, you began to feel a whole lot better.
Yeah, I began to live almost a normal life again. Like the day I went to the custom shop to get fitted for a couple of new suits.
I congratulate you on your choice of materials. The silver mohair and silk will make up into a perfectly lovely suit. And so will the tweed.
And don't forget the extra padding on the shoulders.
Well, if you'll forgive me, it's the natural look this year. The real look of the 50s. No padding.
Extra padding on the shoulders.
Well, of course, as you wish.
I wish.
Certainly, sir. Now, if you'll just stand still for a moment while I drape this material over your shoulder.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Hey, let go of my arm.
Put that scissors down. Drop it, I tell you. Drop it.
All I was trying to do, sir.
I know what you were trying to do.
Well, I'm very sorry, sir. Very sorry. I assure you it won't happen again. But you see, Sammy, you got to realize it could be anybody. Anybody at all.
It was happening again. The tailor was standing there in front of me, right in the middle of a sentence. It was your voice that was coming out of him. Your words. Then there was that day in Luigi's barber shop. I hadn't been to the barber in weeks. Luigi had been my barber for 15 years. There was one guy in the world I could trust. It was him.
That's what the guy on the radio says, Sam. If we get the same kind of heat tomorrow like we had today, it's going to set some kind of record. Imagine. The end of September, 96 degrees.
Yeah, that's what they call real Indian summer.
If it don't cool off, Sam, they can give this summer back to the Indians. You understand?
I sweated out every stroke of that sharp razor. While Luigi went droning on about the weather, I held my breath, thinking, he may be my friend. He was your friend, too, Johnny. My eyes are shut. All he has to do is to let that blade slip just one little bit. Accidentally, you know.
All right, chin up a little higher, Sam. Just a little more.
And who would know the difference?
There we go. Let me just lower the chair a little, huh?
Hey, what are you doing?
Well, like always, a nice hot towel. Opens up all of the pores. When they're open, a little lotion closes them up again.
He could have let me have it right then and there while he was shaving me. But he didn't. When he wrapped that hot towel over my face, instead of it feeling good,
I suddenly got the idea that this could be it. Luigi could smother me to death. And there I sat, helpless, beneath that hot towel. I ripped it off, screaming, "You thought you had me, didn't you, huh? You and your hot towel!"
What's the matter with you?
Here's what you can do with your towel. Hey! I have to think of something better than that. Only you'll never get the chance. You've seen me here for the last time.
I don't know what you're talking about, Sam. But it won't do you no good.
Getting excited this way.
It was your voice again, Johnny.
You gotta learn to calm down. Take things easy. Listen to me, Sam. Easy does it. After all, there's only 3 more days to go. Right?
I raced all the way back to my hotel. I got to my room, I opened the door, and I slammed it shut. Oh, my lungs were bursting. I sucked in whatever air I could in big gulps. There was a sharp pain in the middle of my chest, like a knife sticking right into me. But I was safe. Nobody could get at me here. Never mind that idiotic idea of trying to find out who was supposed to put the finger on me. Just sit it out. Sit it out. Right here. Right here, I told myself. Play it safe. But when I looked around the room, I knew that I was not safe. Even here. There was a peculiar feeling about the place.
You couldn't say exactly what it was until you looked to see what time it was.
And then I saw that my little electric clock on the dresser was turned around with its face to the wall. And it was unplugged. In the bathroom, there was broken glass sitting in the sink. Somebody had been there, that's for sure. No maids. I never let the maids in. Maids or anybody else. Except Linda. Linda was right. She was right. I had to get those locks changed today without waiting another hour.
Well, yes, sir, they may cost you a little more, but you know, you got the best and safest locks American ingenuity can devise.
Well, this makes me feel a whole lot better.
Now, when you turn the key, this pin tumbler drops right down into the holes that are waiting for them.
Uh-huh.
And there you are, safe and sound. Now you should have real peace of mind.
Thank you very much.
And here are your keys, one for each lock. No duplicates, just like you ordered on the phone.
Good, that's fine.
Take my advice, sir. Change your mind. Get duplicates made.
I don't want any duplicates.
Well, it might be a lot of trouble to get them later on. Each key is made on a special machine. The formula of each key is registered.
It's the way I want it.
But supposing you lose one of them, the only way you're ever going to get in is to call me, which might be somewhat inconvenient for you. Now, suppose you got a real friendly date. You've had a fine dinner.
Why was he giving me this big song and dance about the possibility of a lost couple of keys? Why was this guy I'd never seen before? Picked the address right out of the yellow pages. Why was he so anxious for me to order duplicate keys?
And that's why I recommend you have another pair made.
I have no intention of losing these keys.
Well, no one ever wants to, but take my advice.
I don't want your advice. And suddenly it hit me. This could be the guy you picked to get me. By some crazy coincidence. Who was he anyway? Somebody I'd picked out of the phone book. And that's why he was selling me this bill of goods about duplicate keys. The whole thing was a big put-on. Here's your money. Thank you.
Well, whatever you say, you're the boss.
Now get out of here. Get out before I throw you out.
Well, if anything should happen, don't say I didn't warn you. A door you can't get into could turn out to be a matter of life and death. But maybe you're right. If someone really wants to get in there...
I don't know how you did it, but that trick with the voices was driving me up the wall.
I guess a little thing like a couple of keys is not going to stop them. We both know that, Sammy. Don't we?
I was trapped. It was bad enough the way it was before. Now with the locks changed by this strange guy, the walls began closing in on me. The room got smaller and smaller. The air I tried to breathe burned my lungs. I threw open the window and took a deep breath. But it didn't do any good. It's like a fire inside of me. If I could only get a little sleep, I would try to face what the next day might bring. After a while, I went into the bathroom.
You stepped into the shower, turned on the water, right? Hard. The spray of the shower felt good. It seemed to wash away all the crazy things you were feeling. You gave yourself a good, brisk rub down with a heavy bath towel.
Till my skin tingled and glowed from the rubbing.
You thought, I'll brush my teeth and hit the sack for a good night's rest. And then?
Then as I started to put the toothbrush into my mouth, there in the bathroom mirror, I saw something that blew my mind into little bits. The teeth I was brushing, the eyes that were watching what I did were not my teeth, not my eyes. They were not mine, Johnny. They were yours. I'll never see that face in that mirror again. And then, instead of panicking, the funniest thing happened.
Everything suddenly became clear.
For the first time in weeks, my thoughts were not confused. It all came into focus. For the first time, it got to me that I was letting the whole pattern of my life be spelled out by a dead man.
And where the day before that idea would have hit you like a wallop in the pit of your stomach, where yesterday the idea would have made you dizzy and sick, right that minute, as you looked at the mirror you just smashed, you realized it didn't have to be this way, didn't you?
It was a cinch from this point on. You'd been trying to rattle me, Johnny. But now I knew exactly what I had to do. And that was to stay just where I was, with the door locked, till the month was up.
Tell me how you caught the dateline of the newspaper that was lying on the bed. How you stared at it. How it kept moving towards you.
The print grew bigger and bigger. It exploded at me. Today was September 27th. One more day. One more day, and the month would be over. And you, Johnny, would be out of my life forever. My head began to swim with excitement. I kept telling myself, live through this one day, Sammy, get through this night, and then 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, you've got it made. What made me so absolutely 100% sure? Simple.
Johnny Promise never went back on his word, right?
Right. I made a grab for the phone.
Front desk, can I help you?
What time is it exactly?
Exactly 11:15 p.m.
You sure?
Just checked it with the radio.
I'll set my clock. It stopped. And today's the 27th?
It'll be the 28th and 3/4 of an hour at midnight. And don't forget...
Thank you very much.
By the way, the young lady just came in. She's standing here at the desk. She'd like to talk to you.
What young lady?
Oh, your young lady.
Put her on.
How are you feeling, Sam?
It couldn't be better. A couple hours more and it'll all be over. What are you doing down there in the lobby?
I thought I'd be close in case you needed anything.
Well, why don't you get us a couple of hamburgers and coffee?
Right away. See you soon. He's feeling great, he says.
Well, that's nice for a change.
He's sure that in only a few hours he'll be a free man again.
Poor guy. Why don't you tell him?
I couldn't. I don't know what he'd do if he knew. Anyway, he'd never believe me.
It might be the best way. Tell him the truth.
How could I tell him that he's a very sick man? That his whole sense of time is mixed up, confused. That he doesn't know one day from another. In the state he's in, how could I possibly tell him that Johnny Promise actually went to the electric chair almost 3 years ago?
Does one tell a dying man what he's about to meet? Or keep the secret from him? I suppose it depends on how you see death. If you look at it as a friend, you entertain it. If it comes as an enemy, you prepare to overcome it. Death has its greatest advantage when it comes as a stranger, as it may or may not be coming to Sam Rogers. We'll know the answer when we return shortly with Act 3.
When you feel like having a cold Budweiser, do you automatically reach for a glass? Well, sure, Bud's a great beer any way you drink it. But without a glass, you're really missing something. Now take that wonderful Budweiser head of foam, for instance. Those bubbles, tiny though they are, still amount to something pretty special at the top of your glass. Taste appeal and eye appeal. 2 results of exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation.
It takes a lot longer to brew Budweiser that way. But brewing beer right does make a difference that you can taste. That's why, when you say Budweiser, you've really said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Hi, Dave Herman here, reminding you that my analysis of this Saturday afternoon's Jets-Raiders game at 3:35 over WOR is brought to you in part by your local Chevron dealers.
Can't get to sleep? You're not alone. An estimated 20 million Americans occasionally suffer from some form of sleep disturbance. Just a sleeping aid may not be the answer, but there is a simple get-to-sleep system that may prove successful. Try Compose. Compose relaxes you, enables you to sleep. Don't take it as you would some sleeping aids right at bedtime. Take it earlier so you can fall asleep more naturally. Take Compose before you get ready to go to bed. Let Compose help you unwind, quiet you down. At bedtime, you fall asleep more naturally. Does it work? Judge for yourself. Take as directed. Compose is so gentle we think of it as slowly throwing the sleep switch. Unconditional money-back guarantee. Just send unused tablets to the Compose people. Try Compose early tonight. Then at bedtime, fall asleep more naturally as Compose gently throws the sleep switch. Compose. C-O-M-P-O-Z. Compose.
Well, good evening, Mystery Theater fans. This is Gene Shepard, and we're sitting here having a very friendly roundtable discussion with many of our listeners who gather nightly here at the 710 spot on the dial. And if you'd like to join our little evening gatherings, I'm on every night at, it's 9:15 now. 9:15. You write that down and make sure that you bring all the things you need to be prepared for a fantastic evening. I'm on every night from 9:15 until 10. Join our little group some night. We sit around and discuss the world and enjoy life and walk around in the weeds and just be people. 9:15 on WOR.
It has been said, a man is never less alone than when he is alone. Thoughts crowd in on him. His imagination summons up multitudes. And which is harder to bear? The fear of loneliness, or as in the case of Sam Rogers, the loneliness that comes from fear. Somewhere in a lonely graveyard, a cold wind whistles over the moonlit tombs. From a purgatory of his own making, Sam Rogers is forced by Johnny Promise for the 10,000th time to recreate the path of his downfall.
In my hotel room, I kept staring at the clock on my dresser. The hands didn't seem to move at all. They moved so slowly. And then it was midnight. Midnight at last, right on the nose. Only 5 more hours to 5 o'clock. That was when you got yours, Johnny. 5 a.m. And here I was, just 5 hours short of the deadline you'd set for me. 5 hours, 5 years. My blood went cold. Little bumps on the back of my neck. My throat scratchy and dry. I wasn't about to fall for any more of your tricks, Johnny.
Smart boy. You sat there on the bed waiting. You weren't going to answer. The knocking kept on louder and louder with more and more force. You sat so still the muscles in your back and legs began to stiffen and ache. There was a dull pounding at the base of your skull. Finally, you saw the sheet of paper come sliding under the door.
4 words written in red with what seemed to be lipstick. It's me, Linda. Open. Carefully, quietly, I got off the bed, went to the door, and I whispered, "Who is it?"
It's me. Open the door. Did you forget? The hamburgers and the coffee?
Get in, quick.
Are you all right?
Fine.
Here's your coffee. Light, the way you like it.
And no sugar?
No sugar. The rare hamburger is yours.
In less than 5 hours, Linda, we're going to leave this town for good. I never want to see it again. We'll start all over again, fresh. Maybe Alaska,
or Mexico?
Whatever you say, Sam.
We talked of our plans for the future, where we might go, what we'd do, the family we'd raise, pushing all other thoughts right out of our heads. It was exciting and beautiful. I looked at the clock again. Where had the time gone? It was 5:15. I said to Linda, you've got to leave.
Why?
When I walk out that door, I want to do it alone. You understand why?
Of course I understand.
I'll meet you in about an hour at your place.
Good night, Sam.
The next time I looked at the clock, it was a couple of minutes past 5. The time had come at last. I'd paid my dues. And I'd showed you up, Johnny Promise. For the first time, your word wasn't worth so much as one bent nickel. Mustn't take any chances. Not at this late date. 110% foolproof. Safe. Give myself every possible break. The benefit of every doubt. No chances. Give myself, half-hour cushion? Wait till 5:30 at least. And beat it out of here. Fast and forever.
And you hung on. Those last few minutes were the longest in your life, weren't they?
Finally, that big hand on the clock dropped down to the 6. It was 5:30.
A half hour past the deadline I'd set for you. So you took a deep breath and you screamed.
You lost, Johnny. You lost. Sammy outsmarted you. So rot away in your grave, bit by bit, piece by piece. Because I'm alive, Johnny, and I'm going to stay alive. But you, my friend, are dead. As dead as yesterday. 5:40, 20 minutes to 6. I turned the keys. First in one lock, then the other. I flung open the door. I ran down the hallway. Rang for the elevator. When I got to my floor, the door opened. I took one last look behind me and got into the elevator car.
But then you thought, the elevator man, can I trust him? Was he dependable? Could he possibly? No, that's all over and done with. I don't have to be afraid of anybody, not anymore. You'd had your bad dream. You were finished with waking up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. The nightmare was over. The only thing that was real was that you were alive and breathing. What happened when the car reached the lobby floor?
I rushed past the front desk out into the street. There was a chill, penetrating drizzle. It was still dark. The promise of a new day was doing its best to break through in the east. For the first time in I don't know how long, I felt able to slow down. I started walking in the direction of Linda's place. Slow, with a sure, firm step. The streets were deserted.
It figures. A Sunday morning, 5:45. Wonderful feeling, wasn't it? Like the whole city belonged to you and you alone.
That's right. The buildings took on a look of friendliness, like I'd never seen them before. The traffic lights were changing from red to green, then back from green to red, but there was no traffic. Like a ghost city, abandoned. And my own footsteps echoed behind me as I walked. Was it my imagination? I thought I heard 2 pair of footsteps following mine.
But you didn't have the guts to turn around and look back. For a minute, you thought maybe they were your own footsteps echoing down those narrow streets.
I stopped. They stopped. I started to walk. They started. I got to a corner and quickly turned into the other street. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw 2 men. It wasn't light enough to make out their faces. They weren't saying a word. They just seemed to have their minds on one thing, to keep me in their sight no matter where I went. My heart stopped. There they were, less than 50 feet behind me. Following. Sickening thought came to me. Terrifying.
Tell me about it.
It's possible, I thought. Anything is possible. Just suppose in some crazy way that I made a mistake. Suppose my clock had been wrong. I think it's 5:45, but I suppose...
Then all of a sudden you found yourself passing the jewelry shop. You looked up at the big clock that hung over the entrance.
I almost passed out with what I saw. I swallowed hard. My mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton wadding. I looked up once more to make sure.
And what did you see?
The clock said 5:15. 5:15, not 6.
Something was wrong, wasn't it? The whole thing was like crazy. How could it be? And those two faceless men were still there following you. There was a bank on the opposite corner.
I raced across to look at the clock outside the bank. I couldn't believe what I saw. That clock, too, said 5:15. Then I began running. I didn't know where. Didn't care. Those clocks, for some insane reason, were right, and I was wrong. Then I still owed you 15 minutes, Johnny. You still had 15 minutes to get me. And those two men following me. It can't be, I told myself. Those clocks are both crazy. It's 5:45. It has to be. You checked and double-checked.
And then something like a heavy sledgehammer hit you right between the eyes. Sammy, you stupid, ignorant dummy, you said to yourself. How could you be so blind? How could you have missed it? That's what the desk clerk was trying to tell you. It was the last Sunday in September. In those days, daylight savings time ended at 2 o'clock in the morning. The last Sunday in September.
Of course. And those clocks had all been turned back 1 hour. Only I forgot to turn my clock back. It is 4:45. It's 5, not 6. You crazy fool. You thick-skulled, brainless imbecile. You deserve to die.
Now we're getting to the best part, ain't we, Sammy? You began to walk, right? Slow at first, then a little faster. Finally breaking into a run. Whenever you got to a corner, you turned. When you saw an alley, you ran into it. When there was a fence, you vaulted over it. Then out into the streets again. But no matter what you did, wherever you went, those same two characters stuck to your tail. You couldn't shake them.
They stuck right behind me, always the same 50 feet away. I kept running until I thought my sides would burst. And then way off in the distance, I heard the deep-throated bongs of a church bell striking the hour. I stopped running. I waited. I counted. 3, 4, 5. Come on, 6. Come on, 6.
That was it, Sammy boy. You doubled up and fell to the pavement. You never got to the count of 6, because there wasn't any 6. You dropped right there where you were standing, right? Your body crumpled up like a little rag doll. It was all over, just like I promised. Except for one thing. One little thing. Remember, Sammy?
I remember.
Tell me how it was, Sammy.
I dropped, like you said.
And then?
The two men rushed up. One of them felt my pulse, and the other my heart.
And there was no pulse. There was no heartbeat.
I was dead.
Go on, Sam.
One of the men got up from where he'd been kneeling over my body, turned slowly to the other fella and said,
"He's dead, all right. And not a mark on him. That big newspaper delivery truck passed by. Backfired. Just backfired. And this guy drops dead. Yeah, I guess we better call the police."
So Johnny kept his word after all, didn't he? And even today, from where he is now, he keeps assuring the rest of his companions.
It's like it's my code of honor. Once I give my word, I never break it. That's why they still call me Johnny Promise. Right, Sammy?
Right, Johnny.
Oh, and, Sammy.
Yeah?
Tomorrow I want you to tell me the whole story all over again. From the very beginning. Right?
Right.
I'll be back shortly.
Excuse me, sir, but do you know what happens this time of year?
Right on, pal. I happen to know that right about now a freak blizzard falls on Dumont, New Jersey, and they're snowed in for the rest of the summer. Happens every year.
Nope. You see, what happens this time of year is that you can get a particularly good deal on what is perhaps the most luxurious mid-size car on the market, the mid-size Buick Century Regal.
Well, what good's a car when you're hopelessly snowed in?
Well, that's a point.
The Jets-Raiders game at 3:35 over WOR Radio this Saturday afternoon is brought to you in part by M&M Mars, the fun-sized candy people. And I'm Dave Herman for all the commentary throughout the game.
Feel the spirit catching on now. Feel the spirit catching on now.
There's a new spirit in the friendless skies of your land.
Mother country, catching on now.
United Airlines has a bright new look with new colors, a new symbol, and it goes deeper than that. There's a mood you can sense in our people, a spirit you can catch, the spirit of friendship service.
You can feel it growing everywhere you go.
Come share the spirit of friendship service. It's catching.
The friendly skies of your land. Your spirit catching on. United Airlines.
United has 7 non-stops to California. Call United or your travel agent.
You may recall that Johnny had promised he was going to give Sammy the best of care. Everlasting, perpetual care. Which is exactly what happened. Before he passed away, Johnny signed a contract with the cemetery to provide Sammy Rogers' grave with perpetual care. Weeds removed, flowers 4 times a year, neat and beautiful till the end of time. Always a man of his word. Our cast included Joseph Julian, Michael Tolan, June Gable, and Guy Revin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less, and by Suburban Savings, with offices throughout North Jersey. The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
I'm Fulton Lewis in the Mutual Broadcasting System studios in Washington, D.C. Now, my commentary. President Ford said today that he wants the American people to get the unvarnished truth about inflation, and they are sick and tired of having politics played with their pocketbooks. Perhaps the best indication of Ford's approach to the nation's economic problems came as he offered a spontaneous response at the opening of a White House mini-conference on inflation to an answer to an economist's suggestion that the country needs what was termed positive thinking, after Walter Hoadley of the Bank of America called for upbeat thinking. To counter a lack of confidence in the future, President Ford volunteered the opinion that Americans cannot indulge in positive thinking unless they first have the truth. Saying that he wanted the unvarnished truth on the table at the meeting, the president said that he was confident the people would respond positively if they got that truth. At the first of what are planned to be a dozen sessions leading up to a September 27th and 28th major summit conference on inflation, a consensus seemed to emerge among economic experts that a depression is unlikely to develop, but that output is apt to be flat, sluggish, or even down a bit over the next 18 months. A sizable number of conference participants representing business, finance, labor, and the academic profession, all of them professional economists, also called for a gradual easing of the Federal Reserve Board's tight money policy that has produced record-high interest rates. Many of them conservatives as well as liberals also recommended that serious consideration be given to a public service employment program in anticipation of an early rise in joblessness. Improved unemployment compensation programs also met with considerable support. At the Capitol, Senate Democrats put President Ford on notice that they are ready to keep Congress in session for the rest of the year to deal with the nation's economic problems. At the same time, their leaders said that it is up to the White House to make a specific move if any action is to be taken this year. President Ford opened the day-long meeting in the East Room of the White House today, broadcast live over public television and radio. He said our purpose is to find ways by which we, the American people, can come to grips with our economic difficulties and surmount them, declaring that people understand economics very, very well, and they are sick and tired of having politics played with their pocketbooks. The president said these meetings are not going to be empty exercises in economic rhetoric. Neither are they going to reveal any quick solutions or miracles. There is no quick fix for what ails our economy. He added, but before this conference ends, I would like to see and to have set before the American people a consistent and considered package of the most promising answers that you are able to find. Now, this.
This is Rocky Graziano. Lots of times on talk shows, I tell jokes. And sometimes I kid around when I talk about Lee Miles, the transmission champs. But transmission trouble isn't a joke, so I'm not kidding when I say you should see Lee Miles. They've been in business about 25 years. They repair, rebuild, reseal, or exchange your transmission. Lee Miles has shops all over the greater metropolitan area, and you'll find them in your yellow pages. They're the greatest, and that's no joke.
Senate Democrats advised President Ford today that they are ready to keep Congress in session for the rest of this year, if necessary, to deal with the nation's economic problems. At the same time, the Senate Democrats said that it is up to the White House to make any specific moves or suggestions regarding the economic situation, if any action is to be taken on Capitol Hill this year. Presidential Press Secretary Gerald Terhorst said that the president was delighted with the Senate Democratic Caucus's pledge to support the president and to give the highest priority to economic matters. But Terhorst reiterated the president's hope that the work can be completed without holding a lame duck session in Congress. In other words, a session after the November elections. The entire House of Representatives and a third of the Senate is going to be elected in November, but they will not take office until next January. Assistant Democratic Leader Robert Byrd said the executive branch is the action arm of the government. Democrat leader Mike Mansfield said action by the Democratic-controlled Congress alone is an impossibility. He told newsmen, if you want to get something done, you have to have the cooperation of the White House. It's as simple as that. The Democrats who met behind closed doors for nearly 2 hours today declined to endorse any specific proposals pending the president's September's economic summit conference. They asked their policy committee to consider some specific plans, urged the White House conference to consider every alternative, and made clear that they think the situation is too serious to defer action until next year, as suggested by some administration officials. The reference to every alternative would presumably mean the inclusion of wage and price controls, which Mansfield and many Democrats favor, but which President Ford has very specifically ruled out. Senator Mansfield, who previously has talked confidently of winding up the congressional session for the year by mid-October, said today, the way the economy is going, I'd say the chances are better than even that Congress will have to come back after the November 5th midterm elections. Senator Byrd, the West Virginia Democrat, noted the statement 2 days ago by William Seidman at Ford Economic Aid that new proposals this year would be impossible since Congress was planning to adjourn in mid-October. Senator Byrd said the country cannot afford to wait until next year. We want to debunk the idea that Congress is getting ready to go home and stay home because of the election. If the practice of 4 years ago is followed, Congress would take a month off beginning in mid-October and then come right back after the elections. Besides the economic situation, the House and Senate may not be able to complete work by mid-October on President Ford's nomination of Nelson Rockefeller to the vacant vice presidential post. Mansfield said again today there is no reason to assume that the Senate Rules and Administration Committee won't have the Rockefeller nomination ready for action by mid-October, but he said it will not be rushed through the Congress. The economic resolution, which Mansfield offered to the Democratic caucus, declares the Democrats stand ready to remain in session throughout the year if necessary, to cooperate with the president in meeting the grave economic problems confronting the nation. Mansfield said that he would discuss the situation with House Democratic leaders next week when the House of Representatives finally ends its Labor Day recess. Officials of 13 states may learn tomorrow whether the Justice Department considers their state lottery systems to be legal. Attorney General William Saxby and other Justice Department officials were scheduled to discuss the legal situation involving the state lotteries with governors and lottery directors that have been summoned to a Justice Department meeting. President Ford still apparently favors passage of a constitutional amendment to permit states to enact legislation on abortion, according to White House spokesman Gerald Terhorst. He said that the president is not in favor of federal laws governing abortion. The president's wife was asked at a White House news conference yesterday whether she was closer to the views of Senator James Buckley, the New York conservative, who opposes legalized abortion, or whether she leaned toward the views of Vice President-designate Nelson Rockefeller, who favors legalized abortion, or at least who favored it when he was governor of New York. Mrs. Ford replied quite candidly that she leaned definitely toward Rockefeller. Well, White House Press Secretary Terhorst said today that Mrs. Ford's reply was not a very definitive answer, and he said that the views of the president and his wife are not that far apart. Mrs. Ford's concern, he said, and the president's concern are essentially that there must be a remedy for persons when abortions become necessary because of a serious illness or criminal attack of some kind. From the Mutual Studios in Washington, I'm Fulton Lewis, and that's the top of the news as it...
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of love and hate with Cicely Tyson as your hostess. Here's a preview.
Do you really think they'll march? There must be a dozen posters in the law school quad alone saying they will.
Did you see that notice saying that a committee is meeting to stop them?
Yeah.
Do you think I should join?
If you want to.
Are you?
No.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Cicely Tyson. I'm here in the history wing of the world-renowned Burden University. There's a window in the door of this office, and I can see Jill Graham inside. Jill is 25 and very bright. Her Ph.D. thesis is entitled Correlations Between Literature of the Carolingian Renaissance and that of the French 12th century Renaissance. It's a safe, scholarly topic, one that makes the ebb and flow of historical events and human passion seem far away. However, history doesn't always wait to be read about in books. Soon something will happen right in Jill's town that will change her life forever. And that cultural force will in turn be only a phrase in a history book to another scholar. But now Jill isn't interested in history in the making. She's interested in the history of ancient civilizations. That's the course that her tutoring pupil, Donna Mardisian, is trying to pass.
Who gives a fazoozle about the Peloponnesian War? I don't know any Peloponnesians. I don't even know how to spell it.
We study the Peloponnesian War because...
I don't care. I don't care. Why bother to learn it?
So you can pass the course. That's what you're paying me for, isn't it?
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Great March, by Patricia Joyce. Our stars, Miss Joyce as Jill Graham and Shepard Mencken. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
Jill Graham is having trouble with her pupil, Donna Mardisian. It seems that Donna has a short attention span and a short temper. She's also short-sighted. She thinks it's easier to blame her frustrations on Jill than it is to buckle down and overcome her own mental blocks.
That's so lame. What?
But you think this junk matters.
It has its purpose in the curriculum.
It's really pathetic. You're so pedantic. That's all you think life's about, isn't it? Being holed up on the 5th floor of the library stacks. Getting pasty skin and bags under your eyes. Going cross-eyed reading fine print.
That's not the issue here.
Do you even have any friends?
Come on, Donna, cut it out.
What about men? Have you ever met a man who thinks Peloponnesians are a real turn-on?
Donna, lay off it. That has nothing to do with the purpose of this meeting, which is to get you to pass your class. Now, either you want to work or you don't.
I don't. I already told you that.
Then save your money. I'm leaving.
Some tutor you turned out to be.
Don't blame me if you don't want to work.
I don't know why you let Donna upset you so much.
I don't either, Ellen.
Look, Jill, it's obvious that she's a bad student. She's taking out her frustrations on you.
Is it?
Sure it is. Makes me so mad to think of you taking this jerky girl seriously.
But in a sense, she's right. I mean, I do get carried away with my work.
But that's good. I do the same thing. Helped me get where I am and helped you get where you are. That's the problem with that drip Donna. She's not willing to get into her work.
Ellen, we've known each other for what, 7 years?
Yeah.
In 7 years, I've had 2 successful relationships. One has been my friendship with you. The other has been my relationship with my history books. I've never had a successful romance.
So?
Well, I feel that's something I should have.
Should have or want to have?
Both.
Well, I don't know how true all that is. Society says a woman can't be fulfilled without romance, but your life is going to be fulfilled without that. You've got the beginning of a very important career in history.
You've got both, law school and Roger.
Well, yeah.
I just think life is really precious, and I want to know as much of it as I can. I don't know how much I'm learning about people up in the history library.
I'll tell you one thing, Jill. You know a lot more about people than Donna Mardisian does. You know not to try to hurt someone else just because you can't cope. What's wrong, Jill? You look like you just found a cockroach in your soup.
Did you see those posters in the quad?
No, unfortunately.
Gary, it reminds me of Donna Mardisian.
Why? You think Donna Mardisian's a member of the American Fascist Party? You think as soon as you're finished tutoring her, she sneaks off to a party meeting, throws on her sexy, tight-fitting stormtrooper's uniform, and writes racist slogans on ladies' room walls? Pretty logical. Seems like something Donna Mardisian might do.
Ellen, I'm serious. It's the same psychological problem. Donna was frustrated about her own problems, but rather than deal with them, she focused her anger into attacking me. Now, a lot of these American Fascist Party guys are frustrated and lonely. Their racial slurs come out of their own unhappiness.
I think you're right.
I don't want to see the American Fascist Party marching through Burdenville. We shouldn't have to deal with their hate any more than I should have to deal with Donna Mardisian insulting me.
Well,
do you really think they'll march?
There must be a dozen posters in the law school quad alone saying they will.
Did you see that notice saying that a committee is meeting to stop them?
Yeah.
Do you think I should join?
If you want to.
Are you?
No.
But you're Jewish.
Look, I don't like what they stand for, obviously, but legally they have a right to march.
Isn't it a question of humanity, not legality?
The purpose of law is to help society function in an equitable, humane way.
Don't you think that's a really pompous statement?
Probably.
I don't know. I'm going to that committee.
Then go. Help you get out of the library.
I'm not doing it for social reasons.
But you said you wanted to be around people more.
Look, I happen to think it's the right thing to do.
The right thing to do is to protect their right to free speech. My favorite Oliver Wendell Holmes quote: "What the Constitution must protect is not free thought for those who agree with us, but freedom for the thought we hate."
I had American History 239. I know what the guy said.
There's a meeting going on in the Burdenville Community Center. Its purpose is to stop the American Fascist Party from marching through town. So far, it's been a passionate meeting. People were screaming and carrying on about all the different issues. Now they've finally decided on a plan of action. The chairwoman, Rhea Arnold, stands at the podium. She breathes a sigh of relief as she raises her gavel.
That concludes today's meeting. Thank you, friends, for coming.
Excuse me. I said, excuse me? I need to get by.
Oh.
Your books are blocking my way.
Oh.
Thank you. Aren't you coming?
Oh, I guess I should.
Are you all right?
I think so. I think I am.
Are you ill? Do you need some help getting out?
No, I'm fine. The meeting just affected me a lot, that's all.
Yes. It's very unpleasant. The idea of the American Fascist Party marching here in Burdenville.
I don't understand why people have to be so hateful to each other.
Neither do I.
It's all through history. People killing other people, pretending it's ideological conflict. All it really is hate. It's instant replays of the slaughter of the Albigensian heretics. That's what it is.
Perhaps, although the slaughter of the Albigensians had as much to do with greed and lust for power as it did with hatred. It was the same in Europe during the Second World War.
What did you say?
It was the same in Europe.
Before that?
That the Albigensian crusade was caused by greed and lust for power.
The Albigensian crusade in the 13th century?
The same.
I'm a medieval historian. Are you?
No. By profession, I'm a doctor.
How did you know about the Albigensian heretics?
I like to know things.
Me too.
It's not too late. Would you like to have some pie and coffee together? I'd like to talk with you. I think that gentleman over there would like to close the hole.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, let's. That would be nice. My name is Jill Graham.
Jan Komarowitz.
Should I call you Dr. Komarowitz?
Only if you want me to look at your x-rays.
Sometimes I think I spend too much time learning and not enough with people. But they say things all work out.
That's what I was told, too. As I got older, I wondered if indeed it all works out. How's your pie?
It's good. Want some?
If you'll try mine. What is it?
You, have a tattoo on your arm.
Yes.
You were in the concentration camps?
For 5 years.
Oh.
Yes.
No wonder you feel cynical.
Oh, I'm not the only one in this town. There are many survivors here.
I was just angry that the American Fascist Party was marching. I didn't even think about what it would be like to remember the real fascists, to have gone through that.
I'm Jewish.
Oh.
Yes.
Does it bother you to talk about the camps?
Sometimes, not now. I think that now it is a bit of a release. I felt very angry during the meetings, though. Yet, it is easier to say that I've been in the camps when I'm sitting in a warm coffee shop and seeing a sympathetic face looking at me over a piece of cherry pie. It makes those 5 years seem very far away.
But they are far away.
An experience like that is never very far from one. Especially with this little reminder that the American Fascist Party has planned.
How did you do it? Survive, I mean.
Oh, I almost didn't. No one else in my family did.
I'm sorry.
I remember the day that we knew we were free.
What was it like?
For everybody, it was different. Some cried, other people ran around kissing everything. For me, I remember noticing how good everything smelled suddenly. You can't imagine how wonderful life is when you've come so close to losing it.
Jill, wait up. Hi, Ellen, where are you going?
Constitutional law. How about you?
Oh, I've been working on my thesis until my brain cells are all short-circuiting. Now I'm taking a break. I'm going over to the committee to stop the American Fascist Party march.
Jiminy, what a grandiose title. Going to a committee with a name like that will probably fry your brain even more.
Well, I figure that a change of pace will spark me up.
What are you going to do?
We're campaigning door to door to get people to support certain town ordinances that will ban the march.
What ordinances?
Oh, let's see. I was talking about this one a lot last night. They want to ban slogans or symbols like the swastika that would defame a group. I think it makes sense. Did you know that there are a lot of survivors of concentration camps here in Burdenville? I mean, what do you think it would do?
What are the other ordinances?
Oh, let's see. No marching in paramilitary uniforms like the stormtroopers' uniform. It's almost the same as the first. What's the other one? Let me think. Oh, it's, they want the American Fascist Party to post an insurance bond for any damages that might result from the march.
It'll never hold up under the First Amendment.
How can you say that?
Because it won't. Shouldn't.
You sound so confident.
Well, you know me. You know I always come off more confident than I am. I really don't know what'll happen. But I tell you, Jill, I could bore you with long legal arguments and precedents, but to me, the basic issue is, are we going to have freedom of speech or not? If we are, it's a costly freedom. I guess sometimes some people have to pay a higher price for that freedom than others.
We're not talking about textbook cases. We're talking about people. I met this doctor for coffee after the meeting, and if
you met a doctor?
No,
hey.
It's nothing like that. He's a lot older than me, and he's married. He also has a teenage daughter. He's just a nice man who wanted to talk. Anyway, he was in the concentration camps for 5 years, Ellen. He's been through so much pain. Why should he have to be insulted by those fascist idiots? Isn't there such a thing as protection from mental cruelty? Why should he have those old wounds opened up again, you know? It just doesn't seem fair.
Well, it doesn't seem fair to deny people the right to speak, does it?
No. Oh, Ellen, I don't know. It's all so confusing. All I know is that right now, I need to get over to my committee meeting. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, have a good time with your doctor.
Ellen!
Turn off the TV news and ignore events that are happening halfway around the world. Not so easy when those events are happening in your hometown. For weeks, the townspeople of Burdenville could talk of nothing but the upcoming march by the American Fascist Party.
I've been thinking about all that you've been through in the camps and everything. It makes my intellectual agonizing seem pretty foolish.
No, you mustn't say that. We each have our own struggles. And I must tell you, I have been so disappointed with myself. When I was in the camps, I said that people don't appreciate life. They don't see how precious it is. They don't realize how fully it must be used. And yet, I don't know that I have used these 30 years since the war so well.
But we all fall short of our aspirations. I think that makes life more exciting. Even when I reach one of my goals, I set up a new one. Don't you?
Yes, that's true, yes.
I hope I won't upset you if I ask you this. But, do you think that the American Fascist Party could ever be as powerful as the German Fascist Party?
Anything is possible. There is one important difference between the American fascists and the Germans. It saddens me very much. Many Germans claim they knew nothing of the Holocaust until the war was over. I think it is true that they did not know. However, the American Fascist Party is aware of all the atrocities that some of the Germans committed. And yet they still persist in wanting to be like those killers.
It's really ugly.
That's why, even with your First Amendment, freedom of speech, I think what they do is illegal.
Why?
Because the party openly advocates racism. To me, just the act of wearing the swastika is an act of identifying oneself with the Holocaust. Oh, this only saddens me. Perhaps it's better if we talk of other things. things became so very different between Trudy and me. Right around the time that she was pregnant with Ilana.
Why?
I would be lying if I told you that I understood the reasons.
Oh. Well, what happened?
I think the word arid best explains what my marriage is like.
Arid?
Yes, it's like your southwestern deserts. My marriage, well, it's strong. It's a very real force in my life, and I believe it is a force in Trudy and Ilana's life. Yet there's no passion. Nothing grows there.
Then why did you get married?
It was not always that way. I first met Trudy after the war during my burst of idealism when I really thought that the world could change and be better. Things were so good with us then, so fresh. Now we've lived together like brother and sister for almost 20 years. Yet at least I have the memory of that first tenderness to console me.
You're like me. You're too hard on yourself.
Perhaps.
Really?
How are you hard on yourself?
Oh, I'm a perfectionist, you know. So I take it really hard when something like a relationship doesn't work out.
This is not just a relationship. It's my marriage.
Jan, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't complain about my marriage. This is rare for me. Oh, it's my fault. My disappointments and expectations are so intense. I think I overemphasize. What of you? Have you a nice friendship?
Do you mean, do I have a boyfriend? No.
I can't believe this.
I get along well with women, especially my best friend Ellen, and I usually have excellent relationships with my professors and the undergrads I tutor. Except for this one girl, Donna Mardesian. But, I don't know, with men, either they aren't smart enough or they're too wishy-washy, or if they are guys I like, they don't like me.
Why is that?
I don't know.
But you're so lovely.
I think I'm insecure.
You should be very confident, a successful young woman like yourself.
Oh, knock it off. You sound like my mom. I should be this, I should be that. Well, in some things I'm a failure, you know? I mean, some things may not go the way I'd like them to. That's just the breaks for me.
You're very young.
25 isn't so young.
Is time enough?
I don't care anyway.
Yes, you do.
Not that much. It's getting dark. I better go.
I will walk you home.
You don't have to.
It's getting dark.
Well, the problem is it's the doctor I told you about, Ellen.
What doctor?
Oh, Ellen, you remember Jan Kamerowitz, the one who's on the committee to stop the march?
The one with the wife?
Right.
Terrific.
Oh, I know it's not smart, but I've been spending a lot of time with him, you know, after we finish our volunteer work and everything, just as friends. Only I've started thinking about him in a romantic way. I guess that in some way it's healthy for me. He's the first man I've known that I've felt compatible with.
What do you mean by that?
It's like being with you.
Oh, yeah?
No, only it's different because you're different people, of course, and there's the whole man-woman undercurrent with Jan. Anyway, I can be relaxed and be myself around him. And he's sensitive and intelligent enough to know what I'm saying. Sometimes I think he understands what I'm trying to get across better than I do myself.
Sounds good, Jill.
Yeah.
You gonna do anything about it?
That's just it. I don't know if there's anything to do. For all I know, he might think I'm just another mousy-haired graduate student.
Oh, I can't imagine anyone calling your hair mousy. Any more than I can imagine someone thinking of you as just another graduate student.
See, that's another thing. He's real supportive, just like you are.
He's also married.
Yeah.
With a teenage daughter.
Well, maybe my romantic feelings will all kind of blow over. Maybe. What's new with you? Enough about me.
Well, Roger's in the tax law class this quarter, so I never see him. What's happening on your committee now that the town ordinances have passed? Or do you spend all your time daydreaming about your doctor friend?
No, we have to go to court. The American Fascist Party says we're denying their freedom of speech. We're trying to raise the money to hire a really good lawyer.
I knew they would. I hope they uphold the freedom of speech.
Well, that's encouraging.
Jill, I'm a bleeding heart liberal law student. Wait until I get out in the cold, cruel world and someone from your committee offers me the case in favor of the town ordinances. I'd change my colors soon enough.
Would you? Argue the case to uphold the ordinances?
Not me. But I'd be tempted. Fascinating issue. Does free speech give someone the right to be offensive?
Does it?
Well, the danger is that if the court decides that offensive speech is illegal, then somebody has to decide what is offensive and what isn't. That's not healthy. Having someone dictate what's morally right and what's morally wrong. Too much censorship power.
I see what you mean.
You do?
Sure.
Then how come you're trying to stop the march?
Well, my gut tells me to stop them. Even if my head knows that they probably should be allowed to march.
Ah.
You know what really worries me? What if there's a riot or something? Couldn't the American Fascist Party be arrested then?
I don't think so. Not unless they incite the riot.
Why?
There's this case, Bordenella versus the city of Philadelphia. A priest was giving a ridiculously bigoted speech, and the crowd rioted. He was arrested on breach of peace, then acquitted because he didn't urge or incite the riot. It's been used as a precedent to protect civil rights workers and stuff.
Oh, boy, what a confusing mess.
Don't knock it. We lawyers need those messes to make a living.
Ellen!
Just kidding. Gee.
How's your scampi?
Fine.
So quiet?
It's really nice of you to take me out to dinner. Generous.
No, you're the one who's generous. Your friendship has given me back some of my old zest for life.
Thank you.
Please don't be offended.
At what?
My affection for you.
I didn't know.
No?
You mean affection?
I thought it was written on me. I thought you must see it.
I didn't see it.
You're angry?
Do I look angry?
No.
I really feel affection for you, too. I know you're married, but
A man may be married and be attracted to another woman. But he has responsibilities to that woman as well as his wife. If the marriage is a strong one, the other woman could perhaps be hurt. If not, the wife...
I know. I thought about that, too.
You did?
Yes. I don't know what to say, Jan. I only know that I've been a lot less lonely since we've been friends.
Cicely Tyson again, and here's the concluding act of The Great March.
I think the court of Marie de Champagne was the most fascinating thing about the 12th century Renaissance.
Oh? Why is that?
It seems to me that was the first time women as a group were considered as a real social force. Did you know that during the Middle Ages, one of the church councils actually debated whether or not women had souls?
No, I didn't.
They decided that we did.
How brilliantly perceptive of them.
We're here.
Yes,
I love talking with you.
yes, and I you.
I can always tell when you're feeling vulnerable. You say, yes, and then your eyes get all misty.
I do? Yes, I must. I find myself wanting to say yes right now.
Yes?
Yes.
I can't ask you to come in, Jan. I can't. It's not just a question of whether I care for you or not. There's too much else involved, you know?
Yes.
Good night.
Jill,
What?
whatever it is you decide, I trust you. Do what is right for you, and it will be right for me, too.
Only monks and serious students allowed. All who dare enter must keep a vow of silence. Otherwise, stay out.
Are you studying?
That and cooking split pea soup on my illegal hot plate. I hope you're not the local sheriff.
I need to talk. When will you finish?
Oh, well, come on in.
Can you spare the time?
Oh, Jill. If I read one more contract, my eyes are going to grow fur. I think I'm a masochist to study this much. What do you think?
I think I need to borrow your brilliant legal mind to help me solve a problem.
Oh, no. Not that. I can't take that. Sacrifice me to the biology lab for dissection purposes. Devour my split pea soup, leave me to starve. But please don't make me use my legal mind anymore.
Ellen.
I'm sorry. I'm just punchy from cracking the books all day.
I'll say.
Really? What's up? Want some soup?
No, thanks. It's about Jan.
Oh?
I don't know what to do. A week ago, Jan took me out to dinner and told me that he loved me.
A week ago? Why didn't you tell me?
I still thought it might blow over, I guess, or maybe I wanted to be sure of what was happening before I said anything.
So, what's happening?
I don't know what love means, really. I think that word is used to describe so many different kinds of feelings. Even, feelings that are ugly, like forcing another person to act a certain way because you love them, or fighting wars for love of country or some ideal.
Or joining the American Fascist Party for the love of your own ethnic group at the expense of the rest of humanity.
Right. Anyway, my feelings for Jan are different from anything I've ever felt for a man before. I can talk to him on an equal level. We're interested in the same things. But it's more than that. We're aware of each other's needs and what we can do to make things better for each other.
I know what you mean. I feel that way about Roger.
There are all these things in the way. I don't know if I have the strength to deal with them. And I don't even know if I should deal with them.
I don't like that word should. You know that. To me, it seems like you're worried about what society says you should do, not making up your own mind from your own personal values.
I want to make up my own mind.
But what's the problem?
Well, he's a lot older than I am, but I think I can handle that.
You do?
It's a more clear-cut thing. All I have to ask myself is, do I care enough about him to want to be with him when I'm middle-aged and he's an old man? The answer is yes.
What else?
Well, the big problem is his marriage. He's been married for 25 years to a woman named Trudy. He has a daughter, Ilana, who's just turned 19. He and Trudy really haven't been husband and wife since their daughter was born.
You really? You believe that?
Yes. Anyway, I don't think sex is the most important thing in a marriage. Jan and Trudy have other things. Oh, Ellen, it's awful. If I get involved with him, I'll hurt a woman and girl that I don't even know. People who mean a lot to Jan. But if he doesn't leave Trudy, it'll be just terrible for me. I couldn't love someone and be second.
Don't do that, Joe. Remember how I felt when I found out Barry Simpson was seeing me and Lisa Kelly? Destroyed my self-esteem.
Yeah. And then there's Jan.
He must be quite a man.
He is, but I don't know if he could handle the confusion of having a relationship with two women. He really respects Trudy. I don't know what it would do to him to hurt her or me. I just don't know.
My brilliant legal mind is hearing all these great reasons against getting involved. What are the reasons for doing it?
That was the first thing I told you. I love him.
Oh, right.
I don't know.
Seems to me, Jilly, that your feelings about this man are the same as your feelings about the march that brought you together in the first place.
The American Fascist Party March?
No, the March of History. Of course, the American Fascist Party March. You think of that as... No, wait. It's more than that. There's a conflict between your gut reaction and your mind, your heart and your head. Your heart says, I hate what the American Fascist Party stands for. I don't want them to march. Your head says, but if I stop them from marching, I may set a precedent that'll restrict freedom of speech. Am I right?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Your heart says, I love Jan Komarowitz. But your head says, if I get involved with this man, there will probably be painful repercussions for everybody concerned. Listen to me. I sound so logical, and you're over there tearing yourself to bits.
No, I see what you mean. It's a good point. If only I knew which voice to listen to.
Both. Look, if I get corny for a second, promise not to tell anybody.
Promise.
I think the mind and the heart, or emotions, or whatever you want to call it, are very precious gifts. It'd almost be going against the life force not to use them to their fullest advantage. They're both like guides, to me anyway. I listen to my heart, then I listen to my head, and eventually I know inside what I have to do.
What should I do about Jan?
I don't know, Jill. That's your decision. After all, your heart and head give you different messages than mine give me.
Hi, Jan. How are you?
Very good, very good. What is it you wanted to tell me?
A lot. First of all, I'm leaving the committee to stop the march.
Why is this?
I still don't like what the American Fascist Party stands for. But I guess I finally realized that this free speech thing is important to me, too.
Well, it's important to all of us.
Yes, but...
Ria Arnold and I have been talking. We think that we have found a solution that will satisfy most of the committee members.
What's that?
Since the town ordinances were declared unconstitutional under the First Amendment, we must allow the American Fascist Party to march.
Really? We have to?
Yes. Legally, we must. However, we think that the most effective way to protest them would be to pay them no attention, to ignore them. These overgrown bullies do not even merit a counter-demonstration.
They'll give a march and nobody will come. That's great.
So, you can still be with the committee and satisfy your conscience.
No, Jan, it's more than that. I can't stay with the committee because I can't see you anymore, at least for a while.
What of our friendship?
I feel like I've done something awful, letting my emotions get carried away with me. I should have known it would be bad to get so attached to you.
How can you say that?
Oh, I don't know. I know I can't get involved with you in a physical way. It would just hurt you and me and your family too much. I should have seen that. I should have known what I was getting into. I should have stayed in the library where I belong.
Yes.
What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, you do belong in the library. You are a brilliant scholar. But you also belong with people. You are one of the most sensitive and caring people I have ever met.
Oh, sure.
Still, I understand that it would be hard if we became more deeply involved. I believe it is a wise decision you have made. But please don't say that our friendship should not have been. You have helped to bring back my passion for life, something that I thought had died forever.
But it's painful.
What?
Getting close and breaking off.
Perhaps there is some pain mixed with the joy.
Joy?
Has it not been a joyous friendship?
Yes.
Will you be angry if I tell you something?
How do I know until you tell me?
I hope that I can take this passion for life that I have rediscovered with you and bring it back to my family.
Why?
So I can keep alive what you have brought out in me. That way, I can feel your presence even if I don't see you.
Then I hope you stay happy.
And what of me? What of me? Have I given you nothing?
Confidence. Caring for a man whom I admire. I never thought that was going to happen for me.
You will use this for me?
How?
By using the library for studying, not for hiding. By believing that there are other men who will care for you as I have. Men you will like.
I'll try.
Don't try. Do it.
Okay.
It is ironic, you know.
What?
That this march, which I hate so much, has helped to bring back the joy of life that I lost when the real fascists first came to my home.
Has it really?
My happiness after the war was a false happiness, a reaction to intense sadness. That happiness I have felt knowing you is something I have not felt since I was very little. It is a happiness that is best appreciated by people who have once felt very disillusioned. An innocent happiness. I hope you can understand a little.
A little.
Then that is enough.
Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears, Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. The Great March was written by Patricia Joyce, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your hostess was Cicely Tyson. Our stars were Patricia Joyce and Shepard Menken. Featured in the cast were Mary Jane Croft and Janet Waldo. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBR. That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight's story is a comedy with Andy Griffith as your host. Here's a preview.
A divorce? Just because I want you to have the best things in life?
Look, I know you love me, and I love you.
Talking about a divorce is no way to prove it.
But sometimes people just... loving each other isn't enough.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Andy Griffith. In a subway car, on a bench nearest the exit, sits a rather good-looking man named Steve Montgomery. Before him on the floor of the car is a large piece of granite. It's so big, in fact, that Steve has to strap it. Now, across from him, a male passenger gazes from the rock to Steve. He wants to say something. He's started several times, but Steve is staring so hard at a car card across from him that the passenger finally twists to see what Steve is looking at. It's a card advertising stamp collecting. The passenger finally finds his voice.
You collect stamps?
What?
I asked if you collected stamps.
Oh, no, I don't. But I'm thinking about it.
Uh-huh. I saw you get on this car.
Yeah. I've been visiting the breakwater.
What's that got to do with it?
Do with what?
The big rock there.
Oh, this.
Yeah, that.
It's solid granite, you know. It's amazing the stuff they put in breakwaters.
Yeah, that's more amazing who visits breakwaters.
Huh?
What are you going to do with it? I mean, the rock there.
What do you think? Mount it in a ring?
It'd be kind of heavy for that.
Maybe I should take it up again. I was a jeweler once.
So what are you now?
I'm going to carve directly into this. It's something I've always wanted to do.
Uh-huh.
A few chips, maybe. I might mount those. Do you have any idea what a stone like this is worth?
No.
And they throw it away. Use it as part of a breakwater. That's a city for you.
Yeah.
Very expensive to buy. That's why I never carved in stone before.
What have you carved in?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I've this sudden yen to become a sculptor. It's a good profession, you know.
Hey, this is my stop. Good luck, buddy.
Oh, don't they ever clean these trains?
Be careful of my rock.
Yeah, lady. Be very careful of it, because he's going to be a sculptor.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, A Very Nice Couple, by Ted Scherdeman. Our stars, Alan Young and Janet Waldo. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops.
We left Steve Montgomery in a subway train, bound for home with a large piece of granite he found on a breakwater. His wife, Connie, to whom he's been married for a year and a half, is at home in the small two-room studio apartment where she cooks with canned heat in their closet-sized kitchen and washes dishes in the bathtub. At the moment, she knows nothing about Steve bringing home the rock. She's on the phone with her friend Eileen Flanagan and gazing sourly at a plastic model airplane suspended by a string from the ceiling.
You don't understand Steve, Eileen. He has the soul of an artist.
He may have the soul for it, but he lacks the talent, Connie.
He's a very good photographer.
When he works at it, but he doesn't like it much, does he?
Like what?
Photography.
Well...
He's a dabbler. You might as well face it, Connie. You married a dabbler.
I try to encourage him to follow through on something.
Did he ever finish anything? Like his idea of writing songs?
It was jingles.
Okay, jingles.
Advertising jingles.
All right, advertising jingles. Did he finish one?
Well, yes. He had a real cute one about soap.
About what?
Soap. He called it Sudsy Wudsy.
Oh, right. So what happened? I haven't heard it on the radio.
Well, you won't either. Steve found out it's a closed deal.
What do you mean, a closed deal?
Well, the people who do such songs have the market all closed up. It's impossible for a newcomer to get in.
What do you mean?
I just mean the ad agencies go to the same songwriters all the time and make it impossible for anyone else to get an audition.
With a title like Sudsy Wudsy, I don't blame them.
What's wrong with it? You're supposed to get suds with soap.
What happened to Steve's big plan to print trading stamps?
Well, the press is still here, and the ink, and the type, and... do you have any idea of how much stuff is required before you print anything? Do you, Eileen?
And the puppets he was going to market?
Well, he finished one puppet. All except the hands and feet and costume.
And the model ships. Did Steve ever get that ship in the bottle?
Well, the threads are still sticking out of the neck of the bottle, but that's not the reason he gave up the idea.
I'm curious, Connie. What do you live on?
You're nosy, too, Eileen.
Oh, come on, sweetie. We've been friends for a long time. Tell me, what do you live on?
Well, Steve gets a check every month.
I know. $75 from a dead uncle's trust.
It's better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick.
Not much.
And I do all right as a mobile stenographer.
Listen, Connie, I can get you an introduction to an advertising agency director who'd cast you in one of his commercials right away. You have a fine and versatile voice.
Eileen, you've talked about this before.
But I just can't stand you living the way you do.
The answer is still no, Eileen.
But you have the talent for it. A lot more than Steve has.
Eileen, I hear him coming up the stairs now.
And you can't wait to see what he's brought home this time, right? Call me and let me know. Goodbye, sweetie.
Oh, dear. Just a minute, dear. I'm coming.
Oh, it's so heavy. Help me.
What? Oh, dear. What is it?
Piece of granite.
Oh.
I brought it home on the subway.
What for?
Help me get it to the apartment.
Oh, it's so heavy.
Set it down. Set it down. I think I hurt myself.
What's it for?
I think I got a hernia.
What? We can't leave it here.
Why not?
Well, people will fall over it. What's it for?
Take a walk around it. I think I ruptured myself. Those stairs are killers.
Steve.
Will you still love me if I have to wear a truss?
Will you please answer my question?
What question?
What's it for?
Well, I found it on a breakwater.
I don't care where you found it. I want to know what it's for.
Connie, do you have any idea what it costs to buy a piece of granite like this?
What's it for, Steve?
Well,
You know how I always wanted to be a sculptor.
There's a tub of clay in the bedroom that's hardened since you decided to take up pottery.
Don't change the subject.
Well, I'm asking you one more time, Steve. What is that rock for?
I'm going to carve it into something you'll be proud of.
Oh, my golly.
Of course, I have to get a hammer and some chisels first.
Steve, let me understand this. You're going to carve it?
When you're asked, you can say you're married to Steve Montgomery, the sculptor, whose latest piece is solid granite called Weeping Mary. That's a good name for it, don't you think? Well, don't you, Connie?
I think Eileen Flanagan is right.
I'll go out and buy a stonecutter's hammer and some chisels right away. I'll get started on it today. Excuse me, Granite.
Is that you, Steve?
Who else would it be? Where are you?
In the bathroom, doing the dishes.
Pretty soon now you'll have a real sink to wash them in.
Oh, anything would be better than this bathtub. Well, what have you got behind your back?
The road to riches, Connie.
I'm glad it isn't another rock.
I've decided something, Connie.
As soon as I get through, I'll help you move Weeping Mary. I've been falling over it all day.
Don't you want to see what I've got?
You can dry the plates if you want to help me.
Look. It's dead.
I don't care whether it's dead. It's a rat.
Please. The neighbors will think I'm beating you.
Get it out of here.
It's just a simple dead rat.
What are you doing with it?
It's part of my plan. Just as an experiment, of course. I am going to become a taxidermist.
A what?
A taxidermist. I've given up on the granite. I'm going to practice on this little guy. As soon as I learn to stuff animals, we'll move to Wyoming or Montana or someplace where there's big game.
Throw it away this instant.
Do you have any idea how much a good taxidermist can make? I read all about it in Scientific American.
Steve.
That's what I meant when I said we're on the road to riches, Connie.
Get rid of that thing at once.
I got to practice on something, Connie.
I will not have a dead rat in this place.
Gee, I thought you'd be pleased.
Connie Montgomery reached near the end of her rope when her husband Steve brought home the dead rat and announced he was going to become a taxidermist. The only thing that saved them was Steve's getting an assignment from a magazine to take a few pictures. Now, Connie knew he didn't like photography much, but it was the only talent he had ever demonstrated, and she was content that the magazine assignment would take him a week of his time before he brought home more pieces of granite or dead animals to the apartment already cluttered with things he had never finished. Connie had lunch with her friend Eileen Flanagan and explained.
This man, I think he said his name was Purdue Hill. Well, anyway, he phoned Steve and asked if he was interested.
And he wasn't.
Oh, but he was.
That's a switch.
Eileen, it came, Mr. Hill's phone call, right in the middle of the fight we were having about the dead rat.
Please, not while I'm eating.
You're only having coffee now.
Connie, what happened to the big rock?
Well, you know how Steve is.
I know.
He gave up the idea of being a sculptor when he found that rat in an alley.
How did he get it to your apartment?
The rat?
The rock. The rock.
Oh, on the subway. It was so heavy. I thought he'd never get it up the stairs. I helped him the last few.
Where is it now?
In our living room.
Oh, Connie. Why did you leave that slob?
Don't call Steve a slob.
I can phone Byron any time you say.
Who's Byron, Eileen?
Byron Stockwood, the advertising director I told you about.
Oh, him.
You want me to? I can call him right now.
Well, what do I have to do?
We just stand before a microphone and read what's written in your marvelous voice, and you get paid for doing it.
How much?
Well, I don't know, but I do know you can make more than you're making now as a mobile stenographer.
Shall I call and arrange an audition for you? Do I get paid for that?
Well, of course not. The audition is just to see if they can use you and where.
Shall I, Connie?
Oh, say yes.
Well, okay, Eileen.
Oh, finally. Oh, didn't you know it, Connie? Have you got a dime for the payphone?
I didn't expect it to happen so fast, Steve. I just had the audition yesterday.
What's the commercial for?
Well, I don't know, but they want me there at 10:30. Oh, I better hurry or I'll be late.
I'll go with you.
Oh, that's not necessary.
I want to, Connie.
Well, you have those photographic prints to make yet.
I said I'd go with you. Time's a-wasting. Come on.
This is the control room, Mr. Montgomery.
What happens here, Mr. Stockwood?
Well, this is our engineer, and he turns the mics on or off with those sliding gadgets, and this is the tape engineer.
Hello. Hello.
I give hand cues the actors can see through the glass there, and I talk to them through this microphone here.
Seems simple enough.
Sit down, Mr. Montgomery. Back there. I have to go to work. Everybody ready?
Ready as we're going to be.
All set.
Okay, we'll try it on for size. I'll give you a cue to begin.
What's with a hand, Byron?
I give the cues with it.
Oh.
Okay, let's hear it.
Have you tried Flush?
My cat won't use anything else.
We don't have a cat.
She meows happily when I put it in her litter box. And I just purr when I dump it. It's a remarkable, disposable kitty litter.
And where do you dispose of Flush? Down the toilet.
That's disgusting. I won't have my wife in such a commercial.
It's just scented sawdust. And...
Hold it. We're trying to rehearse a commercial, Mr. Montgomery.
I can only see two people out there.
Pick it up with, let's see, it's just scented sawdust and so on a cue from me.
Who gave the meow?
The same actor who plays the man. Okay, on a cue from me.
You mean you're using one actor to play two parts?
Yes, Mr. Montgomery. Now, if you'll please be seated.
Just a minute. You're contributing to the unemployment situation.
By doubling an actor?
Whatever you call it. You are, you know.
But even the Actors Union allows it in radio.
I don't care what they allow.
What are you, a troublemaker?
I'm against him meowing.
You're against everything. Will you please let us go on with our work here?
I'll bet you're one of the ones who turned down my soap jingle. You and your attitudes are the reason Sudsy Wudsy never got on the air.
Pass me the phone, Hal. I better call a studio cop to throw this guy out.
What's going on in here?
Connie, you're not doing this commercial. Come on, let's go.
Well, just a minute. Byron, what's the matter?
Your husband objects
Connie, are you coming or not?
No, I'm not. Go on, Byron.
He objects to the commercial, to the doubling of the meow, and... Are you getting out, or do I have to have you thrown out?
I'll leave under my own power, Mr. Stockwood. I never thought you'd stoop so low.
What have I done?
A toilet flush on the air.
It's just a sound. They use it on All in the Family all the time.
You don't have to apologize for anything, Connie.
All in the Family doesn't double actors just because they need a cat.
What's that have to do with it? This is for radio.
I don't care what it's for.
I'll call the studio police.
Never mind. I'm leaving.
Oh, this is so humiliating.
Oh, there. It's not your fault, Connie. Okay, guys, we'll tape it after lunch. There, sweet girl.
Oh, that rock. Steve, you might have left a light on. I'm home.
At 11 o'clock at night?
Oh, Byron took me to dinner after we were through.
You had to eat with him as well as work with him?
Listen, that display of yours...
I'm not through, you know, Connie. I'm seeing every newspaper editor I can tomorrow. I thought you were honest.
I am. And what are you talking about?
We don't even have a cat.
Steve began to resent Connie's carving out a new career in broadcasting, and the casting calls from Byron Stockwood's office came often. So often, in fact, that Connie began earning enough money not only to get him out of debt, but to enable him to start a savings account. But what Steve resented most were the frequent dinner dates Connie had with Byron. And what Connie resented most was Steve's constant dabbling. For instance, she returned from a taping session to find him bent over a small wooden block.
Oh, excuse me, Rock. Steve? Well, didn't you even hear me come in?
I was concentrating.
What are you doing now? I mean, what is that?
This is going to be a wood engraving.
Wood engraving?
That's different from a wood cut. A wood cut is on a plank of the wood. A wood engraving is done on the grain of the wood. This is genuine boxwood. Feel it.
Feels slick.
It is. I've stabbed my thumb 3 times. This is called a graver. That's what I stab myself with. And the sand-filled leather pad the block rests on is what all wood engravers use.
What are these called?
Well, various sizes of gravers. 2 sizes of lining tools, I think that Kirk called them. See, each one has sort of a ribbed cutting surface. And why are you home so late?
It's only a little past 9. That's not late.
Have you had dinner?
Uh-huh. What happened?
That Byron Stockwood again?
Oh, he invited me, so I went. What happened to the vinyl repair kit you were so enthused about? The one that was going to make us a fortune?
I didn't think the husband of a big radio star should go around fixing chairs in beauty shops.
I'm not a big radio star.
Or haunting used car dealers in hopes a torn vinyl roof would show up on some crock of a car.
So where's the kit?
In the corner there.
You're impossible.
Why? Just because I'm trying to make some money to support us?
Oh, you're a dabbler.
Just because I can't afford to take you out to dinner every night like Byron Stockwood?
It isn't every night.
The last week, and I've counted them, it's been 4 nights out of the 7. Where are you going?
To bed. Before I say something I may regret.
Say it. Say it.
Put a bandage on your thumb. I don't want you to bleed all over the pillow.
More wine, Connie?
No, Byron.
You sure?
Well, maybe. Just a little.
Say when.
When?
Now, what'll we drink to?
Oh, whatever you want, Byron.
To you, with whom I think I've fallen in love.
Stop it, Byron.
It's a fact, you know.
Oh, that's just the wine talking.
No, it isn't. I find myself spending my days and nights thinking about you. Only you, Connie.
Let's change the subject.
Well, I can do that. But it isn't going to alter anything.
Who did you think about before I came into your life?
My work. Only my work.
Don't you ever get tired doing the same thing over and over and over?
Sure. But it's my work. My job.
That's something.
What is?
Oh, how you think of your work. I know a man who changes his work like he changes his socks.
The man you're married to?
I don't want to talk about him.
Eileen Flanagan told me all about Steve.
I said I didn't want to talk about Steve.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
Anything but him.
You're not happy with him, Connie. And you could be with me.
What makes you so sure?
Because I give you the things you deserve. And you deserve a lot, Connie.
I better go. Thanks for a nice dinner, Byron.
Let me just pay the check. My car's outside.
No, I'd better take the subway home. See you tomorrow at the taping. Oh, that damn rock.
That you, Connie?
Yes, it's me. When are you going to move that piece of granite?
Tomorrow. I'll move it tomorrow.
Oh, always tomorrow.
I'm already in bed. You don't expect me to get up and go out there in my pajamas, do you?
Well, I don't know what to expect from you.
I've been thinking ever since I looked in the bank book. Wood engraving is too slow.
What has that got to do with the bank book?
We can afford one.
Afford one what?
An etching press.
Steve!
Do you realize how much there is to be made doing etchings? I can see it now. Street scenes of the village.
Don't go buying an etching press.
It's a lot faster than wood engraving.
I don't care how fast it is.
And I wouldn't stab myself in the thumb all the time.
I said no. I've had it with your wild schemes.
All I'm trying to do is find a way to make some money for us so you can quit working at this radio station business.
I'll never quit.
Why? Because you'll have to forego your nice little lunches and dinners with Byron Stockwood, is that it?
At least he sticks to his job.
That measly little job.
He's a vice president of a big advertising agency.
Just because I'm trying to make a good living for us. Where are you going?
I'm sleeping in the other room. Good night, you dabbler.
Oh, my precious. She's not here. Oh, that's right. She slept on the couch in the other room last night. Oh. Your boy's getting up, Connie. Want some coffee? Where is she? Connie? Connie, are you in the... No, she's not in there. What's this? First time she's ever left me a note. Let's see. Steve. She didn't say Dear Steve or Dearest Steve or nothing. Just Steve. Have gone to early taping, use the bank book, and buy the etching press. Connie. No love, no nothing. Just Connie. Etching press. Now, why would I want an etching press?
How come you're not lunching with Byron today, Connie?
I told you, Eileen, because you asked me first.
Good answer. He's crazy about you, you know.
Who?
Byron Stockwood. Who else are we talking about?
Oh,
we're certainly not talking about Steve, are we?
No.
Keeps you busy, doesn't he?
Who?
Byron.
He casts me in lots of parts.
I don't know anybody who's swept him off his feet like you have. He'd marry you in a moment if you were free.
Well, I'm not.
Why aren't you, Connie?
Look, Eileen, I'm just another radio actress who's done well for herself.
Okay.
And thanks to you, I just happened to get my start with Byron Stockwood.
What a start.
I appreciate what you did for me, Eileen.
Byron's one of the most eligible bachelors in this town, you know.
I'm not looking for an eligible bachelor, or ineligible one, for that matter.
Into his apartment yet?
No.
He's a penthouse, you know.
Eileen, can we drop the subject?
Well, I was only
I
saying.
know what you were saying. Waiter, the checks, please. Oh, excuse me, Rock. Where is it, Steve?
Oh, hi, Connie.
Where's the etching press?
Whatever gave you the idea I wanted an etching press?
You did.
Me?
Wait. When you gave up wood engraving, you said etchings were faster.
Oh, I was just making conversation, I guess.
What are you doing?
You see this? It's a mold.
A mold for what?
A toy soldier. When I finish pouring this alloy into it and let it set and paint it, it'll be a replica of one of Napoleon's soldiers.
A toy soldier?
Connie, I passed this store that was literally filled with toy soldiers, kneeling and shooting rifles, some on horseback, cavalrymen, cannoneers, you name it, they have it. Do you know what one Napoleonic soldier sells for in that store? $15.
You are going into the toy soldier business?
Sure, there's a fortune in it. People from all over the world collect toy soldiers. I bought only a dozen molds to start with. This is one lying prone. Civil War soldier, I think. As soon as the alloy in this little ladle melts, I'm going to pour. Connie, where are you going?
To get my suitcase.
Where are you going?
I don't know yet.
Did Byron Stockwood cast you in a part that takes you away from here?
No. I'm leaving you.
But why?
I've just had it, that's all. I came home all primed to congratulate you on getting an etching press, and you didn't even know what I was talking about.
Can't you take a little joke?
I'm fed up with your jokes. You're dabbling.
A guy tries to make a little money, and you call it dabbling.
What do you call flitting from one thing to the other?
I don't flit.
You don't do the thing you're equipped to do.
Like what?
Like photography.
Oh, that.
Yes, that. Well, you're no Leonardo da Vinci at it, but...
Who?
Leonardo... Oh, skip it. I'll send for the rest of my things when I know where I'll be.
Look, I'll give up the toy soldiers if that's what's bugging you. I just thought it would be a profitable business to get into.
If it isn't that, it'll be something else. No, Steve. I am leaving. I think a divorce is the only solution.
A divorce? Just because I want you to have the best things in life?
Look, I know you love me, and I love you.
Talking about a divorce is no way to prove it.
But sometimes people just... loving each other isn't enough. I don't know what I mean. Goodbye, Steve.
Andy Griffith again, and here's the concluding act of A Very Nice Couple.
You don't know how happy your news makes me, Connie.
It's not easy to walk out on a man.
But you did, and that's what's important.
I just couldn't take Steve's dabbling any longer. Did I tell you about him making toy soldiers?
Yes, you did. Now I can get you on a plane to Reno tomorrow.
And he said, Reno? Nevada?
Well, you want a quick divorce so we can be married right away, don't you?
Well, I guess so, Byron.
Where are you staying, Connie, dear?
At a hotel for women.
Silly girl. You can stay at my penthouse.
No.
Just until your plane leaves tomorrow.
No, I'll stay at the hotel.
But the place will be yours after we're married anyway.
I said no, Byron. What are you doing?
Give us a kiss, sweet girl.
No.
I said kiss me.
I don't feel like it.
Do you have a headache?
No, I don't.
Well, you kissed the man you just left, didn't you?
That was different. He was my husband.
Steve was a dabbler. You said so yourself.
Well...
Your best friend, Eileen Flanagan, said you were always complaining about your ex-husband going from this to that.
He was trying to find himself.
Are you making excuses for that bum?
No, I'm not making... And don't call Steve a bum.
What else is he if not that?
Well, look, it's one thing for me to downgrade him, but...
I love the lines in your forehead when you get angry.
But, look, you're a very attractive man, but I won't have you saying nasty things about Steve.
What am I supposed to do, invite him to be best man at our wedding?
You could do worse.
I can't imagine how. Maybe he'd show up with his tin soldiers or wood engravings or something just as ridiculous, like that big rock. You slapped me.
Excuse me. Didn't see you.
Go right ahead, young lady.
Thank you. Steve! Oh, excuse me, Rock. Steve? Steve, where are you? Yes, I'm coming.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes?
My card. I'm Purdue Hill of the Hill magazines. I'm looking for Mr. Steve Montgomery.
Oh, well, so am I, but I guess he isn't home.
I wanted to offer him a job.
Oh, come in, Mr. Hill. I'm Mrs. Montgomery.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I should have told you about that piece of granite. Are you all right, Mr. Hill?
Oh, I guess so.
Oh, here, let me help you up. You sure you're all right?
Oh, yeah. I'm fine.
We're so used to it now that, well, we call it Weeping Mary, because we fall over it once in a while, too.
It's a very unusual piece. Granite, isn't it?
My husband decided he was going to sculpt it, but...
Your husband, Steve Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And I thought he was just a photographer.
Oh, he is. A good one.
I know. That's why I came by. Very unusual.
Well, you said something about a job, Mr. Hill?
Yeah, Oh, yes. To make photos for our various magazines. A staff job. I don't suppose he'd be interested, but it's an opportunity for him to expose himself. Yeah, very unusual. Is it for sale?
What?
The granite sculpture.
Oh, that thing. Oh, I've been after him to get rid of that rock for a long time.
It's a most unusual piece of surrealistic sculpture, Mrs. Montgomery. I'd like to have it, if it's for sale.
Well, how much are you offering?
I'll say 3,000. 4? 5?
1,000?
5,000. I'll leave a check for it. As soon as it's cleared, I'll have the sculpture picked up, okay?
Oh, you mean you'd actually pay money for that?
I know the exact spot on my estate where it would show the greatest advantage. Is it a deal, Mrs. Montgomery?
Well...
And your husband could visit it any time he pleased.
Well...
Here, I'll make out the check right now. You can show it to your husband. If it's not satisfactory...
Oh, it is. I was just thinking about the job you offered.
Though it only pays $500 a week. But he could sculpt on the side. And as I said, it would be a fine exposure for him.
I ought to introduce myself. I'm Onion Tatum.
Glad to meet you. I'm Steve Montgomery. You want the onions from my martini?
No, thanks. I cannot stand them.
Just thought you might like it.
That's called a Gibson.
What is?
What you're drinking? A martini has olive in it.
Oh.
They taste the same, but a martini has olive. I love olives.
Bartender, bring 2 martinis. I am buying.
But I'm drinking beer.
Oh. And a beer for my friend.
I can't stand martinis.
Oh.
There's no reason for you to look so sad about it.
I'm not sad about you not liking martinis.
Well, then what are you sad about? Do you mind if I call you Steve?
No, it's my name, Steve. Montgomery, Steve.
And you could call me Onion.
Okay, Onion. You can have the olives from the martinis.
Steve, why are you so sad?
My wife left me.
There's nothing to be sad about. I mean, I wish mine would leave me.
She just up and walked out.
There's plenty of other fish in the sea.
Not like Connie.
Who's that, your dog?
My wife, the one who walked out on me.
Oh, yeah.
Just because I was trying to make a good living for us.
It was terrible.
A man tries first one thing, then another. She didn't understand it. She got teed off because I didn't buy an etching press.
What?
And she's always after me to move that piece of granite away from the door.
Well, your wife is what did you say her name was?
Connie.
You're better off without her. You're better off without Connie.
No, I'm not.
You mark my words, Steve. You'll be better off without her.
And I say I won't be.
And I say you will be.
You want to step outside, Onion?
Listen, if I wanted to fight, I would make mincemeat out of you.
Step outside and try.
I'd rather wait in here for the olives.
Okay, then in here. Now, get up and face the music, Onion.
You're still in love with her, ain't you?
Yes, I am. You going to get up and take your lumps?
If I do, can I still have the olives from the martinis?
It looks like it is. Oh, I've looked every place for you. What are you doing sitting on the stoop of our building, Steve?
Connie.
Oh, Steve. You've been drinking.
Connie, you're back.
And with the most wonderful news.
Oh, nothing could top the fact that you're back. Oh, Connie, darling. I thought I'd lost you.
I came back earlier, then Mr. Hill arrived, and I've been looking for you ever since.
Oh, Connie. Who's Mr. Hill?
He's made an offer of $5,000 for that piece of granite you never touched.
The check's upstairs, and that's not all. He wants to hire you as a photographer for $500 a week.
$5,000 for the rock?
He's going to put it on his estate. He said it was a most unusual piece of surrealistic sculpture.
What's that got to do with the photography?
Oh, that's why he came to the flat, to hire you. Then he saw the rock, and, oh, isn't it wonderful, darling?
Oh, it's wonderful you came back, Connie.
Oh, I'm so glad to be married to you.
Me too.
Come upstairs and I'll prove it.
You, gonna show me your etchings?
You've already seen my etchings.
I know, but I'm an art lover.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. A Very Nice Couple was written by Ted Scherdeman, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Andy Griffith. Our stars were Alan Young and Janet Waldo. Featured in the cast were Byron Kane, Gene Gillespie, Shepard Menken, Dawes Butler, and Vance Colby. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of
This is John Wherry for the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. Vicki Nagel, kindergarten teacher at Central Elementary School, has some suggestions for parents whose children will start school next year.
If a child can come to kindergarten knowing how to write his name, or at least a beginning of how to write his name, it's a big help. It would be really nice if they knew how to tie their shoes, knew how to button their coat, knew how to zip their coat, because when you get in a group, it's really helpful if they can all take care of that themselves.
Some tips for helping kids get started right in school. Listen again when WDAF and your Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools present another school note.
WDAF, Kansas City. Kansas City teachers and the school board have given overwhelming support to a contract hammered out during extensive bargaining with the federal mediator. Sunday's vote clears the way for reopening all 100 public schools today, or rather tomorrow. This is WDAF Kansas City. It's 11 o'clock.
News of the hour on the hour from American Information Radio. This is Steve Powers from New York. And at this hour, a positive reaction to the acquittal of John Mitchell and Maurice Stans extends from the defendants themselves to the White House and to Geneva. For the defendants, the reaction was predictable. They were happy. Maurice Stans.
Looking back, all I would like to say in conclusion is that even the book of Job has a very happy ending. And that's the way I feel today.
Stans had praise for the jury, and so did John Mitchell.
It was decided by 12 good American people, part of the cross-section of all of America.
Mitchell says now he's going to take a vacation and a drink. The other side, that story coming up.
You may live with it for 1,000 years, and there is still challenge. And you see, the young people are searching for the answers to life.
Organist Virgil Fox for music in our schools.
I don't think there's any way possible to have children have music too early. I think that music in the lives of the young is probably as important as the breath in their lungs or the blood in their veins. The child who is permitted to brush with music, to cope with it, to dance to it, to feel it, to express it, to make it, is a child who is always several plateaus higher. There's no doubt that beautiful music brings out the finest, and the more we have of it, the better everything else is.
Help to bring out the finest in all our children. Support music in your schools. A message from the Music Educators National Conference.
The chief prosecutor, John Wing, said he felt rotten after the jury found Mitchell and Stans innocent of all counts in the Vesco affair.
I'm disappointed in the verdict, and there's nothing else I really can say.
Are you satisfied with the government's case as you presented it and your fellow prosecutors, sir?
Absolutely.
One of the jurors agreed that Wing did present his case well. Andrew Choa tells ABC News.
An extremely skillful, brilliant job. But the jury came to the conclusion that their presentation of the case did not allow them to arrive at a verdict that was otherwise than the one that was given.
And Choa says the credibility of John Dean as a witness against Mitchell and Stans was not the deciding factor. What about Dean's credibility? Here's ABC's Vic Ratner in Washington.
Lawyers at the special prosecutor's office here were disappointed but not disheartened at the verdict in New York. They feel that the Vesco case had little connection with their major Watergate cases. They feel John Dean's testimony played only a small part at the Vesco trial. He'll play a much bigger role in future Watergate trials. The Vesco case wasn't even the special prosecutor's baby, having originated in the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York and being handled there all along. Vic Ratner, ABC News, Washington.
ABC's Jerry Landay reports that President Nixon is being described as pleased about the not guilty verdict for Mitchell and Stans and their families. We asked ABC's Ted Koppel, who's traveling with Secretary of State Henry Kissinger in Geneva, if the verdict will have an effect on Kissinger's current negotiations.
Some of the president's critics in Congress have been suggesting for several weeks now that the United States might be forced to make negotiating concessions simply because the president is in a weakened position at home. The fact that Messrs. Mitchell and Stans have now been acquitted is not, of course, going to take the heat off altogether. There is still the danger of impeachment hanging over the president, but Secretary Kissinger was clearly elated when he heard the news of the acquittal this evening and felt that his hand was somewhat strengthened as he goes in now to his first round of negotiations with Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko here in Geneva.
Correspondent Koppel said Kissinger was beaming when he heard the news that Mitchell and Stans had been acquitted in the Vesco affair. This is Information Radio News.
From the Kurt Murrah Sports Desk, Johnny Miller sank a clutch 4-foot putt to win the $200,000 Tournament of Champions today. Miller fired a final round 69 to win by a single stroke over Buddy Allen and John Mahaffey. Ferguson Jenkins notched his fifth victory in pitching the Texas Rangers to an 8-5 win over the New York Yankees for a split of their doubleheader. The Yankees won the first game 11-2. The New York Mets defeated the San Francisco Giants 6-4 for a sweep of their doubleheader. The first game also into New York by a score of 6-0. The San Diego Padres rallied for 5 runs in the bottom of the ninth to edge the Philadelphia Phillies 5-4. Steve Yeager slammed a 3-run homer to face the Los Angeles Dodgers to their 6th straight victory, a 4-0 decision over the Montreal Expos. And Cecil Cooper's leadoff homer in the 4th of the 13th inning gave the Boston Red Sox a 5-4 triumph over the Kansas City Royals. The win snapped Boston's 5-game losing streak. The Kansas City forecast, cloudy with a chance of showers or thunder showers, possibly with heavy rain for the rest of tonight and tomorrow. The low tonight in the low 60s, high tomorrow in the mid to upper 70s. Partly cloudy with a chance of showers Monday night and Tuesday. The low Monday night in the 60s, high Tuesday in the 70s. Right now, cloudy skies, south winds at 14, the humidity 87%, and our current Kansas City temperature, 64 degrees. This is Pat Ross, WDAF News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear, to the world of terrifying imagination. They say, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And perhaps it's true. But the question is, how long can that fury endure? How long can the passions burn? Well, Miss Charity Youngblood was left waiting at the church some 200 years ago, and she still isn't over it.
Sheriff's Office, Deputy Palmer speaking.
Sheriff, there's someone who wants to murder me.
Yes, sir. Your name, sir?
Well, is that important?
Yes, sir, it is.
Well, I hesitate to give you my name because you might think I'm unbalanced.
Now, why would I think that?
Because of the peculiar circumstances involved.
Why don't you let me be the judge of that?
Well, this young lady wants to kill me, and she's armed.
What's her name?
Well, I wouldn't want her to get into trouble.
What?
She doesn't look like a killer, and besides, I can't prove it. It's just that I know it.
Now, sir, calm yourself and tell me, why does she want to kill you?
Because I broke our engagement.
All right, it's possible. Now, when did you break that engagement?
Oh, about 200 years ago.
Our mystery drama, A Dream of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Hello, Ms. Goldilocks here, and welcome to my professional taste testing laboratory. Oh, Papa Bear, could you bring that case of sugar-free Diet 7-Up over here?
Another case? Miss Goldilocks, you're drinking this sugar-free Diet 7-Up like there's no tomorrow. You can't still be taste testing it.
Oh, no, Papa Bear. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up has already earned my seal of approval. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. I drink it because I love its taste. Now hurry up.
Okay, here.
This sugar-free Diet 7-Up really tastes delicious. Ladies, if you're tired of switching from one diet drink to another, take some advice from Ms. Goldilocks. Try sugar-free Diet 7-Up and you'll say, yes, this one's just right.
I'll bear witness to that, Goldie.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life and be free as the sea. Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here? I finished school, but what lies ahead? Don't want to get trapped, want to feel free instead. All over the world, there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000. That's 800-841-8000. Or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
Sometimes a few notes of an incomplete melody may steal through your head. It isn't like any tune you know, and yet you've heard it before. For no reason, a name, a noise, an aroma may evoke a dim and distant memory. A memory of a place you cannot clearly remember, but it's a place you cannot completely forget. A great poet said, "Life is a dream, and even dreams are dreams." Perhaps. But sooner or later, there must be an awakening for every dream. And for Rexford Patterson, there was the rudest awakening of all.
Hey, Patterson, wake up. Your lawyer's here.
Huh? What?
Your lawyer's here.
Lawyer? Why? What do I want a lawyer for? Where am I?
You're in a jailhouse.
Jailhouse? How did I get... I demand to see a lawyer.
Mister, no sooner said than done. He's all yours, Counselor.
All right, Sheriff, if you would leave us.
Bang on the door when you want out, Counselor.
Who are you? Why am I in here?
My name is Peter Evans. I'm an attorney. I was retained by the university on your behalf.
Why do I need a lawyer?
Why? Well, you're going to be tried for murder.
Who is?
You are.
But that's impossible.
You don't remember?
Murder?
Murder.
No.
Well, according to the sheriff, you were found unconscious on the floor of your study and she'd been shot.
Who?
Your fiancée.
Charity? I killed Charity?
No. Madeline Betty, your fiancée, Madeline Betty Powers. Who's Charity?
Charity Youngblood. She was my fiancée.
You had two of them? Look, we know you were engaged to Madeline Betty Powers. Now you say you were also engaged to a Miss Charity Youngblood?
Yes.
Well, what happened to that engagement?
I broke it.
Was the parting amicable?
No.
How did Miss Youngblood take it?
She was hurt, angry. She was violent.
What do you mean, violent?
She swore she would make me regret it. She swore she would have a revenge.
Can you prove any of this?
Oh, yes.
How?
I have it in writing.
Well, now, this may throw a new light on the case. When did you break your engagement to Miss Youngblood?
When? About 200 years ago.
Good. You see, if we can produce written evidence... When did you say you broke this engagement?
I was killed at the Battle of Monmouth in 78. And 3 years before that would be, the early spring of 1775.
Allow me to suggest the only plea that will save you. Insanity.
No, I will insist that we plead the truth.
Well, what is the truth?
Self-defense. I killed Charity Youngblood in self-defense.
All right. Look. Now, you may have killed Miss Youngblood in self-defense 200 years ago, but it's over. It's gone. It's done with. Nobody wants you for that. You're going to be tried for the murder of Madeline Betty Powers.
Exactly. Charity Youngblood is Madeline Betty Powers.
Professor Patterson.
You're my attorney. I have to tell you the truth.
But I can't believe it.
But I can prove it. Look, go to my apartment. In the middle drawer of my desk, there's a book. An old book, an old leather notebook. Bring it here. You'll see. You'll see for yourself. Proof. You read the book?
Yes. It's a diary kept by a girl named Charity Youngblood, daughter of a Connecticut gunsmith during the Revolutionary War. She was jilted by a young officer named Eli Wallington. Naturally, she was quite upset about it. But where is the proof you promised me?
I was that young officer. I was Eli Wallington.
Oh, look, Professor Patterson, if I'm to represent you, you'll simply have to tell me...
The truth. I know the truth. But I tell you the truth, and you refuse to believe me.
It's impossible to believe you.
Impossible. That's the key word. Well, today's commonplace was yesterday's impossibility. People said it was impossible to transplant a heart, impossible to walk on the moon.
You're talking about reincarnation.
Last summer, I stopped at an antique shop in central Connecticut. Heaped high on a counter was a pile of old pictures, letters, books. I picked up that little notebook, the one you're now holding. I read that name, that hand-lettered name, Charity Youngblood. And suddenly I felt as if I'd been stabbed through the heart. I knew that name. I knew that name.
Please, Professor Patterson.
No, don't tell me to be calm. Don't humor me. Just listen to me. I knew that name. I knew the girl. I knew the time. I knew the place. Here, turn to the page where she describes how he proposed to her.
Just don't see how
Just
all of...
do it.
All right. This is what you want? Monday. Eli proposed marriage to me this morning.
I read the name Eli. An electric shock ran through my system. I knew I was Eli. And the entire scene ran through my mind, exactly as she wrote it in her diary. Good morning, Charity.
Oh, it's the high and mighty Lieutenant Eli Wallington. Come to see my father? Well, that pistol of yours isn't ready.
I've come to see you, Charity. I've been foolish.
It doesn't interest me.
Charity, I love you.
Oh, yes, you love me.
Believe me.
Oh, I believe you. You love me here. You love me now. But tomorrow you'll be somewhere else. You'll see someone else. You'll love someone else.
Men are fools. We don't realize at first how important it is to have a woman who really loves us. And you love me.
Please go.
Marry me, Charity.
Eli?
We'll have the banns on Sunday and marry the week after. Now, come, close the shop. We'll go riding this morning.
But I promised Father...
Let's be together this morning. Come with me.
Oh, Eli, you're a scoundrel.
Yes, Charity. But I'm your scoundrel.
You must never forget that, Eli. Never forget that.
What are you trying to tell me, Professor Patterson?
Don't you see, as Eli Wallington, I had lived through that scene. I knew how I felt. I loved her.
How do you know you were Eli Wallington?
How do we know you're Peter Evans? You just know, that's all.
None of this is proof in a court of law.
You can read in her diary. Yes, Sunday. This morning, the banns were read in the church. But Eli never married her. Do you know why? Because Charity was right. The very next week, Eli was somewhere else. He saw someone else. He loved someone else. He never saw Charity again. And 3 years later, he was dead at Monmouth. Turn to Charity's diary. See what she wrote when she heard the news of Eli's death. Here's the evidence you need to defend me in court. Read it.
All right. Now, Friday. This morning, the Reverend Fallowfield came into the shop with news.
Charity, I am told that Eli Wallington has fallen at Monmouth. I thought you might wish to know.
Thank you, Reverend.
He died bravely for his country, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him.
I will not forgive him.
Charity.
On that Sunday, that awful Sunday, I swore I'd kill him.
But the boy is already dead.
He'll live again. I'll live again. I'll find him and kill him.
Give up this frightful hatred before it destroys you.
He won't escape.
If only I could help you, Charity.
No one can help me. And no one can help Eli. Somewhere, somehow, someday, I'll have my revenge.
And when I picked up that diary in the antique shop, Mr. Evans, I was almost frozen with terror. I knew I had come back. Why shouldn't she? But you know something? After a while, I began to laugh at myself.
Why?
Well, for the same reason you're probably laughing at me. After all, we live in the modern, rational 20th century. Every night, I'd sit alone at home and wait for Charity to come and kill me. And nothing happened.
She didn't show up.
No. And you can't maintain an emotional pitch forever. And so soon, I stopped thinking about it. And then one afternoon, I was sitting in my study. Come in, it's not locked.
Good afternoon, Professor Patterson.
Yes. Let me see, you're Miss...
Powers. Madeline Betty Powers. I'm scheduled for a conference at exactly 1500 hours.
1500 hours?
3 p.m. We use this terminology at the engineering school.
Oh, I see. You're an engineering major, Miss Powers?
Have you any objections?
Oh, no, certainly not.
Professor, I require 3 credits in the humanities for my degree. I chose your American history course.
I am flattered.
It was the only one open.
You shouldn't have said that.
Oh, I have no interest in the dead past, only in the dynamic present. How can I survive your course?
First, show up for class, occasionally. Second, don't snore too loudly at my lectures. Third, write me a term paper.
On what subject?
Oh, any subject related to the Revolutionary War.
I know what I'll do. I'll write a novel.
Miss Powers, what are you saying?
Yes, a novel. A novel about a girl.
But, Miss Powers, you asked for an easy way out. A novel is the most difficult project.
You know what gave me the idea for it, Professor? This antique pistol on your desk.
What? Broken down, rusty old relic?
It just came to me by just looking at it. I'll write about a girl whose father was a gunsmith.
What did you say?
In one of the 13 colonies, Connecticut.
But, Miss Powers, do you know anything about Connecticut during the Revolution?
No, I'll make it up. After all, it's a novel.
Have you ever been to Connecticut?
No, never in my life. Now, the girl, the heroine of my novel will be beautiful, sexy. I can see her. I can just see what she looks like. And her name, I even know her name.
What is it?
I think I have a good one. Her name
No, don't tell me. Write it down on a piece of paper. But don't let me see what you're writing.
But why?
Please do as I ask, Miss Powers.
All right.
You've written her name?
Yes, Professor.
Her name is Charity. Charity Youngblood.
Professor Patterson. How did you know?
How does he know? Funny how these things work out, no? You can never tell who you'll come back as. Devil-may-care adventurer.
He's getting any money, but he's entitled. Well, what's wrong with writing a letter saying that under the law, this man is entitled to receive $220 a month for attending school on a full-time basis. Believe it or not, he can take that letter with the little job, take it to the real estate people, and because he has an additional income of $220, although he isn't receiving it, it makes his chances of getting that apartment much better. And this is what I mean about the little things. Going beyond the duty every once in a while. Just go a little bit out of your way to help someone. That's my philosophy. To me, these are little things, but big things to that person. A big thing to that person.
At VA, we try a little harder to help.
Professor Patterson, a quiet teacher of history, is in jail, accused of killing his fiancée. He doesn't deny it. What he's desperately trying to prove is that he killed the one he had 200 years ago.
Where, Miss Powers, have you heard that name, Charity Youngblood, before?
Nowhere. I made it up.
You made it up?
Well, Charity sounds like a name a girl might have had 200 years ago. And Youngblood has a kind of colonial quality to it. Charity Youngblood. It just sort of popped into my head.
And everything just came to you, the whole idea for the novel, the heroine, her name, it all occurred to you just now?
Yes, that's right, Professor Patterson. I simply can't account for it. It has no scientific basis. But suddenly, I have feelings that I've never experienced before.
What sort of feelings?
I can't describe them. Vague ideas, hazy pictures.
Of what?
But this woman, this girl, this Charity Youngblood, she's a creature of my own imagination. I only conjured her up a few moments ago, and yet she seems to be alive.
Give it up, Miss Powers. You know, sometimes when you write fiction, the character takes over, and unless you're a skilled professional author, this can be dangerous. Just attend class, look intelligent, and you'll pass the course.
Well, Professor, that wouldn't be ethical.
Miss Powers, we'll just let that be our secret. Hello.
Professor Patterson, this is Miss Powers.
What? Miss Powers?
Madeline Betty Powers. Did I wake you? I'm sorry. I know it's midnight, but I must see you at once. Please.
Well,
It's important.
Where?
Well, I'm calling from the all-night cafeteria at the Student Union building.
I'll be there.
Oh, thank you, Professor. I had to see you, and I didn't think it would be proper for me to go to your apartment at this hour.
Well, what seems to be the problem, Miss Powers?
The story.
The story?
The story of Charity Youngblood.
Well, I thought we decided to drop it.
But that's the problem. I can't seem to get it out of my mind.
Well, I'm sure you...
It's taken over. I can't think of anything else. Well, I'm obsessed by it. This girl, Charity Youngblood. I know her so well, I sometimes think... No, you'll laugh.
No, tell me.
I sometimes think she's me.
Well, of course she's you.
What are you saying?
Well, when you write fiction, every character has to be yourself in one form or another.
No, it's more than that. It's a feeling in my bones. I seem to have an urge to do something.
What?
I don't know. But I keep writing. Now, I've written 20 pages so far, and most of the time it doesn't even seem that I'm the one who's doing the writing. I get the feeling that I'm just holding the pen, and my hand is being guided. I'd like you to read what I've written so far. Please.
Miss Powers, you've been working too hard.
No, I just feel that something is happening to me. I seem to feel I have some sort of mission.
What kind of mission?
Well, I don't know. But every day I feel it's becoming clearer. But I still have no idea of what it is.
And every day, Mr. Evans, she would hand me a chapter of her novel. And that novel will win me acquittal in court.
Why?
Because each chapter is word for word a day in Charity Youngblood's original diary. In Madeline Betty's own handwriting.
Where's that novel now?
In my desk. I did everything I could to get her to stop writing, hoping that somehow I could get her mind off it. But of course that was useless. After all, if she really was Charity Youngblood, and there was no doubt in my mind about it, nothing would stop her from finding it out. And every day she was getting closer. Not just to Charity, but to me.
Professor, I decided to give Charity a love interest. We're about to have the war, and I've created a young cavalry officer of the Connecticut Brigade. I have a name for him, Eli Wallington.
Eli Wallington?
Yes.
Miss Powers, you've already written more than enough to earn a good grade. It's already longer than the average term paper.
Oh, but I have to finish.
Why? This whole thing started as a term project.
Yes, it may have started that way, but now it's something that belongs to me, and I can't help it. I have to keep writing until...
Until?
Until something happens.
What? What is supposed to happen?
I don't know. But I'm afraid. I'm very much afraid.
I was afraid too, Mr. Evans. Afraid that at any time she would suddenly realize that she wanted to kill me.
But surely you realize...
What? You mean I had nothing to be afraid of? Suppose someone's determined to kill you, and you know it. You tell me.
You know what I think? Although it's academic now. I think you should have gone to a psychiatrist.
I did. I went to the top. I went to the head of the Department of Psychiatry at the University Hospital.
All right. Now, let us see if we can delve into the core of these hallucinations.
No, let's not, Dr. Laufer. You see, these are not hallucinations.
No.
No. These are matters of fact. I know them to be true.
You're talking about reincarnation.
Yes. And you obviously don't believe in it.
That's hardly the point. It may exist, for all I know. However, if it does, then we have no way of knowing who we were in a past lifetime.
Perhaps we had no way of knowing. Perhaps today, with heightened powers of communication, perhaps our modern scientific technology has upset certain natural balances. Whatever. The fact is, I know.
If you know, you know. What do you want me to do?
Suggest a way I can live with it.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Look, if a man was an alcoholic or a drug addict or a gambler, and he said to you, this is what's wrong with me, how do I live with it? What would you tell him?
You are oversimplifying.
I am I'll coin the word. Reincarnate. How do I live with it? Especially since my life is in danger.
Very well. Why is your life in danger?
I told you. Charity Youngblood wants her revenge. And she's here in the person of Madeline Betty Powers to exact it.
Don't you see what you must do?
No.
This is all within the framework you yourself have created. If you remove the motive, you can prevent the crime.
I still don't know what you mean.
If she wants to kill you because you jilted her, well, all you have to do is give her satisfaction.
How?
Marry her.
Marry her? Marry Madeline Betty? She's hardly my type.
You're 32 years old. You're not married. Are you going with anyone?
No. But marry her? How do I know she'll have me?
Were you once Eli Wallington?
Yes.
Was she once Charity Youngblood?
Yes.
She'll have you.
Oh, Professor Patterson, you really didn't have to take me to dinner.
Well, our conference ran late. We have to eat.
Well, I mean, to a place like this.
Well, this is a very nice place. Or so I thought.
Oh.
Would you care to dance?
Oh, no, thank you. I dance rather poorly.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Why can't you believe it?
Because you're so charming.
I don't think so. At least no one ever told me that.
But I think so.
Do you? Why?
Well, it's a subjective thing.
I lied to you just now. I said I dance poorly. The truth is, I don't dance at all.
Now, how is that possible?
Girls who don't get asked usually don't bother to learn. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that since the day I met you, I started thinking. I don't know how to describe it.
Well, what were you thinking?
Oh, crazy things. That is, for me. I suddenly wanted to write a book. Why, I'll never know. And I began thinking of a girl who lived hundreds of years ago in a place I've never heard of. I can't understand it.
Madeline Betty, maybe I can help you.
Would you, Professor Patterson?
Rex. Go on, say it. Call me Rex.
Rex.
I've also felt something since the time you walked into my study for conference. And I've been trying to analyze it. And I finally discovered what it is. It's love.
Professor Patterson.
Rex. And so I'm asking you, I hope that you will marry me.
If you're going along with what Rex believes, they're playing the scene again. Rex and Madeline Betty have now reached the point where Eli proposed to Charity. Charity said yes, but will Madeline Betty? Yes or no will be the first word you will hear when we return shortly with Act 3.
And now, another story of the ball and chain, as Kellogg's Special K presents The Library.
Welcome to the public library. May I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like to check out... I'd like to check out Famous Laundromats of the World by Audrey Schnorbart.
Sir, excuse me, but isn't that ball and chain you're wearing just like the ones they use in the Kellogg's Special K commercial?
This ball and chain?
Yes, that one. How are you going to get rid of it?
Well, you know, lots of good exercises, and by eating smart at every meal, starting with the Special K breakfast.
Don't you have to watch your calories?
Yes, and the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories.
Less than 240 calories?
Right. A 1-ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's really tasty, and it's going to help me get rid of this ball and chain. I'd say it's long overdue, get it?
Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your Better Business Bureau knows.
Listen, Lou, this fellow is at the door about the home repair, you know, and he wants me to sign the contract now. What'll I do?
You don't have to sign that contract now, madam.
You're not Lou. Who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau with some advice to help you to protect yourself. Read all the documents before you sign and take your time. He'll come back tomorrow. And incidentally, keep a copy of any form you do sign. And be sure you understand what you're signing.
Oh, thank you for telling me.
No need to thank me, madam. That's what Better Business Bureaus are for, to help protect consumers like you.
Eliminate the motive, and you prevent the crime. Excellent advice. And Rexford Patterson has taken it. He has just proposed to Madeline Betty Powers because it's the only way he can think of to keep her from killing him. And now, she looks at him and says,
Yes, Professor Patterson. Yes.
You can't agree to marry a man and call him Professor Patterson.
Rex.
I know it's sudden, Madeline Betty. We can get married after you graduate.
Oh, I'll marry you anytime you say, Rex. I love you.
I love you, too.
I fell in love with you. Must have been at first sight.
Why?
Why? Because you're handsome.
I was hoping I had other qualities.
Oh, you do. You do. But being handsome's part of it. Why did you fall in love with me?
Because you're beautiful.
Oh.
No, you don't believe it.
No, Well, I feel beautiful. You make me feel beautiful. Oh, Rex. I can't believe this is happening to me.
It's happening. It's happening to both of us.
And I'll be such a good wife for you.
What is it?
Oh, my head.
What's the matter?
Suddenly feels so light, so clear.
Well, that's good.
And different.
Different?
Yes, different.
How?
The book. You know the novel that I'm writing for the course?
Yes.
All of a sudden, I don't want to write it anymore.
Why not?
I don't know how it came into my head in the first place. Just as suddenly as it came, it's gone out.
Gone out?
That girl, Charity?
Oh, yes, Charity, the heroine of your book.
Yes, that's her name? Yes, I seem to remember. Well, she's gone from my mind, too. I simply can't understand how it happened.
Well, why bother?
Yes, that's right. Oh, why bother about anything except us? Except you and me.
So you proposed to a professor and you were accepted. She seemed happy. The Apparently you were reconciled. What was the problem?
The problem was, Mr. Evans, I didn't really love her. Just as Eli didn't really love Charity.
But within the theory you'd set up...
Don't call it a theory. It's a fact.
Oh, whatever, but this is what you had to do. You had to marry the girl.
And I tried hard. But she made it impossible. She was...
What did she do?
Nothing, really. She was just so grateful to me. You pay attention to a wallflower, and what you create for yourself is a clinging vine. A vine that can strangle and suffocate you. And besides...
Yes?
Besides, there was Susan Miller. Come in, Madeline Betty.
I'm not Madeline Betty, but I came in anyhow.
Well, how do you do?
Professor Patterson?
Yes?
I'm Susan Miller, of the English department.
You're new here.
Oh, I received my teaching appointment last week. Early American Lit.
A favorite field of mine.
Well, that's the scoop on campus. Anything early American, see Rex Patterson. I just thought we'd chat.
Fix you a drink?
A soft one.
Naturally.
Diet, if you have it. I'm watching my weight.
Why? I think it's most attractive the way it is.
Well, if you think so, I'll keep it that way. Did you know that General Burgoyne wrote a play?
Yes, it was called Maid of the Oaks.
And it was produced in New York during the Revolution.
Yes, and I'll tell you who was in the cast. And that's how it all started, Mr. Evans. Easy, relaxed, delightful. There is such a thing as love at first sight. And it was there for both of us.
But Madeline Betty...
Madeline Betty. Well, I knew I had to do something about her.
Yeah, exactly. So you killed her.
No. No, that's not the reason.
You wanted to marry Susan Miller.
It never reached that point. I mean, we didn't get that far.
But the prosecution will know about Susan Miller.
No. They don't have to. No one really knew.
No one?
No one. Except Susan, myself, and Madeline Betty.
Get it. Hello?
Hello. Is Rex, Professor Patterson there?
Oh, who's calling?
This is Susan. Miss Susan Miller.
Rex is for you, Miss Susan Miller.
Oh, thank you, Madeline. Yes, Susan?
Rex, how about a drive in the country?
I have considerable work to do.
But I thought you had nothing to do all weekend.
So did I, but, I have this research project.
I see. Did your project answer the phone?
No. No, it's nothing like that.
Well, maybe we can get together tomorrow.
Sure thing. Goodbye.
Bye.
And who is Susan Miller?
She teaches here.
I'll bet. What does she teach?
English. You could look it up in the catalog.
I'm sorry. I'm so jealous. Forgive me.
You're forgiven.
I just can't believe my good luck, that's all. Rex, you said you'd marry me any time I chose.
Well, yes.
Well, I choose now.
Now?
Well, next month. I want Mother and Dad and my sisters, and I have some cousins. I'd like to see the looks on their faces. The first Sunday next month. That's almost 4 weeks from now. Is that all right?
Well,
You haven't changed your mind, have you?
But I had changed my mind, Doctor.
I see.
I wish I knew what doctors meant when they say, I see.
Patterson, you are the one who set up the ground rules. You said she was Charity Youngblood, reincarnated to have her revenge.
I know. I know.
And using that, I suggested marriage. It was your only chance.
I realize that, but you see, I really don't believe that anymore.
You don't?
I should have listened to you when you called it an hallucination.
You agree with that now?
I think I do.
What caused this radical change?
I'm in love.
With whom?
A woman.
A woman.
Yes, a woman. Not a girl, not an immature, neurotic girl, but a woman. A woman who is beautiful, intelligent, who has everything in common with me, who has something to offer me, just as I have something to offer her.
And what of Madeline Betty or Charity Youngblood?
Charity Youngblood was an adolescent delusion.
You're hardly an adolescent.
In many respects, I was. I fell in love with the idea of Charity Youngblood, this voluptuous creature, but...
Yes.
You grow up when you meet a real woman.
As I said before, you're hardly a boy.
It takes some of us longer than others.
And Madeline Betty, what of her?
She'll have to grow up, too.
Somehow, all this, it doesn't seem fair to her.
Life itself is unfair, Doctor.
You make everything seem very neat. Somehow, I don't think you'll be able to unwrap the package as easily as you think.
But why? Why?
I told you, Madeline Betty. I told you.
You said you loved me.
I thought I did.
No.
Please, Madeline Betty, don't make this difficult for both of us.
Oh, Rex, please, marry me.
No, it wouldn't be right.
I told everyone, my parents, my sister, my friends. Oh, Rex, what can I tell them now?
Would you want us to live a lie?
I don't care. Rex, why did you do this to me?
These things happen.
You loved because I was here. You went somewhere else. You saw someone else. Now you love someone else.
What do you say?
I don't know what I'm saying.
Look, you'll find someone else, too.
I'm sorry, Rex. I've been speaking to you like a fool. You want to break our engagement?
Only because it would be best for both of us.
For whatever reason. I won't stand in your way.
Excuse me. Hello?
Rex?
Could you...
She doesn't have to call back. I'm leaving. But before I go, Rex, I'd like to have a memento of us. I'll leave you what I wrote about Charity Youngblood, and, could I have...
Anything, Madeline Betty.
That...
Anything.
Pistol, that old broken antique pistol?
Well, certainly, of course.
Well, goodbye, Eli.
What did you say?
Nothing.
What did you call me?
I called you by your name. Goodbye.
That night, Mr. Evans, she left the college. Her roommate called me and said Madeline Betty had disappeared.
Didn't you feel that perhaps you should investigate?
No. Well, to tell you the truth, I felt relieved. I thought she was embarrassed and had decided to go somewhere, and I forgot all about her.
You forgot? How could you forget?
Maybe I wanted to forget. Anyway, about a week later, I came home. It was late at night.
Good evening.
What are you doing here?
I have a key, remember?
Look, what can I do for you?
Nothing. Ask me what I can do for you.
Well, what?
I can kill you.
What do you say?
Yes. I can kill you very easily. And I'm going to.
Madeline Betty,
Who are you talking to? My name is Charity.
Charity?
Yes, Eli. Charity. Remember Charity?
No, you're Madeline Betty.
It's taken me such a long time to find you, Eli. Such a long time.
Listen to me. I'm not Eli. I'm Rex Patterson, and you're not Charity. You're Madeline Betty Towers.
Sweet talk, Eli. You always could do it, but it doesn't go with me anymore.
Look, Madeline Betty, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, I will. After I kill you.
No, you can't kill me.
I can. With this.
What are you talking about? With that rusty old antique pistol?
No, not anymore. I brought it home to Father, to Isaiah Youngblood's gun shop, and I said, Father, fix this pistol. And he did, you see. How he cleaned it and oiled it. See how it shines now.
Madeline,
Don't
Betty.
move any closer. Not one step closer. See how it sparkles. He gave it a new flammer and a fresh flint. Fitted a new flash pan and then primed it. Poured in the powder, rammed home the ball, and now it's ready to fire.
Charity, no.
Get away from me. Take your hands off.
No.
Get away
Drop
from
it.
me. Let go of me, Eli.
Charity, drop it. We struggled for the gun, and at the last second, the barrel must have turned toward her, and she pulled the trigger.
And that's your defense.
That's my defense.
You want me to plead that defense?
I want you to tell the jury exactly what happened, why it happened, and the way it happened. Show them the written proof.
You're sure that's what you want me to do?
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure because it's the truth.
Well, I hope the jury buys it.
Would you have bought Professor Patterson's story? You would. A pity you weren't on the jury. Because 12 good men and true, actually 6 of them were women, deliberated for a full week and decided that Rex would have to pay the price. Not just the price for Madeline Betty, but also, as it turned out, the price for Charity. I'll be back shortly.
This is Ray Scott for the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports. Sometimes we're accused of exaggerating the importance of a game, along with millions of Americans across the country. Well, maybe so. But one thing is sure. We certainly under-exaggerate the importance of physical fitness and sports among our children. We send our kids to the best schools we can to get the best education they can, and yet we often completely neglect their physical education. Phys ed departments are usually the first to suffer when budgets are cut. That's why we urge you to support the physical education departments in your schools and to make sure your kids are getting the kind of programs and instruction that will do them the most good. Physical fitness can help them develop into healthier adults and help them live up to their full potential. For more information, write the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports, Washington, D.C., 20201.
Can a desire for revenge span the centuries? Not a comforting thought, exactly. It's all most of us can do to hew to the straight and narrow during one lifetime. If we're going to have to pay for the sins of other incarnations and existences, well, who has the price? But there is no price for our next meeting, when we shall enjoy another suspenseful experience. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Marion Seldes, E.V. Juster, Ira Lewis, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The answer's still the same. No dog, no baby. Just be happy with these dumb plants. They're bad enough. Taking up the whole bloody windows.
I hate you.
Yeah, look, I'll let you keep them.
I hate you. I wish you were dead.
What did you say?
I said I hate you. I wish you were dead.
Did you really say... Hey, what? Hey, what's this? The bloody plants are on my neck. Hey, Barbara, they're all around me. They're choking me. I can't get them off. Hey, Barbara, they're too strong. Barbara, don't stand there. Get them off.
No.
Get the scissors. Barbara, the scissors.
I hate you. I hate you. I want you dead.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Roswell G. Flemington Model Ship Company. I'll check. Please hold. Did we fill the Benson order yet?
Benson? I just packed it. Scale model steamship complete with working boiler and drive propellers. It's going out today. COD.
Mr. Benson, your ship's been shipped. Mailed. You should get it by the end of the week. That's right. You're welcome.
Lloyd, where's the ledger from last quarter?
On the top bookshelf.
Why'd you put it all the way up there by the ceiling?
I didn't. Flemington did.
Oh, then let's move the ladder so I can get up the flying jib or whatever he calls the wall beam.
The mast. The captain insists it's the mast.
Now don't you go nautical on me, Lloyd.
Oh, I'm not. I wouldn't, believe me. Strictly his terminology.
Well, I say it's a bookshelf, and I say it's a pain in the neck.
The Roswell G. Oh, hello, Mrs. Flemington. Yes, Mr. Flemington is in, but he's taking his mid-morning nap. In his quarters. His office. Yeah, that's right, with his phone unplugged. Would you care to leave a message? Okay, I see. I'll tell him.
Here it comes!
Oh, cover your ears, boys!
Let's get with it, Conklin! A tight office is a happy office. Idle hands make for an unproductive poop deck.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing, Miss Abernathy?
Just putting on my lipstick, sir. That is, Captain.
Belay that! Extraneous activity is nothing more nor less than sloppy seamanship, in a manner of speaking. You there! Fenstmacher!
Aye, aye.
Keep an even keel, in a manner of speaking. Let's keep an even keel here, man. To all of you, bear in mind that we must, all of us, go aft, climb up the old mast, in a manner of speaking, and set our sights on a distant horizon.
Got it, sir.
A tight ship, a happy ship. Damn the torpedoes of competition. And full speed ahead.
Aye, aye, Captain.
This is Roswell G. Flemington. 220 pounds of gristle, lung tissue, and sound decibels. He is, as you may have perceived, a noisy man, one of a breed who substitute volume for substance, sound for significance, and shouting to cover up the readily apparent phenomenon that he is nothing more than an overweight and aging perennial sea scout, whose noise-making is in inverse ratio to his competence and character. But soon our would-be admiral of the fleet will embark on another voyage, this one in an uncharted and twisting course, headed for a distant port called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Sounds and Silences, starring Richard Kind, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Clear skies, visibility unlimited. And now, for something a bit more bracing. You may enter.
I forgot to tell you, sir.
Yes? What? Speak up.
I forgot to tell you that your wife called.
Oh, she did she?
Yes, a little while ago. She's on the phone again now. Would you like to take the call?
Oh, I suppose so. See how the home fires are burning.
What's that?
I said I'll plug in the extension.
Yes, sir.
Here, madam. Yes? Yes? What noise? Oh, well, it's a most excellent recording, actually. Flight sounds of aircraft leaving the carrier hoarded. No, I can't turn it down. It has to be heard at realistic levels. Speak up! What is your request? Talk? About what, pray tell? Well, then talk away. Very well, later. Of course I shall be home for dinner. Yes, of course, I'm quite sure. Goodbye.
Naval aircraft, I presume.
Someone should fire a volley at his starboard side.
Ugh, no shooting, please. My ears are ringing already.
If you ask me, I'd say Captain Bligh is a few hours away from a mutiny.
He'll have to walk the plank.
Old fat boy? Where would you find a plank big enough to hold him?
All those kamikazes they threw at us during the war, wouldn't you think just one of them would have hit him?
One of these days, all that noise is gonna come back and bite him. I just hope I'm around to see it happen.
All ashore! I'm home! Ah, Navy rum. To be followed later by a full measure of grog. But first, some easy listening on the stereo. Which album shall it be tonight? Sounds of submarine warfare, great squalls of the North Atlantic, cruising on a windjammer, engine rooms of the great destroyer. No. Wait. Here it is. Perfect!
Yes? What's that? Can you speak a little louder? What? Roswell? Roswell!
Hello, dear!
Could you turn that down just a little bit?
I beg pardon?
I say, I can't hear a thing on the telephone.
You know what that is, my dear? It's a collector's item. This is an actual recording of the battleship Missouri bombing Okinawa.
That may be, Roswell, but I can't hear who's on the phone.
Ha! Lay on, gentlemen! Let 'em know what's what. Fire at will, and by the good Lord Harry, we'll show 'em how a man's Navy treats aggression.
Who did you say is calling? Who? Just a minute. I'm afraid you'll have to call back.
Woman! What have you done?
Called a truce in the Pacific.
You've ruined the record. That, madam, constitutes an act of utter abomination and the most callous vandalism. I would remind you...
I would remind you that I live in this house, too.
That there were only 100 such recordings pressed for the collector's market, as rare can be.
Well, now there are only 99.
Absolutely irreplaceable. What you have just done is an act of wanton desecration, not unlike the defacing of John Paul Jones's statue. What are you, madam? Some kind of crazed peace fanatic?
Roswell, we've had this out before. I'm not the fanatic around here.
I must say, your meaning eludes me.
Perhaps I should use semaphore signals. This insistence on blaring noises and running a household like it was a destroyer escort on convoy duty. This combination has now become quite impossible.
Nonsense!
That's why we have to talk.
We are talking! And if I read you correctly, you have grown intolerant of my ways. In point of fact, you hold my very business in contempt.
Not your business, you. The way you run your business and this ship-shape home.
Ah, so you disapprove of the nautical decor. I'll have you know that every item is of enormous value. Enormous. From the ship's wheel at the helm.
It's not a helm, Roswell. It's a living room.
To the sails and riggings.
They're curtains made out of canvas according to your orders. Old canvas.
To the life preservers on the walls. All obtained at great expense. With profits from the self-same company that has kept you in good stead for so many years.
Well, I can't live with it anymore.
How's that?
Oh, knock it off, Roswell.
Stand down, madam.
You're a noisy, insufferable clown, but you're not stupid. I have had it up to here, and my ears have had it, and my stomach lining has had it, and whatever part of the brain that keeps a person balanced, that's had it too. In short, I have had it. I'm leaving.
By the good Lord Harry.
Departing a sinking ship, you might say. And don't tell me how sudden this is, because as you well know, we have been en route to this point for the last 20 years. I can't bear to be at sea any longer.
I am totally and absolutely astounded.
Are you now?
I am indeed. My own wife, and after 20 years.
20 years ago, I was not taken in marriage. I was piped aboard. And after 20 years, the piping has become shrill and unbearable. It has destroyed me, my nerves, and my sanity. So, at this point, Roswell, I'm leaving, in a manner of speaking, the ship's company.
So, you're deserting me?
In a manner of speaking, Roswell, you said it.
Lydia! Lydia, don't you lock me out of our own bedroom.
It wasn't locked, Roswell.
It may interest you to know, madam.
Don't shake your finger at me.
That when I was a young chap, a mere cabin boy, you might say, I had a mother who insisted that she was perpetually ill. A whiny, petulant, complaining woman similar to yourself.
Oh, this is too much.
And when I would come home from school, she made me walk tiptoe and whisper in her presence. Whisper, 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 whisper. Do you know that in our house we never had any cookies? Just soft fudge brownies, because they made less noise when you chewed them. Eat your brownie and then run upstairs, change your clothes, but keep it quiet. And I tell you, madam, I took quite enough of it. That is why I went to sea. And that is why I've spent my life in the very wholesome, healthy, quite understandable pursuit of the free and the unfettered. Strip off the cotton and the insulation, and let the sounds of the earth come in. And so now I am owner, manager, chairman of the board, and president of the Roswell G. Flemington Model Ship Company. Second to none in the field.
Whose motto is, damn the torpedoes, full steam ahead for fun and profits. I know the company, I know the president, I know the motto. And I respond, Mr. Roswell G. Flemington, with the following nautical phrase, which I have now taken to heart and will proceed to implement. The phrase is, lay aft and dump the garbage. So, in a manner of speaking, consider yourself dumped.
Sounds of a three-masted schooner in the South Pacific. Perfect. Good riddance, madam. If the truth be known, I have never liked you. I have simply suffered your presence. If there is one thing that sticks in my craw, that thing is a landlubber. So, madam, in a manner of speaking, get ashore. Do you hear me? Get ashore now! I have never, marked you, I have never in my entire life felt so free, so unencumbered, so absolutely fulfilled. In the parlance of naval language, in a manner of speaking, the situation is 4.0. My decks have finally been cleared. I intend to enjoy myself topside for the rest of the evening. And at precisely 10 bells, I shall retire to my sleeping quarters. But until then, this is my watch. At long last, I can see to the far horizon. And a life of wonderful, delightful noise. Now, where's my karaoke machine? Anchors away, my lad! Anchors away! What? 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 A leak in the cargo hold? All hands on deck. Oh, where's it coming from? The blasted bathroom sink. There. The shower. Off, I say, off! How do you turn off this wretched alarm clock? Oh, my decks seem to be, in a matter of speaking, listing a bit. Where are my Navy cut cigarettes? I must be dreaming. Go around! Pass, you imbecile! That's right! Run the red light! No noise laws in the city at all anymore. Any rattletrap is permitted on the streets. At last, my turn to make my way through the flotsam and jetsam.
Judah, pull over.
License and registration.
Certainly, officer. Happy to oblige. My duty is a civilian. Here you are.
Mr. Flemington?
Roswell G. Flemington, of the Flemington Model Ship Company. Perhaps you've heard of us. Purveyors of the finest in maritime collectibles. A Navy man, are you? Coast Guard? Merchant Marine?
Something wrong with your car?
Why, no. No, not at all, thank the good Lord Harry. Now, this boat has kept me afloat for many years now. Hydromatic V8 with overdrive. Though the engine seems to produce a most curious sound this morning. Like a motorboat every time I step on the gas. No, it's more like a tug, I should say. Like a tug hauling an ocean liner to the dock.
On your way to work, are you?
I am indeed. And if you wish to cite me for speeding, you'll have difficulty proving it in court. A great deal of difficulty. At no time have I exceeded 15 knots. Point of fact, that's an impossibility. Considering the sounds of strain emitted by this engine.
I didn't stop you for speeding, sir.
Oh, good. Well, I'll be on my way.
I stopped you because you were going so slow.
You did? Oh, I see. Well, then that's all very well, then.
Why are you driving so far under the speed limit?
Why? It's as I said. This craft obviously has a few bolts loose somewhere. I tell you, I've never heard such a racket from the engine room.
Then I'd suggest you take her into port somewhere. There's a gas station on the next block. They do repairs. But frankly, sir, the car sounded just fine to me. A real classic. You got a cherry piece of Detroit iron here. Lots of horses under the hood, huh? Anyway, try to keep up with the flow of traffic, would you, Mr. Flemington? Good day to you.
Oh, I've been here 2 years and I don't know when I'll get used to that thing.
I've been here 4 years and I've never gotten used to it.
What do you suppose happened to old Lardhead this morning?
You should count your blessings. This is the first time he's ever been late.
Wouldn't it be awesome if his car had fallen off the ferry boat with him in it?
The peak. The absolute peak.
Thus endeth the dream.
Good morning, Mr. Flem.
That's the first time he's walked in without telling me that the smoking lamp was not lit and we had to move full speed ahead toward the shores of prosperity.
Maybe he's sick.
Something incurable, like barnacles on the brain.
That's very odd. That's very, very odd. I've been here 10 years, and that's the first time he's ever looked frightened.
Something restful. Restful. Actual sounds of Hawaiian outrigger canoes. Yes. Yes. Ye gods! This record is defective! Fresh air, that's what we need. The great outdoors, the smell of salt spray in our nostrils. Blow me down. Conklin! What are you doing, man?
Me? Just pouring a glass of water from the water cooler, that's all.
Well, let's keep it quiet out here.
Yes, sir.
Now what are you doing?
Swallowing, Mr. Flemington? I was thirsty.
Quietly, I said. Quietly. Now stop gaping. Get back to work. All of you. Mr. Fenstermacher!
Begging your pardon, sir. New shoes.
What have you gotten them? Dead fish? Oh, people! This ship has to shape up. Repeat, shape up. Noise pollution hinders efficiency. Let's secure the hatches now and mind the torrent of bilge. Oh, what is going on? By the good Lord Harry, what on earth is going on? Well?
Nothing abnormal that I can see, Mr. Flemington. No excess wax, no obstruction of any kind in the inner or outer ear.
You mean no sign of infection? Nothing at all?
Not even inflammation.
Candor dictates that I tell you, Doctor, that as a ship surgeon, you're a wash. You wouldn't make cabin boy, in a manner of speaking.
I take it, Mr. Flemington, that you expected me to find something wrong with you.
I told you the symptoms, haven't I?
You have. An apparent auditory distortion.
Apparent? Shoes that sound like pipe organs played underwater? A leaky faucet sounds like barrels over Niagara Falls. And I wish you could have seen me cross 48th and 6th today. The traffic noises nearly keel-hauled me. It was considerably more than a distortion.
I don't know what to say without any outward signs.
Well, I know what to say. Now hear this, Doctor. There is obviously something askew in my crow's nest, in a manner of speaking. Now, will you prescribe the appropriate medication for my affliction, or do you force me to seek safe harbor elsewhere?
Frankly, Mr. Flemington, I think consulting another physician might be a practical idea. Extremely practical.
Very well, then. But if you had a modicum of professional ethics, you would have given me this advice before going through the motions of a perfunctory examination. As it is, I'll now be done for your bill as well as another ear specialist's.
Mr. Flemington, I wasn't going to recommend another ear specialist. I had in mind, perhaps some psychiatric help.
A psychiatrist, huh? I will make a presumption that you are being humorous. It is that charitable outlook that saves your being called to account, sir.
The soundest recommendation I can make under the circumstances.
I can assure you, Doctor, and I use the term loosely, that there are few people today on land or sea who are as sane as I am. I bid you good day.
Good day to you, and good luck.
Oh, what is that hideous sound?
I'm merely making a few notes on your chart, see? Nothing to be afraid of. An ordinary number 2 pencil, that's all.
Oh!
Do you have to be so piercing with that rose?
Sorry, Mama.
Well, you've done a beautiful job setting the table.
You can sit down now, Mama.
Oh, you're a good girl, Rosie. You know I'd cook Thanksgiving dinner if I could, but with my allergies and my arthritis and my bursitis and my ear infection, not to mention my spastic colon, well, it's all I can do to make it downstairs.
I know, Mama.
You may call your brother now.
Roswell!
Not so loud, dear.
I'm sorry.
Roswell, would you please not ride your pogo stick in the house?
All right. No running. You know what Mama said. Okay.
Roswell?
Yes, ma'am?
Are you wearing shoes?
Uh-huh.
Roswell?
Okay.
Carefully.
All right.
Now take your seat, Roswell. You too, Rose. Who'd like to say grace?
I will.
Go ahead.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this food that my sister has set before us, and especially the pie, which I hope she'd remember to make for dessert.
A silent prayer, Roswell.
Oh, yeah.
Pass the mashed potatoes, please.
Yes, Mama.
And the cranberry sauce, and the yams, and the creamed corn, and the creamed spinach, and the tofu.
Can I card the turkey?
Oh, there's no need. This year we boiled it till it's so tender it slides right off the bone. So much nicer without all that hacking and sawing. Doesn't it look scrumptious?
Yeah. Here, have a roll, Roswell. Thanks. Hey, how come it's so soft?
Rosie only put them in the oven for a minute so they wouldn't be too crunchy. Easier on the nerves.
Did you make the pie? Tapioca, but there's lots of whipped cream. Grab hold. What's that? A wishbone. Grab hold and pull. I don't know. Go on.
What are you children doing? And what's that in your hand? Oh, my heart. You gave me such a fright. I'd better lie down.
But we got her good with the wishbone. Oh, didn't we? She thought she'd been shot with a harpoon.
And you enjoyed that?
Haha. It was the best Thanksgiving ever. Oh, the rules she had. Did I mention that we only used paper plates and plastic forks after that?
See.
Out with the pogo stick. I padded around in socks from the moment I got home from school. The radio was permitted only with headphones. The telephone had no ring, just a little red light. My toothbrush, soft bristles. No toast, only soft-boiled eggs. No ice cubes in the refrigerator, not even chunky peanut butter. And all my school books had to be paperback, in case I accidentally dropped one on the floor.
Go on.
As soon as I was old enough, I ran away and joined the Navy.
What happened to your sister?
Oh, she became a sign language interpreter for the National Theater of the Deaf.
Well, I should say that about covers it.
It does?
Now do you understand, Mr. Flemington?
Understand what, Doctor?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, it's a phenomenon we in the psychiatric profession call autosuggestion.
Nothing to do with motor cars, I presume.
A person talks himself into believing that certain occurrences take place, when in reality they are pure figments of the imagination. Beyond that, there are some suggestions that you were very resentful of your mother and her preoccupation with her imaginary aches and pains.
You don't say.
My guess would be that this feeling now extends to your wife, who very similarly provides you with a mother image. But I can tell you this, Mr. Flemington, and forgive me if I repeat myself, these occurrences are only figments of your imagination.
Yeah, but if that's so, then...
Snap your fingers.
Do I dare?
Go ahead, snap your fingers. Any abnormal sound?
None.
Now, stamp your feet on the floor. Normal?
Happily, delightfully normal.
Now, let's really put it to the test.
You've cured me, Doctor! By the good Lord Harry, if Admiral Nelson had had you at Trafalgar, he'd have kept both his eye and his arm. In Navy parlance, Doctor, You, sir, are 4.0. 4.0, sir, in a manner of speaking. Ha 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 ha! I'm free to go.
Free as a bird. Und slam the door at will on your way out. Be my guest.
I shall. You, sir, you have the soul of a seaman. Bless you.
Any more patients today?
No, Doctor, that was the last one.
Praise Freud. Why do I get all the nutcases?
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. My own wife, the culprit. Her miserable preoccupation with noise. She planted that seed in my head. Incredible. Incredible what one crew member can do to a ship's company. Absolutely incredible. And the whole thing. Mind over matter. Land ho! You are not welcome on this particular quarterdeck, madam.
Nor shall I stay here, Admiral. I forgot some of my things. I came to retrieve same, and now, whether you pipe me ashore or not, that's precisely where I'm headed.
I might add, madam, that despite all your efforts to capsize this worthy vessel, in a manner of speaking, against the rocks and shoals of petulance and pettiness, this ship remains tight. Your efforts have been both worthless and wasteful.
Horatio, old pal, let the following be my final comments. You are an overgrown sailor boy with an undermanned head. You are full of such neuroses that I wonder how you haven't cracked before this.
Belay that! Belay that, woman! It just so happens that I have had a psychiatric evaluation. And if there is anything wrong with me, it is you. Furthermore, madam, the whole business is simply mind over matter. Absolutely and totally. Do you know what I can do? I can shut you off. I am a man of such incredible will that I can shut you off. Go ahead! Yell at me. Yell! Because even at this moment, I am in the process of exercising mind over matter. I am shutting you completely out.
Flemington, I wonder about you. I wonder why no one has committed you. I really do.
Ha! See? See? I have shut you off. Go ahead. Talk all you like.
Really, Roswell, you need help. You really do need help.
Mind over matter. I want to shut her out. I simply shut her out. Now, let's see. What'll I listen to tonight? Anchors Aweigh? The Midshipman's March? Actual sounds of a Japanese destroyer exploding in the Pacific, complete with boiler hissings, fantail cracking, and smokestack blowing apart. Ha-ha! Only great, huh? Better prepare yourselves, neighbors. This one will galvanize you in the proper manner. Something wrong with the record player? Better turn the volume up. All the way. Must be the speakers. Why is everything so quiet? What's wrong out there? I can't hear the city. Hey, out there! Hey! Hey, what's going on? Why can't I hear anything? Louder! I want it louder! More noise! More noise out there! Let's hear it! Come on! Louder! Louder! Help me, someone! Help me!
When last heard from, Mr. Roswell G. Flemington was in a sanitarium, pleading with the medical staff to make some noise, any kind of noise. They, of course, believed the case to be a rather tragic aberration, a man's mind coming inexplicably unhinged. And for this, they'll give him pills, therapy, rest, and lots of peace and quiet. Little do they realize that all Mr. Flemington is suffering from is a case of poetic justice. Tonight's tale of sounds and silences from the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Sounds and Silences, starring Richard Kind, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Maggie Carney, David Darlow, Richard Shavsden, Peggy Roeder, Sarah Marks, Carl Amari, Doug James, C.J. Amari, James Schneider, and Amanda Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
Pat Novak, for hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak, for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak, for hire. Down on the waterfront in San Francisco, billing doesn't mean much. Everybody's got the same act. They're all out to turn a fast buck, and when you're in business down here, everything but murder is a parlor trick. Once in a while, your eyelids get sore from winking it too much, but it's a living. You get to meet the best people in town. There's only one hooker. You're liable to wake up some morning dead. Because around the waterfront, you don't need a union card for trouble. It sneaks up and paws you like a wet ghost. I found that out when I met Bruno Zweiss. I closed up early Tuesday night, and I went home to catch up on last month's sleep. I don't know how long I was in bed. Must have been about 11 when I woke up. The room was dark and as stale as last year's Christmas candy. I had the goofy feeling that somebody was in the room with me. I was breathing kind of hard, and I stopped to have a listen. Somebody was sitting on my bed. Either that or the landlord had put in an echo. I listened again.
Hello, Novak.
You're mixed up, friend. I pay the rent here.
Get your hands away from the light, Novak. Just be a good boy, and you can collect your old age pension.
Now, look, I'm not crazy about waking up with strangers sitting on my bed, especially if they got baritone voices. Now, say your piece and beat it.
Don't get jumpy, mister. When your eyes get used to the dark, you're going to see a gun about a foot away from your nostrils. I want the keys to your boat, Novak.
Get them in the morning at $25 a smell.
I want them now. Just tell me where they are. I'll do the rest.
Don't get big-hearted.
I don't want chatter and cocktails. I want those keys. Unless you want your face to look like a rump roast, you'll start talking.
The keys are in the bottom drawer of the desk.
That's the boy. Gonna borrow your boat a while. You'll get it back by noon tomorrow. There's the boat keys.
2 of them are. The rest open the front door of the U.S. Mint.
Sorry I can't stay around, Novak. You sound like a card. Sleep tight, Novak. This'll have to do for a lullaby.
He didn't even give me time to pick a dream. I stretched out on the floor as dead as a Philadelphia nightclub. I don't know how long I stayed out of the ball game. Must have been a couple of hours, because when the phone rang, it was past midnight. I reached over to pick it up, but my hands were as steady as a maple leaf in a hurricane, and my head was big enough to sell by the pound. I finally found it in the dark and started talking. Hello?
Hello, Novak. This is Joe Powers down at Pier 19. You awake?
Sure.
Hey, you sound groggy.
No, it's a sedative. What's on your mind?
One of your boats just drifted in. Guess what?
I don't have to. It's smashed up and you want to offer me $50 salvage.
Hey, that's right, Novak. You're psychic.
I'm a patsy, you mean? Some gunsel borrowed the boat a couple of hours ago. Came in here, told me a bedtime story, and took the keys.
Well, you better hop right down here.
It'll keep, Joe.
No, it won't. Hurry up or you'll run a dead heat with homicide. There's a dead guy in the boat.
Well, it must be my playmate.
I don't know. He didn't say. But you better grab a cab and get on down here. There's going to be a lot of questions.
Sure, if you meet any good answers, save a couple for me. From now on, there was no waste motion. I knew that. If homicide was on the case, that meant Inspector Hellman. Well, he's a real nice guy, if you like his type. I had to do something soon. If I didn't, I'd have about as much chance as a pound of liver at a cat show. So I jumped into some clothes, and I was starting out of the apartment when I missed my wallet. The keys were attached, and that gunsel had taken the whole works. I began to get mad. For $70, you can get a Scotch hangover instead of the kind I had. And if you're lucky, a couple of good memories. So when I drew up at Pier 19, it didn't look like the sunny side of the street. Joe Powers was waiting for me.
You got the first round, Patsy. Homicide hasn't showed yet.
I'm full of luck tonight. Where's the boat?
Oh, right over here.
Lots of fog tonight, huh, Joe?
You're walking on it. Well, there it is. How's your insurance, Patsy?
All right, except I'm not carrying any on that dead guy. Who is he, Joe?
I don't know. He's your passenger. You roll him.
All right, give me a hand. No, push him over on the other side, will you, so I can get in the pocket?
Is he the same guy that took the keys?
I don't know. If he is, he never looked lovelier. There's nothing in this pocket. This one's empty except for a comb. He sure spent my $70 in a hurry. Must have thrown in the wallet for a nightcap.
No identification.
We should have bought a scorecard.
Hey, here on the floor. It's a key.
Let me see that, Joe. Room 425, Royal Arms Hotel.
Where is it?
That's a dive down on Turk Street. Well, say hello to Homicide for me.
Oh, you're not bright tonight, Novak.
Well, I'm not going to stay around here. They'll pick me up faster than a gin fizz.
What am I going to tell them?
Anything you like, Joe. Shift into freewheeling and let them follow, but I'm not going to hang around for a pinch. I'm one boat and $70 short.
Tell it to Homicide.
I don't like manual labor that much. See you later. I started for the Royal Arms Hotel. And on the way, I picked up the only honest guy I know. A bottle baby by the name of Jocko Madigan. He's a good man, except he thinks it's a waste of the taxpayers' money to put alcohol in torpedoes. I hauled him out of the Hunt Room bar, and we walked down the street to the Royal Arms Hotel. It was the perfect spot for a missionary. The lobby looked like the first act of Rain. There was a pinball machine in one corner, a couple of last year's girls in this year's slacks, and a bleary-eyed little night clerk. He looked like a well-groomed laundry bag, and he gave us the fisheye as we started upstairs. Room 425 was down at the end of the hall. Jocko didn't care if we ever got there.
Patsy, we have no business coming up here. We're in search of fool's gold.
We're in search of my $70.
Exactly. I view you as my penance, Patsy, the sackcloth for a misspent life.
If you can shake off that buzz, you'll find out I'm in trouble.
You'll always be in trouble because you're a Patsy, and you're dangerous because you move in the Twilight Zone between good and evil without any predisposition toward either one.
Yeah, all right. Here it is. 425. Nobody home. Let's go in.
It's housebreaking.
Now, look, Jocko, I want my $70. I'm going in.
Patsy, sometimes you terrify me. I think you'd pick the lock to the gates of heaven.
I would if they had my $70. Come on. The guy's dead down in my boat. We won't hurt his feelings. We'll just nose around a minute and get up. It was a pretty room if you like dead women on your rugs. She was stretched out in a pale yellow dressing gown, as quiet as an April morning and twice as pretty. A dull red scar ran across her temple where somebody had laid an iron shovel. She didn't belong in this hotel because she was wearing a necklace and a bracelet that left a gap in somebody's pocket. And from the ringside, she looked all right. Jocko noticed it, too.
She has lots of character.
Yeah, but where's my $70?
She's a nightclub dancer.
How do you know?
Her picture's plastered all over the wall there. She's the headliner at El Palateo, Miss Rita Malloy.
I wonder who the guy on the desk is there.
Boyfriend, probably. Let's get out of here, Patsy.
Oh, wait a minute. How about that dead guy in the boat? Where does he fit in?
I'll listen to that one, Novak.
Oh, Hellman.
What happened to the girl? She die laughing at you?
It's Rita Malloy, a piece of change from the El Palateo.
Uh-huh. Got a hat, Novak?
Nope.
Then you're all ready. Come on.
Oh, get your brain lined up and look at her. She's been dead a couple of hours.
You're still eligible, Novak. On your way down, you can explain that guy at Pier 19.
Oh, you can't be that dumb, Hellman.
I'm smart enough to see you peeking over the 8-ball. You look like a 10-to-1 shot, Novak, and I got my money on you all the way.
If you're going to make this thing add up, you can't do it alone.
I'll try.
Yeah, well, that's what Firpo said. So I don't look good on this one. I'll look worse if I leave it up to you. You couldn't find a hangnail if you knew what hand it was on.
You got 24 hours, Novak. I'm going to piece things together, and then I'm going to make a pinch. Pick out a soft spot.
Yeah?
Yeah. Stay near the phone. If it rings and a man answers, that'll be homicide. Good night.
Hellman was right. I looked like a sure bet for the rotogravure section. I was beginning to run out of silver linings, and I knew it. I didn't have an answer for anything. The guy in the boat was still a stranger, and Rita Malloy was still dead. I was sitting in the middle of a high-stake game with a pair of trays. When we left the hotel room, I had the funny feeling that there was something wrong back there. I didn't know what. I just knew there was something wrong, the way you feel when you pick up the wrong hat and put it on. The position of the body, those pictures on the desk, I didn't know, but there was one detail that didn't set right. Well, I told Jocko to hang around headquarters, and I started for the El Palateo. It was like all the rest. A little melancholy bar on Mason. A fire trap with a cover charge. The decor looked like early Franco. The floor show was on as I fought my way up to the bar. Excuse me, please. I'm sorry, lady. Can I get through here, please? How about a drink?
Your idea? What do you want?
Scotch.
Soda or water?
Water. You got a nice club here.
We like it. 80 cents.
Too bad about Rita Malloy.
Yeah.
You don't seem heartbroken about it.
I'm not a mother. 80 cents.
Anything wrong, Eddie? No, boss. This guy's crying in his beer about Rita Malloy. Oh.
I'm Manny Ryan.
You own the club?
A piece of it.
My name's Novak. Call me Patsy at the moment. The police think I killed Rita Malloy.
When you go on trial, Mr. Novak?
I don't. That's why I came down here, to find out which one of your people killed her.
I see.
She was mixed up to her ears with some thick hoodlum.
You, Mr. Novak?
No, a guy right out of your set. He came rolling in with the tide this morning, playing rigor mortis all over my boat.
Look, Novak, you better go see someone else to tell your troubles to. I'm a busy man.
Yeah, well, so am I, getting out of a murder rap. You knew her, Ryan. In fact, I got an idea you knew her pretty well.
Let's not talk that way about the dead.
Your picture splattered all over her apartment. Were you engaged to her?
That's one way of putting it.
You better have a big fat alibi ready for tonight. Homicide's going to think you killed her.
I'm betting on you for the finals, Novak. I don't need an alibi. She was a friend of mine.
That's why you need one. People just hate their enemies, but they kill their friends.
You better stay out of the public library, Patsy. You're not smart enough to understand epigrams.
I'm smart enough to find out where you were from 10 o'clock until midnight.
Go ahead. Circle around the club. But keep a drink in your hand. We run for profit.
I didn't get much out of the doorman. He wanted a first mortgage to talk, but one of the busboys opened up. He told me that Ryan and the girl had brawled the night before. Also, that Ryan left the club for about an hour tonight. Well, that put him on the list anyway. But it began to look more and more like a one-horse race. Well, I got one other lead. A clarinet player in the band wanted to harmonize with Rita Malloy, but there wasn't much else to go on. And then I spotted the gal who had taken Rita Malloy's job in the show. She was just finishing her number, and so I followed her back to a dressing room. When she opened the door, I got a nice warm feeling like a melted cheese sandwich, and I was looking around for a rope to hang on. She was pretty. And when she said hello, you knew it was time to send in the varsity.
Good evening.
For some people, you mind if I come in?
It's late in the season. I can't be choosy.
All right. I'm Pat Novak.
I'm Tony Drake. What do I do? Tremble?
Talk, mostly. Did you know Rita Malloy?
Around here, that was an occupational hazard.
The police think I killed her.
Did you?
No. When I got there, they were tearing down the goalposts.
Oh, that's too bad. I'd have been very grateful.
It's something I'd like to try.
Are you switching the topic, Mr. Novak, or have I been in the big city too long?
I just want to know who killed her. You got any ideas?
Nope.
How about your boss?
Maybe. She was getting a little frayed around the edges.
How's his temper?
No worse than a cobra's. He might have done it, but I doubt it.
Anybody else?
She was putting in a little overtime with a thug.
Not a big, porky guy with a deep voice?
I never saw him. I just heard that he was trying.
Must have been quite a line. Anybody else? How about that clarinet player?
No play. He was just a salmon swimming upstream.
I see. Well, do me a favor, will you, Tony?
All right. You only get one, so make it a good one.
They're tailoring me for a trip over the hill unless I show up with a fistful of answers. Now, can you give me a list of all of Rita Malloy's friends?
I can write them all down on a piece of confetti.
I mean, everybody close to her. The people around the club here. The people on the outside. I'll pick it up in a half hour at your apartment.
At my apartment?
Yeah, at your apartment.
All right, don't get sore. I was just inquiring, not complaining.
All right. One other thing, Angel.
Yes, Patsy?
Don't forget to put yourself on that list. Be seeing you. Well, it was good to get out of there. When she started walking towards you, you felt like a shovel full of scrap iron in a Pittsburgh blast furnace. Well, I called up Jocko at headquarters. He didn't seem to be worried about me. He was thirsty. The guy on the boat hadn't been identified yet. The coroner said he died of severe bruises and that Rita Malloy checked out with a fractured skull. I gave Jocko Tony Drake's number, and I started for her apartment. I couldn't have done better with Aladdin's lamp. She had the list and a bottle on hand. I went over the list with her, and then it turned out she had insomnia. The radio was turned down to room temperature. I was working on my fifth drink when the phone rang.
Let it ring, Patsy.
Oh, I better get it, baby.
I think you're a sissy.
No, prison pallor wouldn't look good on me. Hello?
Patsy?
Yeah?
Are you busy?
Well, depends on your point of view. What's up?
I'm not tearing you away from that list of suspects.
Let's have it, Jocko.
They just identified the dead guy on your boat. His name is Bruno Swice. He's wanted in Miami, Florida. He's a hired gunman.
Good. Now jump over and see Paul Stangl at the Chronicle Morgue, huh?
I already have. There's no tie-up between Bruno Swice and Rita Malloy.
There's gotta be. Those two killings are tied up like ham and eggs.
Hellman just got a report from the Harbor Patrol. They found a buoy knocked out of place. They figure your boat did it and Bruno got killed in the crash.
What does that do to things?
It clarifies them enormously. This way you're going to hang for only one murder. Good night, lover.
I knew Jocko was right. Hellman could rig me as long as he had only one case to work on. He's a single-celled animal, and this was just about big enough to fit into his brain. Well, I left Tony's apartment and I walked over to the El Palateo. Must have been about 4 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark enough for me to kick in a back window without being seen. I headed straight for Manny Ryan's office, and I started going through his stuff. It was like trying to separate a ton of salt and sugar dumped in the same bin. I went through most of the drawers, and in the last one, I got a hold of something. I grabbed the phone on Ryan's desk, and I called Hellman. Well, I wasn't sure, but I figured he could try this one on for size anyway.
Police headquarters.
Give me Hellman and Homicide.
Yeah.
They must have put their best men on his trail because they found him inside a half hour.
Hello, Novak.
I'm in Manny Ryan's office. He owns the El Palateo. I just rifled his desk.
It's a minor offense for you.
I got a hold of last month's phone bill. Guess what?
It's too high.
The office put through 2 calls to Key West, Florida, the last part of this month.
4 o'clock. I'm barely interested. Go ahead.
Bruno's Weiss hired out as a gunman. San Francisco is a long way from home plate. That means somebody sent for him.
And you're trying to put the finger on Manny Ryan.
That's right. That silver frame you picked up at Rita Malloy's, take a look at the guy in it. That's her boyfriend, Manny Ryan.
We'll check on it. In the meantime, keep squirming, Novak. You look pretty.
Oh, you're smooth, Hellman.
Smart talk's not going to keep you out of the chair, Novak. Stay handy. We've only got a short extension cord.
Yeah, well... Hello, Hellman. Hello, Lupo's? Frank, is Jocko Madigan there? Good, put him on, huh? Hello, Jocko. Now listen, I'm up at Manny Ryan's place. Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure, but I think that Ryan's the... My head must have looked like a jackpot. Everybody in town was hitting it. I rolled over and played dead for about 5 hours. It feels better when you've had a dress rehearsal. I woke up in my apartment. The sun was streaming through the window and hit the bed. I looked like the muslin counter after a sale. It turned out I was the host and didn't know it. Jocko was sitting at the table having breakfast. The bottle was almost half shot.
Good morning. How's the other world?
Can't you leave that stuff alone?
Do you have a headache?
Of course I have a headache.
Well, I haven't, so stop lecturing me.
How'd I get up here?
I dragged you here by the heels. I met all the other hucksters on the way.
All right, stop being funny and help me up, huh?
I am the victim of a common error. You don't like me because I'm not entertaining when I drink. You don't object to my drinking. You object to my lack of wit.
Oh, shut up.
Well, it's discouraging to be condemned on moral principle when it's really a flaw in nature. By the way, I think they're going to arrest you for the murder of Rita Malloy.
What about Ryan?
I've recommended clemency.
All right, come on. What about Ryan?
You bungled it. By the time Hellman got to him, he had an alibi all framed. The calls to Key West could have been made by anybody in the club, and Ryan's covered for the time of the murder.
How about the others?
They look good, too. Your girlfriend, Tony Drake, was gone for a while the night of the murder. Hellman won't bite. She's just sitting there ready to spring an alibi.
That's right. With legs like that, she can dig up a cousin.
You better get worried, Patsy.
I am. The El Palateo is a dead-end street. I don't know where to go from there. That guy Bruno in the boat could help. There's some connection between Bruno's Weiss and Rita Malloy.
You're the only connection I can think of.
Yeah.
Hello, Novak. This is Hellman.
Yeah?
You were right about Bruno's Weiss and Rita Malloy. We just went through her safety deposit box.
I'll bet you handled the money.
She had a clipping on Bruno Zweiss from a Miami paper, 1937.
Go on.
Divorce action between Zweiss and Miss Olga Pryor.
Well, did you look up Olga Pryor?
That's where we run out of gas. Nobody knew her. We have no description.
Well, how about Rita Malloy? Any dope on her before 1937?
I was going to ask you. You were in the room with her when she died, don't you know?
No, I don't.
I'm disappointed. I figured you to know a little about her habits.
Huh?
You wrote the book, mister. I figured you for an answer.
Yeah, I got one. And you just gave it to me, Hellman.
Huh?
Meet me at the El Palateo in a half hour. Now, if you're a real good boy, I'll tell you who killed Rita Malloy.
Are you going to be there?
Yeah.
That's all I want to know, Novak.
Things were falling into place like a fixed roulette wheel. Right from the first, I knew that there was something goofy about the picture in Rita Malloy's hotel room. I wasn't sure. I just knew I had something in the back of my mind. I didn't tumble until Hellman tipped the mint. And then everything was cakes and ale. I sent Jocko up to room 425 in the Royal Arms Hotel, and I told him to get a description of every dress in the closet. I checked at the desk, and I got the name of Rita Malloy's cleaners. I ducked over there, and I got a list of every dress that she turned in for 3 months. I met Jocko, and we compared the list of dresses. Well, it jibed fine, except for one thing. There was a missing white dress. It had been to the cleaners before. It wasn't there now, and it wasn't in that hotel room. Well, we went over to the El Palateo to find it. Jocko didn't want to buy the scheme at all.
Patsy, I protest the notion of breaking into a lady's dressing room.
Stop worrying, will you? She's not going to be there.
Then it's futile as well as immodest. Besides, how do you know Rita didn't throw away the dress?
I'll give you better than track odds on that one, Jocko. Here we are. Come on. Now, look, you take the closets and find that white dress. I'm going through the desk for grease paint.
You should be going through a woman's closet. It's more in the nature of things.
Just look, huh? There's enough grease paint here for the whole Iroquois tribe. Did you find anything?
Yes. What's this?
Just look for the white dress, Jocko. Hey, what's that in the corner?
Where?
Over here.
I don't see anything.
Well, down here, look, see? Oh. Well. That feels good, doesn't it, Jocko? Like a spell of perfect weather.
Same grease paint?
Well, it won't take us long to check. Here, you open a couple of these jars.
Don't forget your apron, Patsy.
Hello, Tony.
What are you doing?
Getting ready to build a fire under you? You're going to make nice smoke, too.
I liked you better when you were dumb, Patsy. You don't look good with a Ph.D.
Oh, put away the gun, baby. Remember, this is your second trip to the plate.
Give me the dress, Patsy.
It won't fit.
I'll worry about that. Just toss it over by the door here.
I'll do better. I'll bring it.
Stay where you are, Patsy.
It's my ticket out, chum.
You're a good guy, Patsy. Stay out of my way.
It's your role, baby.
Patsy, please stay away from me.
Come on, give me that gun.
Patsy, please.
Give me that gun.
Sorry, Patsy. That's all I could do.
Yeah, sure. You want to take a look at her, Jocko?
Put her down on the floor.
Yeah. What do you say, Jocko?
No dice.
Well, you can't win them all, Tony.
You play too rough, Patsy.
You still got a good batting average, Novak.
Hello, Hellman. You better make a fast pinch.
She do it?
Yeah.
She got kind of clumsy in the last round, didn't she?
Not at all, Copper. They had me coming and going. When you're as far back as I am, they don't pick up the option.
Let's get out of here, Jocko. I'll check with you later, Hellman.
Be a good boy, Patsy. I'm going to miss you. You were getting to be my favorite hobby.
Yeah.
I don't know how you were on the distance stuff, but you were sure something on the sprints.
Yeah. Be nice to her, Copper. She could go in the mud herself. Well, it was blackmail, of course. Tony was once married to Bruno Zweiss. Rita Malloy found out and started to squeeze Tony. Well, Tony wouldn't buy that, so she killed Rita Malloy in her hotel room. She made one mistake. I didn't tumble until Hellman mentioned a woman's habits. Then I knew what was wrong with that picture back in Malloy's hotel room. It hit me like a discordant note in music. Rita Malloy was lying on the floor in a dressing gown, but she was still wearing her bracelet and necklace. Well, when a woman undresses, she always takes her jewelry off first, and then she takes off her dress. Rita Malloy didn't do that, so I took a flyer and decided that somebody had taken the dress off her and put on a dressing gown. Why? Well, because there was something wrong with the dress. It pointed too much in one direction. Oh, it could be a lot of things, but probably grease paint. Tony called Bruno out here. He was supposed to use my boat to dump the body, and when he didn't make it, Tony got scared and lugged away the dress. My $70? Well, it would have looked better on a fixed fight. Well, Hellman asked only one question. How did I happen to know that when a woman undresses, she always takes off her jewelry first? I must have read it somewhere.
The Armed Forces Radio Service has just brought you Pat Novak for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced by William P. Russo. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adler. Be with us again next week when over most of these same stations we'll bring you Pat Novak for Hire. Pat Novak for Hire was previously released by ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, for listeners in the United States, and rebroadcast for our men and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's only human, I expect, to envy the wealthy, the successful, the newsworthy. Yes, all these advantages are something to be a little jealous of, but only up to a point. Beyond that, a host of problems, very different from ours, and far more disturbing and deadly, haunt the fabulously rich, the superstar, the headline maker. Could you imagine, for example, this happening to you, or your sister, or your daughter?
Go ahead in, Bill.
After you, Senator.
Have a look at this package. I found it waiting with the mail when I got home.
Italy. Postmarked Naples. You want me to open the box?
You're younger and tougher than I am. I don't think it'll make you throw up.
Good. A finger. With a ring on it. Jake's ring.
Jake's finger. We can check the print, but I know it's his.
But this came from Naples. Your daughter Lynn's supposed to be in Rome. Why would... You think Jake is dead?
I don't know. I don't even know if Lynn is still alive.
Our mystery drama, See Naples and Die, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Wager. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you buy a mid-sized car, you expect certain things from it, mainly a reasonable combination of comfort and economy. Well, friend, Buick has a mid-size to meet your expectations. The 1975 Century Regal. It's a joy to look at, a joy to ride in, and Buick's new V6 engine makes it a joy to drive, especially past gas stations.
Buick Century Regal, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Hi, this is Pearl Bailey. Today I'm not going to try and entertain you. Instead, I'm going to put before you the distressing story of the needy children of the world. They need your help. The bright side is that you can give them all of this by working with Save the Children Federation. Together you can forge a better world, one in which children can have hope instead of despair. To find out how, you write today to Save the Children Federation, Box 120, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10017. Please help these children.
How many things can your family do together? Go to a movie? Go to a circus? Go on a picnic? Go on a vacation? Face it, in today's America, family fun is hard to come by. And with busy schedules, just getting the family together is not an easy thing to do. How would you like to have a little family fun every week? How would you like to learn together? How would you like to grow together? And how would you like to help your son get an edge on growing up? Cub Scouting is helping families like yours be a family. It's your help to ours. Today's Cub Scout program is just as much for families as it is for boys. So when your son wants to join a Cub Scout pack, remember to take along the whole family. That's what Cub Scouting is all about. For the Cub Scout pack nearest you, call the Boy Scouts of America. They're in the white pages of your phone book.
Senator Henry Chalmers Winstead, born 1918, of a wealthy and distinguished family, which contained in its history 1 Secretary of the Treasury, 8 congressmen, several judges. Senator Winstead, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and certainly his party's nominee to run for the next president of the United States. A man to be envied? Let's find that out from someone who knows him perhaps best of all, Bill Desmond.
When the senator calls, I jump. He's that kind of man. He never orders, just asks. You never refuse. Not out of fear or ambition, out of respect, admiration. And if you'll accept the word in its proper context, love. That's why I was there, looking with a churning stomach at that grisly present from Naples and listening to the phone ring.
I want you to listen in on this, Bill. Take it in my study. But don't let her know she's being monitored.
Senator, if it's Lynn,
Please, Bill. Everything I have in the world may be at stake.
Okay, sir, I'm with you.
This is Senator Winstead. I want to talk to Miss Beth Chalmers. If there's any question, tell her that her father insists on talking to her.
I hurried into the senator's study and picked up his extension, quietly, without any telltale click. You learn a lot about that sort of thing these days in Washington. They'd just started to talk.
Lynn?
Yes, Daddy?
There really isn't anything funny about this, Lynn. Why did you refuse to take my call?
Well, I thought you might be some smart aleck reporter that had... What's the phrase of choice today? Cracked my cover. Blown it.
Oh, is that all?
What else? Where are you, Dad?
In Washington. allow you to go barging around Europe alone and, well, confound it, I really despise the word. Incognito.
But it's such a lovely word. It's so romantic. It's my affair.
The word I get from my sources is exactly that. Affair.
Daddy, I'm 25 years old. Isn't that way beyond the time it's anyone else's business?
Vittorio Tedesco is a criminal.
Why?
He's been cited by one of my subcommittees for income tax evasion.
Who isn't these days?
Well, now, that's pretty childish for 25, Lynn.
And you're pretty damn self-righteous. How'd you feel if Vic and I came on home and got married?
You do me a favor. Bring him. The moment he sets foot on U.S. soil, he'll be indicted for income tax evasion, and that's only the beginning.
You don't know Vic, Dad. I think you've been witch hunting too long.
What I'm beginning to feel is that I'm hunting one right now. You get yourself home here alone, or I'll come and get you.
With Congress in session? Aren't you afraid the country would fall apart without you? I'm sorry, Daddy, but you can't make me jump like all the disciples anymore. I'm going to do what you did. I'm going to make my own life.
Don't you hang up on me.
Mom left me independent. You brought me up to be that way. Nobody knows who I am here, and I'm about to get out of your way for good, and I won't surface till you have everything you want. Ciao.
Lynn? Lynn! Damn it. Bill, you still on?
Yes, sir.
Better get in here. What we need is a council of war.
Why didn't you tell her? What about Jake?
She had no idea I sent Jake off to keep an eye on her.
Well, we're not going to sit here and do nothing.
Of course not. There's more to that box than that obscenity I showed you. Here, read this.
I find your daughter irresistible. Also, fortunately, she feels the same way about me. Since I feel I'm a little old for her, I hope we never have to use that lever. Why don't you let me go right over now and take care of that dirty...
That's what I want, Bill. But I couldn't be the one to suggest it.
Maybe we'd be better off just hollering copper.
Finish the note. What evidence, what proof do we have?
Well, the note came with a finger, didn't it?
Oh, no. Completely separately. Read.
I think you might want to reach me after you read this. Any evening between 12 and 1 a.m. Washington time, I will try to reach you at Rose's hideaway. The phone is safe. Marriage, naturally, is not the only option. Unless we can make a bargain. I hope Jake put his finger on that. No signature.
And typed. And no doubt who it's from.
Vittorio Tedesco.
Yes.
What's his price?
Quash the income tax indictment against him, I suppose.
Could you?
I can't, in all honesty.
Are you even considering this proposition?
Jake Muldoon was my sergeant at the invasion of Truk. If it hadn't been for his hand in the way, a Japanese bayonet would have cut my throat. My daughter is all I have left from a family that once had a wife and 2 sons as well. I lost them all to violence. Ella to cancer. Jim and Grant in 2 wars, Korea and Vietnam. I have no family left but Lynn. And you and Jake. What else can I do?
Push the button. Call in everyone, including the Marines.
Well, it's a consideration. Except they already have Jake.
But not Lynn.
You heard the phone call, Bill. I can't stop Lynn from marrying that gangster if she wants to.
Oh, it would raise such a smell your whole candidacy would go out the window.
I can't quash the indictment against him, nor would I even try. Except for Lynn. Oh, Lord. What am I going to do, Bill?
Stall.
What good can that do?
Give me time to fly to Italy. 48 hours.
Oh, risk my last friend. I don't know. Bring it all out in the open is the right way for me.
No. Not till you take that phone call. The witching hour. Well, let's head for the witch at Rose's hideaway and check out just what Tedesco really expects to get. Senator Winstead, in spite of his prominence and enormous know-how, is a babe in arms when it comes to the dirty work. That's my department. I was halfway to being a lawyer when my folks tangled with a truck. There was only enough insurance to bury them, and I had a kid sister and brother to bring up, so I became a cop. 8 years later, my kid sister and brother were independent, and under the police program, I got my lawyer's degree. While I was getting it, I met Lynn Winstead and her father. It was a case of love at first sight all the way around. What we all should have had was second sight, to see where it was leading us.
Don't be shy, fellas. Just waltz on in. This is a friendly inferno. And just super hell for kicks. The door on the left's my office. Just head for there. I'm Rose, Senator. I was expecting you, not the BF.
This is my administrative assistant, Bill Desmond.
I don't go for gunsels.
Except on your side.
No rods in here.
I have a license for it, Rosebud.
Well, don't let my name at a club fool you, Mac. I wanted to, I could take it away from you.
No need. We're only here for a phone call.
The Senator, not you.
Bill is in on all of this. I brought him in.
I don't know, but... Hold it. Just remember, this is my territory. No funny moves. Like otherwise, the morning paper gets a tip. Senator Winstead was frequenting a gay bar.
You'll forget it, Bill.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Put it through. Then switch it on my office phone. A certain party looking to reach you, Senator. Now, the next time this phone rings, he'll be on the line from overseas. You want to tell your bully boy here to join me at the bar for a drink so as you can have some privacy?
Think I'll be safe?
As long as you're under Mother Rose's wing.
Go with him, Bill. I'll take the call. But I want Bill if I need him. You hear that?
Yes, sir. We'll handle him with TLC.
Tender loving care, sir. It's the nurse's credo.
But it better be the way you're handled.
Hello? A call from Naples? It's your call, Senator. Come on, Desmond.
Who's talking?
I don't have to ask who you are. The voice is enough identification. You really have to ask who I am?
No, but can we stop the games? As you've set it up, there's no way this phone call can be monitored.
That was the idea.
So let's not waste time. Jake, is he all right?
I'd have thought your daughter would be your first concern.
She is. If you've got her. You gave me proof enough you have Jake.
Let's cut your worries. I have them both, Senator. Jake against his will, as you can imagine. Your daughter, that's another story.
What do you want, Tedesco?
I want back to America. My skirt's clean. That income tax evasion judgment reversed. I want to be a free citizen, and you can do it.
And if I can't?
I'll send you your friend Jake piece by piece. I'll marry your daughter and make sure you couldn't be elected dog catcher.
I need time. How do I get in touch with you?
I'll call here tomorrow and the day after, same time. If you're not there 48 hours from now, well, I sent you Jake's finger because I wanted to be sure you understood we weren't playing any games. I'd hate to get into the same sort of thing with your daughter. But I have too much at stake to have any scruples.
You'll have my answer within 48 hours.
If you feel you must wait. But what else can it be?
This wouldn't or couldn't happen to you or me. Ordinary people are not called upon to make extraordinary decisions normally. But how will Senator Henry Chalmers Winstead react? Which of his lives, public or private, is the more important? We'll return shortly with Act Two.
Hi.
Hi, I'm in nuclear research.
Nuclear?
nuclear research.
Uh-huh.
Hey, wow. I took you for a salami.
I beg your pardon?
A salami salesman, I thought for sure. Nuclear research.
Yeah.
And so young. Doesn't that take years and years of college?
Not necessarily. Well, today you can have a college grad's career with only a year or two of technical education. Look, it's all here in this free book, 25 Technical Careers in 2 years or less. It tells you how you can get into programming, chemistry, architecture, community service work, forestry.
Forestry? That would be great for this friend of mine. He loves to play in the woods.
Play in the woods?
Where do you get this free book, 25 Technical Careers?
Just write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202.
Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202?
Yeah, send for it. It tells you how you can have a college grad's career without 4 years of college.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your Better Business Bureau knows.
Sam Spud, private investigator. Oh, Sam, I'm so glad you called.
You sound rattled, Angel.
I'm frantic, Sam. I went to buy the carpet for the office, and I got so confused. There are too many kinds. I didn't know what to ask or what to buy.
I'll help you, young lady.
Mercy, who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau. Now, when you're choosing carpet, make sure you pick a long-wearing one that'll go with your walls, draperies, and upholstery. Beware of so-called fantastic bargains. And don't buy a carpet that isn't labeled as to fiber content.
Oh, Sam, now I know what to look for and ask before I buy a carpet.
You floor me, Angel.
Just another helpful tip from your Better Business Bureau.
It's been a sleepless night for Bill and the senator, and 7 precious hours are gone before the senator has finally agreed to let Bill fly to Rome. It's a slim chance because Lynn has already checked out of her hotel with no forwarding address. Now, waiting at the airport to catch the first plane out, Bill is joined unexpectedly at the airport.
What are you doing here, Senator?
I threw a little weight around last night and dug up the number Tedesco called from. Naples. Spezia 54368.
Got it.
I should be going myself.
Oh, sure. They'd spot you for sure, and some smart reporter would have a headline like, Daughters, Torch, Lights, Fire under Senator Winstead by fiddling around in Rome. You can't afford to lose a nomination with publicity like that.
I can't afford to lose a daughter.
You're not going to. And neither am I. I just discovered I'm still carrying my torch. I must really love her when I can even think of forgiving her for falling for a crook like that.
Don't underestimate him. He's a very charming man.
He's a crook.
I talk about his manners, you his morals. The only thing we ever could get him on was tax fraud. Why didn't we grab him in time? A lot of mistakes, Bill. Why didn't you grab Lynn when you could have?
Huh. No guts.
My daughter scared you?
Enough. But not all the way. You.
Me?
You're a large legend to live up to, Senator. Anyone in your family lives in a glass cage, which isn't much protection.
How do you expect to locate Lynn?
I'm heading for that Spezia telephone number in Naples. I got some channels of my own.
Watch your step, Bill. He fights dirty.
So do I. I came from the same slums. The flight was a milk run, but Rome was strictly a washout. So I took the Rapido for Naples. The Spezia phone number turned out to be a waterfront joint called Zia Maddalena. Bingo. Right off the bat, Lynn was sitting at a table with Vic. I was headed for them when about 220 pounds of muscle and a tuxedo got in my way.
Buonasera, signore. E benvenuta a Zia Maddalena. I am Guillermo. The signor wishes to sit at the bar.
The signor wishes to join Mr. Tedesco.
You're a friend of his?
No, the ladies.
Ah, but the evening is warm. Tonio, take his coat. Don't try to move, amico. Just a little, what you call it, precaution.
A frisk.
Old American custom.
Guillermo.
You can call me Willie. Let him go, Tonio. He's clean now.
The all-American type. Thanks for making me feel at home. I can find my own way, thanks. Beth Chalmers. Imagine bumping into you.
Bill!
I hope I'm not breaking up anything or something like that.
No, not at all,
Bill,
Senor.
how did you... Oh, excuse me, Vic. This is an old friend of the family, Bill Desmond. Vic Tedesco.
How are you, Mr. Desmond? Do you, expect to be in Naples long, Senor Desmond?
Oh, no, I just came here to pick up a couple of packages. I have to get the first train out.
Oh. Well, we were just going to have a brandy. Will you join us?
Oh, I don't think that...
Matter of fact, I was going to ask Beth to join me in a dance.
Why don't you, Beth?
Oh, you sure you don't mind, Vic?
No, not at all.
All right.
As a matter of fact, I have some business to attend to. Please, enjoy yourselves. But I'll be jealous of every moment you're away, Carissima. I expect to marry La Signorina, so treat her very carefully, huh?
Bill, I want you to get out of here.
Just as soon as you do.
Oh, I'm not leaving. So be a good little bird dog and stick your tail between your legs and run back to Dad and tell him it's no good.
I agree. The whole thing stinks.
I don't want to talk about it.
Then why are you dancing with me?
I was afraid you'd tell Vic who I really am.
He knows, knucklehead. He knows.
No, he doesn't. He thinks... Where are you taking me?
The terrace. Out.
I'm not going.
That's what you think.
Bill, you hurt me just now.
What do you think you're doing to your father?
Dad? He can take care of himself. He's above us all in an ivory tower. And don't talk to me about his career. For 25 years, that's all I've ever lived. My father's life. Never my own. I've had to fight off charlatans, lounge lizards, fortune hunters, and social climbers. And as for any real man, the very thought of trying to live up to my father has turned them off. You ought to know that. Well, it didn't turn Vic off, because he doesn't know who I am. I'm just the girl he loves. Can't you understand that? For once, I know I'm loved for myself alone.
Oh, Lynn, what do you use for a brain? He doesn't love you. He just wants to use you.
How?
To blackmail your father.
Oh, it'll be ridiculous. He doesn't know who my father is. And Vic doesn't need money. He's got all the money.
It isn't the money he wants.
Then what?
He needs your father's influence. To suppress the evidence against him on an income tax indictment.
What are you trying to do to me, Bill?
I'm just trying to get it through your fat head that if...
I thought you were dancing. Enjoying the view?
Not particularly. Not what I'm looking at, anyway.
Now, that's not very polite. Apparently, Mr. Desmond doesn't care for me. I suppose he's been trying to tell you what a monster I am.
Oh, it doesn't matter what he's been saying, because I don't believe him. You might as well know that once I gave Mr. Desmond the gate, and he seems to be suffering from a bad case of sour grapes.
Oh, well, Beth, I'm sorry. Don't let him spoil our evening, huh?
It's already spoiled. I'd like to go back to my hotel, please.
I'll go along with you and see that you get packed.
I think you have a train to catch, Mr. Desmond. Guillermo, prenda la signora Macassino e quietala con l'altro, huh?
Si.
Guillermo will take you to the train.
Now, just a minute.
I brought to your coat and the package you checked.
Okay, Willie, don't crowd me. I know when I'm licked. Arrivederci, Beth.
The word for us in Italian or any other language is goodbye. Come on, Vic.
Oh, don't you worry. I won't let you out of my sight again. In Italian, she meant addio, Mr. Desmond.
I always wanted a trench coat like this here.
Yeah. Good all-purpose coat and real handy for covering a gun, huh?
Which is covering you, so let's just play it cool, huh?
And why not, Willie? My girl just stood me up. You and me can go steady now.
A clown, huh?
That's me, Willie. Always good for a laugh. So, which way to the warehouse?
You speak Italian, huh?
I know a magazine ain't no train.
Down the steps to the end of the terrace. And just take it easy. I wouldn't want a cold turkey.
I like the view better from up on the terrace.
Yeah, real pretty town. I was born in Naples. You like the place?
My most favorite. What is it they say? See Naples and die.
Like I said, a clown. Now, just slide in easy, under the wheel, and back into the corner. Okay. Now, cross your hands and put them up there above the dashboard. Oh, that's a good boy. And now, you move one finger, and I put a bullet in your gut.
Is that what you did with Jake Muldoon?
No. With him, we just removed the finger. That's a hot one, ain't it?
Funny, Willie. Real funny. I guess the real clown is you.
Bill Desmond. Well, glory be to God, ain't you the sight for sore eyes?
Jake Muldoon.
Okay, Jake, you got company. Why don't the two of you have a party? See you for breakfast in the morning.
What are you doing here?
We got your message, Jake. How's the hand?
Oh, I can get along without the finger. But I won't be able to wear the ring anymore. It was Sheila's class graduation. God rest her soul.
Don't worry. The senator has the ring.
What about Lynn? Oh, I'm so ashamed of myself the way I was taken.
Right now, I'm more ashamed of Lynn the way she's let herself be taken.
Have you seen her?
I have. Maybe I shook her up a little. How do we get out of this, Jake?
Oh, you mean the room? I don't see no way. We're 4 floors up, and there's only that skylight I can't reach, and the angle is so steep, you'd never be able to climb to the roof.
This window.
You see the crossbars outside?
I can see something else.
What?
There's a pole for the power lines not so far off. If I could get out the skylight, I might be able to jump to it. Yeah, it has foot braces all the way down.
We'll try it. We'll need this table. Me on top, and you on top of me. I may have a bad hand, but I still have a good pair of shoulders.
But I'm not going to leave you behind, Jake.
Since I lost my Sheila 2 years ago, there's only been the senator, you, and his little girl. I'm expendable, Bill, like we used to say in the forces.
Well, this isn't the army, Jake. At least they had a kind of decency there's none here. And I'm looking to do more than try to rescue Lynn from her own pig-headedness. I want to nail that over-sex godfather at the same time.
You think I ain't with you on that?
Do you know where Lynn is staying here in Naples?
Well, sure. Digging that out was what got me nabbed.
Okay. Now, if I can just get out of here, I think maybe I could get us all out of this, including the senator. If Lynn will cooperate.
She always walked in your footsteps and worshipped the dust blew out of them.
Not for some time.
Sure. She was only waiting to be asked back. And when you didn't, what would she do but tempt you a little, get your dander up?
Well, maybe you're right. Get up on the table, Jake. Here, I'll help. Brace yourself against the wall.
All right, I am.
Can you close your good hand over the other wrist? Okay, give me a lift up. I'm going up on your shoulders.
All right.
Hang on.
All right.
Let's see.
You got it open?
Yeah. I can get up on the frame and jump for the pole.
How are you getting me up there?
I'm not.
Huh?
You couldn't make the jump, not with that hand. Anyway, I've got to come back tonight and be here in the morning. If my scheme works. Give me the hotel address and the room number.
It's a long jump. Suppose you don't make it.
To coin an old Air Force joke, you'll just have to repeat slowly over me, "Our Father who art in heaven."
The classic escape. Will the hero's desperate leap bring him safety, or will he smash to death on the cobblestones 40 feet below? Except that isn't the real question in this story. What has to be saved is the career of a senator who aspires to the highest honor his country can offer. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Some beer drinkers have funny ideas about beer. They think beer improves with age, like wine. Well, find a brewmaster, though. You'll find a beer drinker who knows better. The Budweiser brewmaster says it all depends on how beer is aged. Just letting beer sit in lagering tanks makes it older, not necessarily better. That even goes for keeping a case around the house for a couple of months. But there is one kind of aging that's good for beer. The Budweiser kind. Beechwood aging. In this kind of aging, something happens. It lets all the flavor of the choicest hops and best barley malt that go into Budweiser get through to you. Sure, it takes more time and trouble to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Some people think we play ping pong all day. They're wrong. The USO isn't all fun and games. Today, the USO has millions of problems like this one in Germany.
My family's going crazy living in a tiny apartment. Where can we live?
Today's USO has millions of problems like this one in Asia.
I'm hooked on drugs. Where can I get help?
Or this problem in Athens.
Our marriage is breaking up. Can you help us?
Today's USO has little time for ping pong. We've got serious work to do. We've got lots of new problems here and overseas. The problems are big. How big? Well, if someone asks you, who needs the USO? Tell them,
we do! We do!
Over 5 million American military personnel and their families need today's USO. And because we get no government funds, we need all your support. Please give to USO through the United Way or local USO campaign.
It's the old analogy of the snowball or the dominoes, the chain reaction. A man with no integrity uses a lever to force a man of integrity to give in to his demands. When he doesn't, the man with no scruples goes further and further to win what he wants. While Bill Desmond is risking his life to save the senator's future, Lynn, the girl he loves, is finding out what risk her headstrong selfishness has put her in.
Vic, if you really love me, let's pack up right now. Let's go home and get married.
Hey, subito, pigeon. What do we do about your father?
What does that mean?
How long do we have to keep up the pretense, huh? Beth? Or shall I say the real name? Lynn Winstead.
So you do know who I am?
Oh, your ex-amour gave it away.
That isn't true. You've known from the beginning, haven't you?
Suppose I have.
So Bill was right. You've just been using me. You think my father can quash the indictment against you.
Like that. And don't go all dewy-eyed on me, Angel. Those things are done every day. A business proposition. Give a little, take a little.
We're done, you mean? I'm growing up fast. I was fool enough to think it was only me you were interested in.
I am. Don't sell it short.
I'm getting my eyes opened all right. But I'm not kidding myself anymore. I'm not going to marry you, Vic.
So? Well, I'll just have to hold you for ransom.
You really are what Bill said you were. You're a gangster and a crook, and now a blackmailer.
Our names don't faze me, sugar. The means are all I care about, and I got 'em to spare. Your father, the big lily-white crusader with the next nomination in his pocket, and the big job dangled in front of him like a carrot on a stick. Well, I'm the stick, baby. I can jerk away that carrot. If he wouldn't come through for me, I loved the idea of hitting back at him with those headlines. Senator Winstead's daughter, wife of exiled crook. You named me.
You'll never be able to do that now.
Oh, I got a lot of ways to go. I got you sewed up 7 ways from nowheres. Mia amore? I'm not going to outline them all. A couple you don't even know about, but I'm giving you a night to sleep on it. Now, you get in touch with your old man and close his papers on me, or he's going to find out he doesn't have a daughter anymore.
I didn't know about all this then. I was too busy making the jump, which turned out to be easier than finding my way back to Naples and Lynn's hotel. And getting into it unnoticed. It wasn't hard to see that Vic had it well staked out. But 4,000 lira got me in the trash exit, and another odd two up the service elevator to the right floor. Not bad for under 10 deflated American bucks.
Who is it?
You alone? Lynn.
Yes. Who is it?
Bill. Let me in before the house dick picks me up for a peeping Tom.
Bill. It is you. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Bill. Oh, thank God. Oh, you don't know how glad I am.
Sure, how glad I am. Hey, listen, let's close the door before the house clerk raises the room rents.
Oh, you're just the most beautiful thing I ever saw.
Well, you still are the same for me. Maybe you'd better let me in on how you changed your mind so fast. I won't go into the next 15 minutes or hour or whatever it was, except that it brought us both up to date on a lot of things. Nothing new for you on my side, and nothing that really matters from Lynn until the real whopper. We got a million things to do, but I happen to get lucky. I got a friend who's a purser on the Majestic, which sails tomorrow from Naples for Barcelona, Lisbon, and Madrid. He's holding 2 staterooms for us, one for you and one for Jake and me. Now, all I've got to do is get Jake out of that warehouse. I can get by Vic's watchdogs, but we got to figure out also how to smuggle you out.
Bill.
What?
It's no good.
Oh, honey, this is no time to back out. If I can just get us all on board that boat safe and sound, we're all home free.
No, you, me, Jake, even in spite of what they did to him. But not Dad.
Why not?
Oh, Bill, I'm so ashamed of myself. I've been such a prime jerk, such a fool.
Okay, but now you've come to your senses.
No, you don't understand. Before I came to my senses, I was in Rome, and Vic was in Naples, and there was some kind of court thing that kept him from going anywhere in Italy but here.
Damn good thing kept him away from you.
No, except that he kept writing me letters, and I...
You wrote him back. Oh, what kind of letters?
That's what I'm ashamed of. I don't know what happened to me, Bill, but I lost a lot more than my heart over here. Some of the things that I said in those letters, I wouldn't want anyone to see again. Not even me.
And he's threatening to release them to every punk magazine and yellow rag in the U.S. if you don't get Papa to come through with clearing him.
My papers for his papers. That's his threat.
Lane, you are a dope. Now what in the name of... Wait a minute.
What is it?
Silence, dope. A genius is at work. You're sure you understand?
Yes.
It's your chance to wipe everything out. Make up for every half-baked thing you've done. Think you can pull it off?
I'd better.
Uh-huh.
Yes, but how can you trust a dope?
Well, because that's what you've got going for you.
Oh.
Vic still has every reason to think you're one.
Thanks.
It's okay. You're my favorite dope. So, you got Tedesco's number, huh?
Yes, it's Spezia 3. No, I'm going to do it all by myself for once.
Now, remember, not till 10 o'clock tomorrow night. I've got to get Jake and me out of the coop and have time to sneak aboard.
Shh. Pronto.
Oh, Vic, it's Lynn.
Oh, hello, Lynn. Keeping pretty late hours, huh?
I just got through calling Dad, and I told him everything.
So what do I expect? The Marine landing to rescue you? The CIA? The local police?
No. He's agreed to what you want. Everything.
Only one way, baby. I want him here. I want a piece of paper from him in his handwriting with witnesses.
You can have it tomorrow.
How?
Well, there's some gossip circulating around Washington about us already. So Dad booked me a passage on the Majestic, sailing from here tomorrow night, in the name of Beth Chalmers.
So? You think I'd let you leave, just like that?
No, Dad's flying in, secretly, later today. He's hitching a ride with the MATS. And from the military airport, he'll get down here by helicopter. He'll be in my cabin by 9 p.m. You just bring the letters with you and And he'll make the deal.
What time does the boat sail?
Not till midnight.
Why not my place?
Oh, Vic, he can't take a chance. He's going to be suppressing evidence.
Well, why should I take a chance?
What chance are you taking? We're the ones. Dad and me are caught in the sleeve. We've got to keep this under wraps.
Okay, baby, you got a deal. But just remember, I'm not coming alone. I'll be there with plenty of protection.
Well, I'll leave visitors' passes for you at the gate. It's Pier 12, Cabin 24, A deck. 10 o'clock.
And make it 4 passes, and I'll be there.
Oh, I've been so scared. How can I thank you?
I'm not coming for you, baby. I'm coming to watch the senator crawl.
He's coming.
You brought it off.
With 3 of his gunmen.
We'll take care of them. And you.
Oh, I don't know, Bill. I feel somehow so dirty.
Well, it's a dirty league, and this linen couldn't be washed in public. Now, I gotta get back to jail before they know I'm on the loose. See you on the boat. Oh, by the way, you have an extra pair of pantyhose you could lend me? If the situation hadn't been so tense, I could have laughed out loud at the expression on Lynn's face. But there wasn't time for anything except what had to be done. I sneaked out of the hotel the same way I got in, carrying with me the pantyhose, 2 oval bars of Lynn's scented soap, and a coil of rope from one of the fire stations. I spotted what looked like one of Vic's men at the back door, hid in the shadows, till he stopped to light a cigarette, turning away into the wind. And I was around the corner and gone, back to the warehouse and my career as a prisoner. Jake! Jake!
That's you, Bill?
Yeah. Look out. There's a rope coming through the skylight.
Okay. Got it.
Pull it tight and hitch it to something solid. I'm coming across and back in. After I got in, from Jake's shoulders, I unhitched the noose and the rope after a couple of flips from where I'd had it around one of the foot bars on the power pole. I hid it carefully under one of the beds. I'd need it later to lower Jake with his bad hand. I'd go out the same way as I had tonight. With the soap bar and the legs of the pantyhose, we had 2 blackjacks. We hid those safely. Now all we had to do was wait out the day and act like model prisoners.
Well, will you look at the 2 dukes sleeping like they was babes? Hey, wake up, you bums.
Oh, buongiorno, Guillermo.
Okay, cut out the humor. I bought you both some grub. And this here's Tonio. He and a friend will bring you your dinner around 6. Then, guess what?
There's a file in the cake you baked.
Like I said, a clown. This time, you ain't beating your gums. Out of the goodness of the boss's heart, you'll all be on your own tomorrow morning. Well, in case I shouldn't see you again, ciao. Come on, Tony.
You may not see me, Willie, but you'll hear from me.
Tonio heard the first bells that night as he brought our food. A bar of soap in the toe of a sock is as effective as it's safe. It worked equally well on the 2 uglies Vic left behind in the dock. Jake told me later. By that time, I was already in Lynn's cabin, waiting behind the door.
Vic. Oh, I was afraid you wouldn't get here.
Wouldn't have missed it. 10 on the nose.
You have the letters?
Right here.
Oh, good. Then come on in. Meet my father.
Got your rod, Willie?
Yeah.
I think we'll just let Willie check things out first, all right? Go ahead. You can trust him to keep his mouth shut.
What? Okay. There ain't nobody else here.
That's what you think.
The double cross. Don't move toward his gun, Desmond. I got one, too. I'd like to ram it right down your lying little throat, sweetheart. All right, now the 3 of us are just going to stroll out real casually. And this time, no surprises. Oh.
Jake!
Hi, Miss Winstead. Long time no see.
I don't think I hit Willie quite hard enough, Jake. Would you like to do the honors?
With pleasure. Didn't I tell you, you ugly spalpeen, you'd be hearing from me again?
Oh, Bill. It feels so fresh and clean. I feel as if I'd just broken out of a spider web.
Nothing like a sea breeze to blow away all kinds of cobwebs. I wonder how Vic and Willie are enjoying the voyage.
Are they actually under arrest?
That was the whole plan. Beyond the 3-mile limit, this ship becomes American soil. The grand jury issued the warrant yesterday, and technically the captain can execute that warrant now.
And what about Willie?
Well, he's a stowaway. And he's got a record a mile long. By the time we get home, they'll be rearrested, convicted, and clapped in jail where they belong. Let's forget about them.
But how could you ever forgive me? Or forget?
Well, we made up the story that your father was going to be here when he wasn't. Let's say the letters and all the rest. Never happened either.
I don't deserve to get out of trouble so easily.
Who said you did, lady? You don't know the trouble you're headed for.
Jake, keeping a faithful watchdog's eye on them from behind a ventilator, turns away. A nice-looking couple, he's thinking. Won't the senator be pleased? And what the hell, he says to himself, it was worth it all to have a finger in the pie. I'll be back shortly.
There's a fresh new spirit sweeping the land. A free spirit that demands good products. Products that satisfy your sense of good taste and desire for economy. But above all, products that perform. Buick has been touched by this spirit. And this year, our crisply designed, solidly built Buicks will bring joy even to the most demanding of free spirits. The 1975 Buicks, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
A variety of assistance is available to the blind. Rehabilitation and library services can be had in every part of the nation. Cash payments for the needy and training in skills and techniques. You can help. For information, contact your local affiliate of the National Federation of the Blind or write me, Kenneth Jernigan, President, National Federation of the Blind, 218 Randolph Hotel Building, Des Moines, Iowa, 50309.
By the time Lynn and Bill had gone below for a nightcap, Jake had circled around and taken their place at the rail. Putting one arm along it, he could almost feel the wraith of his own Sheila, warm and loving, nestling in it. The Lord taketh away, but the Lord giveth. Lynn and Bill were his children. And the senator was his, well, why not his father? Wasn't that the name they gave the first president? Our cast included Michael Wager, Marion Seldes, Larry Haynes, Dan Acco, and Ken Harvey. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
She was a priestess in the temple of Apollo at Delphi. And she fell in love with me.
Hey, Pop, you know the sun's getting hot out here. Maybe you ought to get inside.
Anyhow, you swallow a few grains, and you go into a deep trance. And when you come to, or wake up, it's hundreds of years later.
Oh, rave on.
Now make plans to break out, Augie. Quickly before they come for you. Go get your gold.
Sure, get the gold. And then where do I hide?
You can hide anywhere. A secluded spot, a cave, a forest, a desert.
Yeah, great. And what do I do for chow?
I'm trying to explain this, Augie. You don't eat. You don't drink. You don't have any wants. You have no needs. You're oblivious to cold, to heat, to rain, to snow. And in several hundred years, you come alive again.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WHCU-FM Ithaca, 97.3.
Mildred Barrick has been the leader of the 60-member Lansing unit of senior citizens for the past 5 years. Once a month, their luncheon meetings weave social ties.
I like people. I like to be with people. I work and enjoy people.
Friday afternoons bring a special treat at the Senior Citizen Center in Ithaca. Mildred Barrick gets a chance to pursue a pastime she had liked since she was a girl.
I'm not much of a round dancer, but I like the square dancing.
There are 11 units of senior citizens in Tompkins County. Total membership reaches 2,400, and there are many activities to enjoy.
Well, I'm quite a clubber. I belong to quite a few organizations. In fact, this week I've had meetings, day meetings and 4 or 5 night meetings. And I am alone, so I like to get out and be with people.
The Senior Citizens Council and Center fill a void in many lives. The United Way campaigners want to keep it that way.
CBS News. After remaining silent on the matter for years, Nelson Rockefeller has admitted that as New York governor, he was aware of a $100,000 payment to the State Republican Committee by concessionaires seeking a racetrack license. I'm Jim Kilpatrick, reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Answering questions submitted by CBS News, Rockefeller said he ordered then New York State Republican Committee Chairman Judson Morehouse to return the money. Rockefeller denies there was any wrongdoing involved. The $100,000 was returned on orders from Rockefeller, but the contributors were allowed to keep the racetrack license, and the entire incident remained secret for 6 years. Rockefeller had refused publicly to confirm or deny knowledge of the $100,000 until just recently. Former New York State Republican Committee Chairman Judson Morehouse pleaded the Fifth Amendment when questioned about the payment by a New York grand jury. Morehouse was convicted in an unrelated case and pardoned by Rockefeller in 1970. One matter under study by congressional investigators is a $100,000 loan by Rockefeller to Morehouse 1 year after the racetrack incident. Rockefeller strongly denies any connection between the loan and the $100,000 contribution he ordered returned. A detailed report on Nelson Rockefeller's income taxes today was given to congressional committees considering his vice presidential nomination. The report was prepared by the IRS and the Congressional Joint Committee on Internal Revenue Taxation. More after this.
Time Magazine. What's in it for you this week? Cover story. Rhoda and Mary. Love and laughs.
A happy look at MTM Enterprises and its brightest stars, Valerie Harper and Mary Tyler Moore. Two beautiful clowns who double-handed, says Time, are bringing a new sophistication back to television.
Hurricane Rhoda may be the best thing to happen to Monday night since pro football.
And Mary, whose life was once a string of situations without comedy, now practically owns Saturday night.
Time takes you behind the scenes of a spectacular success to show you why, on television, all that glitters is not old.
Also in Time this week, 3 exclusive interviews.
With Leon Jaworski, Nelson Rockefeller, and Greek Premier Konstantin Karamanlis.
In Economy and Business, the year that the building stopped. A wide-ranging survey of the high cost of housing in America.
And on the first anniversary of the Arab oil embargo, 2 new studies of oil imports that strike a surprising note of long-range optimism.
It's all there this week in Time.
Pick up a copy.
For Time makes everything more interesting.
Including you.
President Ford has come under strong criticism for his remarks in Oklahoma City yesterday, in which he said heavy Democratic gains next month in congressional elections would threaten bipartisan foreign policy and that world peace would be in jeopardy. Criticism came from both Republicans and Democrats. Connecticut Republican Senator Lowell Weicker put it this way.
Let me make this clear insofar as this Republican is concerned.
everybody down there that I've talked to, they might have differing views, but gosh knows they want peace in this world, and I don't think that's a valid issue at all. I think we have a lot we can campaign on, but that type of statement has a familiar ring to me, and I don't like the ring.
Republican Senator Lowell Weicker of Connecticut. Democratic Senator Hubert Humphrey called the president's remarks an unfair and regrettable attack on the Democratic Party.
I recall that in 1970, Mr. Nixon and Mr. Agnew tried to use the same scare tactics to help elect Republicans to Congress, and the American people then registered their disapproval of this campaign technique when they went to the polls. I think they are going to do the same thing again.
Senator Humphrey. White House News Secretary Ron Nessen says Mr. Ford is surprised by the criticism. Nessen said President Ford did not intend to say the Democrats are a party of war. FBI Director Clarence Kelly says today the Bureau of Investigation remains stumped in its search for Patricia Hearst, the newspaper heiress was abducted last February in California. The Boeing Aircraft Company has confirmed that a delegation of Soviet officials are in Seattle to discuss the possible purchase of Boeing 747s, but the company will say little more. Boeing says the talks are consistent with the June Nixon-Brezhnev-Moscow agreements, which call for a continuing orderly expansion of economic and technical cooperation between the two countries. More after this.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Welcome to the Bachelor's Friend.
I beg your pardon?
I said welcome to the Bachelor's Friend.
Oh, well, I'm sure you'd make a very nice bachelor's friend, but all I had in mind was a loaf of bread.
The name of his bakery is the Bachelor's Friend. It was Mr. Vanderpoor's idea.
Oh, with a name like that, I suppose he was fated to be whimsical. However, what is it if I said
What's your name?
Simon Templer, but is anything wrong?
No.
That car that just stopped outside.
There's nothing wrong, honest. Here.
Oh, what's that?
Your cake.
My cake, but I wanted a loaf of bread.
Well, you love that cake. It's just like the kind your mother used to bake.
My mother used to bake terrible cakes. Battleships used them for anchors.
Hello, Peggy.
Hello, Mr. Gregg.
Martin, say hello to Peggy.
Sure, Mr. Gregg. Hello, Peggy.
Hello.
Your customer is leaving, Peggy.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course he is. He's
just a moment now. I might like it here.
The customer is leaving, Martin.
Like you say, Mr. Gregg, he's on his way right now. Well, I feel terribly self-conscious being talked about like... A revolver, Morton? A revolver. Loaded? Loaded. You're quite convinced I'm leaving? You heard what Mr. Gregg said? I should hate to make a liar of Mr. Gregg. You won't, and keep on living. Then I won't. I like living. Good night, everyone.
Morton?
Yeah, Mr. Gregg?
He seems like a nice chap.
He does? One of the finest.
I think perhaps we owe him a ride.
You needn't bother. I get car sick.
See that he takes a cab, Morton. Give the driver his instructions. Have him take our friend here for a long drive to the ocean.
Yeah, Mr. Gregg. It's a beautiful night. He'll enjoy his drive. Come on, mister. Coming.
Don't forget your cake.
My cake? Oh, yes. Thank you, Peggy. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Mister. Yes? I wouldn't toy with no Boy Scout ideas about doing a good deed if I was you. Nature Lovers of America was my outfit. Just forget all about that blonde back in the store. Well, I'll try, but I can't promise. She was so... Oh, you know what I mean, Morton. Yeah. And then you're a cad.
Hey, taxi.
Oh, how convenient. Get in. Thank you. Hey, cowboy.
Me?
Yeah, you.
My name happens to be Benny, not Cowboy.
So it's Benny.
The gent in the back seat is going for a long drive to the ocean.
He likes fish.
Oh, shut up. A long drive, see?
Him?
Yeah, him.
So he's going for a long drive. It's all right with me.
You better be sure he don't change his mind and come right back here. Otherwise?
Otherwise?
There'll be one dead gent and also one dead jitney jockey.
Me?
Yeah, you. Now get out of here and fast.
I've been gone an hour.
Benny.
No. I don't know if I should talk to you.
Oh, well, don't talk to me. Listen. We're not going for that drive.
I heard what the fellow with the cannon said, but what's more important, I heard what he said. We're going for a drive to the ocean.
Oh, but Peggy, the girl back at the bakery, she's in danger. We've got to help her.
I don't like girls. Horses I like better.
Well, how would you like a broken arm?
Right or left?
Both.
I wouldn't, but that lug has got a gun.
I'm closer to you than he is.
Okay, we're going back. The bachelor's friend. And me a married man. Hey, the joint's down.
Yes, and we've been gone only a few minutes. You better come with me.
Sure. What have I got to lose? Whoops, my life.
The store's dark, all right, and the door's locked.
Now, you see, everybody went home. We ought to go home, too. You're home. My wife don't like me.
There's something wrong. I can't see a thing in fact. Maybe that was Peggy.
Got a nice voice, but I think she was off key.
There may be another entrance.
Backfiring. That's all. Backfiring. The bread is backfiring.
There are people inside. We've got to get in.
Me, I think a nice long drive to the ocean would be nice. Hey, what are you dragging the handkerchief out for? You going to sneeze?
No, I'm going to wrap it around my fist and smash the glass next door.
Must be a law against that.
And I've just repealed it now to reach in and... Yeah. Still dark here. The back room, perhaps, huh?
There's a light shining along the floor over there.
Yeah, that's it, then.
Hey, wait a minute. Look, before you open that door, you've been bulletproof lately?
No.
Joint's empty.
It's a small room. Window probably overlooks an alley. Yeah, the alley's empty, too.
You see, like I told you, everybody went bye-bye, and it's... Miss, what are you staring at?
Behind this desk? Look for yourself, John.
My name is Benny, and like I said... Oh, one of the little playmates, the lug. He got tired and lay down.
No, you haven't looked closely enough, Benny. He's lying down all right, but not because he's tired. He's dead.
Okay, so I phoned the cops like you said. They'll be very glad to drop in right away.
Good.
Find out anything?
Morton's dead. The others must have ducked out the back window. Well, there's nothing more to be discovered here, therefore...
Wait a minute. Are you leaving?
I'm afraid I am.
Yeah, but the cops are not going to be happy about that.
Well, they don't like me anyway.
My wife don't like me. That don't mean I can walk out on her.
Yes, but you see, you married your wife. I didn't marry the police.
You got something there.
Yes, good night. Give the police my love.
Good night. Sure, I'll give it. Wait a minute. Love from whom?
Hello, Mr. Kemper.
Well, of course it may be an optical illusion.
Hello,
but
Simon.
all optics should have such illusions. Hello, Peggy.
I'm here.
Yes, so I noticed. Should you be here in my apartment?
Why not?
The explanation could lead to trouble.
Right.
Very warm for January, isn't it?
Is it?
Very warm for January. What brings you here?
It's a very nice apartment.
No etchings, though.
Who cares?
Etchers? Peggy, how did you get in here?
The janitor let me in.
He did? Why?
I told him I was your sister.
I've already told him I'm an only child.
Then he's probably very confused by me.
No, he's merely having low thoughts. As a matter of fact, I might be having low thoughts, too. Except that I'm the high-minded type. What happened to your little friend?
Mr. Gregg and Morton, I don't know. They got into a terrible argument.
And you detest arguments.
So I went out the back way and came right here.
Well, you shouldn't have. You missed something.
I did?
Definitely.
What did I miss, Simon?
The end of the argument. Morton lost.
Oh?
The hard way. He was shot.
Simon.
Not by me. He was shot dead.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Why? Did you shoot him?
Of course not, but you see, Mr. Gregg and Morton were fighting over me.
Were they?
You sound as if you don't believe me. Don't you think I'm worth fighting over?
Oh, yes, I do.
Then why are you backing away from me?
Well, we mustn't forget that we're brother and sister.
Simon, that's silly.
And besides, you might not be safe.
Well, what does that mean?
If Gregg and Morton were fighting over you, then obviously both of them believed you were worth fighting over. And at the moment, Morton is dead.
And that frightens you?
It terrifies me.
Are you a man or are you a mouse?
Well, I like cheese.
Well, then suppose we forget the whole thing. I just made a mistake about you. Which reminds me, I made another mistake.
Which one?
That cake I gave you, it didn't belong to you.
I didn't ask for it.
I know, but I was a little confused. I want the cake, please.
The cake? Oh, yes. What's the cake?
Simon, are you stalling?
No, I'm trying to remember what happened to it.
Simon, you don't have the cake with you?
Oh, you can search me, but I warn you, I'm pickled.
Simon, what happened to that cake?
I must have forgotten it in the cab.
In the cab? Simon, what kind of a cab was it?
The kind with a meter.
Oh, you... I'm going.
The temperature's dropped badly. Goodbye, Peggy.
I hope the janitor tells your wife about your sister, and I hope your wife knows you don't have a sister.
I don't have a wife, either.
Ooh, I hate you.
Hello, Peggy.
Mr. Gregg.
You're not leaving.
Well,
You're not. Come on, get back inside.
All right.
Mr. Gregg, you're no gentleman.
I take your pardon?
You're pointed.
His revolver. Yes, I am.
Is that the one with which you shot Morton?
As it happens, I didn't. What's Peggy doing in your apartment?
Nothing important. You see, she's my sister.
Who are you?
Her brother.
Peggy?
His name's Simon Templar.
Templar? Saint?
Well, not really. It's only that my etchings are at the cleaner.
Sit down.
Thank you, but I...
Sit down.
What if you insist? The couch?
The couch.
All right. But you won't mind if I remove the cushion. I hate cushions. Therefore, have one on me. I'm so sorry the cushion hit you in the face. Perhaps I can do even better with this. Ooh. My hand hurts.
Simon, what a beautiful right to the jaw.
Thank you. I don't like to do it very often. It's so hard on the hands, but... Well, I'd better get his gun.
I had this lamp all picked out to hit him with, Simon, so thanks for bending over.
I'm dead. Oh, all right. Ooh, Simon, the two-headed boy. Meet Peggy and see John Hopkins from the bottom.
They were swinging, and they were swinging, and they were swinging.
Stop it. I already got a ringing in my head, both my heads.
So I came in because they were swinging.
I know,
and
ringing.
Nobody was answering, and nobody was answering.
Neither of my heads were answering, that's true, but why did you come here in the first place?
Well, I am the amateur.
I wondered how long it would be before you identified yourself.
Mr. Templar, you know me.
Not in my present condition.
You're the one who's telling me how you're an only child.
So you started wondering about my sister.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose that's true, too, but she's gone.
Who?
My sister. Never mind, Peggy.
Is so?
Is so.
Oh. It's too bad.
It's not so bad.
No?
Maybe, perhaps you'd better run along, and the next time she shows up, I'll introduce
That
you.
is not why I am coming here.
Pardon my digression, but why are you coming here?
Why are you making bang-bang from this apartment?
Bang? You mean...
like people are shooting pieces.
That's silly. Lots of people were hitting lots of other people on the jaw and on the head and so on.
But you are holding in your hand...
Oh, yes. I just got around to noticing it. A revolver.
A revolver makes bang-bang.
True. Well, perhaps we'd better get into the living room and... that's 20 carats. Peggy wears it, not me.
What I am smelling is something else.
Yes, gunpowder. Meaning someone's recently fired a gun here and... Oh, good Lord. Look.
Yeah?
It's Gregg on the rug.
He is why I hear bang-bang.
How true. 2 bullets in his chest. He's dead.
You shoot him?
Oh, thanks for the question mark at the end of that. No, I didn't. I was knocked out. Greg was shot, and then the revolver was put in my hand. Eventually, I suppose the police were supposed to arrive, find Greg dead, the murder weapon crawling with my fingerprints, and...
It's bad, yeah?
It's not good, yeah. Dear sister.
What you do now?
I don't know. Except, of course, Peggy wanted to know who the cab driver was.
What cab driver?
The one who took the cake.
Mr. Templar, I don't...
the police. I had better not bother them.
What you going to do?
I'll find a murderer for them before they decide they've found one in me.
Well, here you are, Red Devil Cab Company. That's what you wanted, huh?
That's what I wanted. Here you are. Don't buy any yachts.
Oh, why should I? I already got one.
Yeah?
What can I do for you?
Are you in charge here of the garage and cab fleet?
Well, you could say that. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, actually, I'm looking for Benny, one of your cab drivers.
Benny what?
Just Benny.
Oh, him? Get out of here, mister.
Oh, I'm not joking. The license plate number of the cab he was driving was X4376.
No gags?
No gags.
Hold on a second, I'll check.
Oh, thank you.
X43. Yeah, Benny Scott.
Is he in the garage now?
No, he's out of his cab.
Is he due in soon?
Yeah, tour's over.
Then he's overdue.
Oh, you can't say that. He might have got a fare out to the suburbs or someplace.
Oh, someplace. Would you mind if I waited for him?
Hey, what's he done?
Oh, it's not what he's done that's important. It's what may be done to him. Been here for more than an hour.
Yeah, Benny isn't usually this late, but... Oh, excuse me. Red Devil Cab Company, Grogan speaking. What? One of our cabs is parked in front of your driveway. Well, lady, you just tell the driver to... Huh? No driver in it? Lady, that's impossible. All right, so you live on Ocean Drive Avenue. I know it's a very nice neighborhood, so maybe number 536 is unusual nice, but... Lady, our drivers don't leave their cabs in front of driveways. It's a company rule. Good night. But how do you like that? Hey, maybe...
Benny, yeah, I've already thought of that. 536 Ocean Drive Avenue. Well, I'll go right out there, but... Oh, Grogan, could you tell me where I might be able to get a cab? $500 block and... Yes, stop now. Benny's cab is here. Yeah, it looks empty. Hey, driver, hang around for a while, will you?
Okay, mister.
All right, thanks. There's no one... Oh, in the back of the cab. Hey, Benny.
It's a lie.
Well, what is?
I didn't touch a drop. Furthermore, I never drink, and besides, you... Hey, you ain't my wife?
No.
Then who hit me on the head?
A friend of yours, perhaps.
Oh, no, my friends don't go around hitting me on the head. I know it's too soft. Wait a minute. Where's the blonde?
Well, I don't have her on me.
I'm beginning to remember now. She hailed a cab, got in, and then she started asking me about some cake.
Dear Peggy.
Told me to pull over to the curb. She kept talking about cake, and then she hit me on the head. And I don't even like cake. Mr. Templar, I don't get it.
No, but Peggy did.
Huh?
I meant the cake.
What's with the cake? Me, I'm strictly the rye bread type.
And Peggy, remembering her figure...
Oh, let us remember this for a while,
is strictly a rye crisp type. Therefore...
You're home.
She didn't want the cake to eat.
Why not?
Because you can't have your cake and eat it.
Is that supposed to mean something?
Not to you. Here, Benny. And don't buy...
Thanks, I already got a yacht.
How did you know what I was going...
I listened to the radio, too. Good evening, Mr. Templar.
What? Oh, well, do you spend much of your time lurking in vestibules?
Loads. I'm crazy about vestibules.
Well, that's nice. I'll lead you to this one.
Just a moment. That's not my elbow in your rib.
Now, don't tell me. Let me guess. It's your tibia maxima?
It's a revolver. It makes a loud noise, and it fires bullets.
Oh?
You wouldn't be happy if I shot you. Neither would I.
Well, why not take the gun out of my ribs and make us both delirious with joy?
I shall, as soon as I have my cake.
Your cake?
I am Hector Vanderpool.
Hector... Oh, The owner of the Bachelor's Friend Bakery.
How cunning of you to remember.
Well, I don't have your cake.
You might be fibbing.
I never fib. It's not cricket.
Neither is murder. But I shall murder you unless... in your apartment, if you please.
Oh, of course. Here's the foyer and...
the living room.
Now, you see? There's no one here.
Where are they?
Who?
We're being very naive, aren't we? The diamonds, my friend.
The diamonds?
The lovely white diamonds dear Peggy gave you.
Dear Peggy must have forgotten.
Oh, no. She gave you the cake.
So she did?
The diamonds, I'm pretending you don't know, were in that cake.
But why? Do diamonds make a cake taste better?
Where are they?
You're rapidly losing your whimsy, you know. Why are you so interested?
I arranged their theft, my good man, at great inconvenience to myself and with considerable effort. I don't intend to give them up.
Well, how did they get into that cake?
Peggy. It would appear she decided to double-cross me. Therefore, she hid the diamonds in the cake and slipped the cake to you right under Greg's and Morton's nose.
They each had a nose to themselves.
I find I'm tiring of wit. I'm beginning not to be amused.
Nor amusing.
Therefore, you will either hand over the diamonds at once or...
or else?
Die.
But
Get over to the side temple near the window.
Well, I've already seen this.
Get over.
Well, if you insist.
That gets you out of the way. Now then.
You're heading for my bedroom.
No, only the door. Dear Peggy, won't you please join us?
Well, I was only...
She was only being a sister to me.
Simon, I came back to visit him, and I'm afraid I won't.
You're here because you're obviously working with Templar.
Well, that's nice work if I can get it, but...
Greg and Morton are both dead. I shall miss them, Peggy.
Well, I had nothing to do with...
I shall miss them, but I won't miss you. Where are the diamonds?
I don't know.
You have perhaps a few seconds left of life.
All right, I'll give them to you. They're here in my bag.
Get your hand out of that bag.
But the diamonds are here.
Told you.
Opportunity knocks, according to proverb. But what? Which takes care of Mr. Vanderpool. Peggy?
Oh, you shot me, Simon.
Oh.
I think I'm going to die.
Living room's cluttered with bodies. I must say Peggy's nicer, but... flesh wound. I think everybody's going to live for a while. Are we coming to, Vanderpool? First the revolver, yes. And then a helping hand, and you're on your feet again.
You...
I probably am, and I certainly did. However, I have the gun now.
You're going to kill me, aren't you?
Why should I?
Because then you and Peggy can keep the diamonds.
You forget the corpses, don't you, Mr. Gregg and Morton? The police are going to want a murderer for them.
Well, Peggy killed them, so...
You forget I'm being a brother to Peggy.
Look, will you please get it over with?
Now, don't rush me. You, Gregg, and Morton were jewel thieves. The bakery served as a front. The diamonds in the cake were supposed to be Gregg and Morton's share, right?
Yes, but...
Gregg and Morton are both dead. If you had the jewels, they'd all be yours now, wouldn't they?
Yes, if I had the jewels...
Peggy wasn't supposed to know anything about them. That's why you baked them into that cake.
We both know all that.
No, up until this moment, I didn't know that the jewels had been baked in the cake. Therefore, I shall not kill you.
Well, what?
Because, you see, the police are going to take care of that. Well, there go the police and Mr. Vanderpool.
But, Simon, I just don't...
Oh, Peggy, you're adorable. You're a liar, and I don't mind explaining. Vanderpool killed Gregg and Morton. How did I know? Now you're supposed to say yes, Simon. How did you know?
Yes, Simon, how did you know?
And I'm glad you asked me. I knew because Vanderpool showed up at this apartment. Now, how did he know about it? Gregg and Morton had followed you from the bakery. You knew about it because I told you my name.
Yes.
But Vanderpool had no way of knowing unless secretly he was at the bakery at the time of Morton's death and here when Gregg was killed.
Oh, and his motive was to keep all the jewels to himself.
True. You know, I'm hungry. Would you mind getting that cake now?
But,
where'd you hide it? In the bread box in the kitchen?
Yes.
Thank you, my love. You know, you may be under the impression that you're a crook, but you're not.
Huh?
Vanderpool knew, if you remember, that the jewels weren't in your bag before you opened it. How? Simple. He knew you didn't have the jewels. How did he know that? Simple again. He hadn't put the jewels in the cake at all.
What?
His double cross had started before your attempt at hijacking. So there are no jewels in the apartment, Peggy.
I guess I'm not a good cook after all. Okay, I'll get the cake and we can eat it.
The important question now being, is the cake any good?
Now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, our friend Peggy might have done better had she chosen her friends more carefully. As a matter of fact, she might have chosen her cake more carefully, too, had she heeded the words of Margaret E. Sangster, who said, "Oh, cakes and friends we should choose with care. Not always the finest cake that's there is the best to eat, and the plainest friend is sometimes the finest one in the end." This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Written by Louis Cities. Our cast included Betty Lou Gerson, Peter Leeds, Dan O'Herlihy, Larry Dobson, and Ted Von Elm. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in Robert Lippert's production of The Baron of Arizona. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Rudd. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
It's perfectly all right, Miss Ames. Oh, please don't go.
I must. The police
are now at the scene of the crime. They'll take care of things. I can see you're in a hurry.
Yes, I am.
All right, driver, step on it.
Yes, sir.
Comfortable, Miss Ames?
I don't know you, do I?
An oversight on my part that can be easily remedied. I'm Simon Templar.
Simon Templar?
Yes.
Oh, you're the Saint, aren't you?
Sometimes I feel as though I had a neon sign on my forehead. I'll confess the fatal appellation.
Well, I think I'd better get out, Mr. Templar. You see,
Saint is not synonymous with boogeyman, Miss Ames, and why not call me Simon? After all, we were both present at the unveiling of the corpse.
If you think you're being funny, Mr. Templar.
There's nothing funny about murder, particularly when as pretty a girl as you is involved.
But I'm not involved.
A question of semantics, Miss Ames. A man gets killed when you're within 5 feet of him and you turn tail and run. If that's not being involved, my dictionary lied to me.
Well, I suppose you're right. It was foolish of me to run, but when I heard those shots and saw him fall, How did you know who I was?
Such modesty is becoming, but hardly intelligent, Miss Ames. You're a star. Your show is opening in a week, and your pictures have been plastered all over town.
Oh, of course, I should have known.
Did you know the man who was shot at?
Yes. Yes, I had an appointment with him. His name was Jim Barry.
Oh, the publisher?
Yes.
Oh, I know him, or rather knew him. He's been kind enough to publish some scribblings of mine, but what were you going to see him about? Anything special?
No, just a business talk.
A business talk with a publisher? Don't tell me the Barry Kilgore Company is going to publish the story of your life.
No, but Jim's firm was preparing an anthology of the modern theater, and he wanted to include the new play I'm going to be in.
Down, Betty. Down to the floor. I said down!
What happened?
Somebody doesn't like us, Betty. The driver of that car threw some hot lead our way.
But who? It was...
I don't know. I only saw the glint of a gun out of the corner of my eye. Hey, driver, are you...
Simon, is he dead?
Wait, I'll see. Now, how do you like that? We get shot at and he faints.
I don't blame him. I feel a little...
Well, don't. You must be due at the theater for rehearsal about now, and the show must go on, though for the life of me, I've never been able to understand why.
Okay, Larry.
Here's my dressing room, Simon.
Oh.
You go in and wait for me. I'd have you watch the rehearsal from the wings, but Larry Stevens, our stage manager, is superstitious about it.
Okay, Betty, but your sanctified watchdog will be panting on your threshold till you get back.
After what's happened, Simon, I'll be glad to know you're close by. See you later.
Yeah. Oh, well, might as well wait inside.
But really, Vera, I don't know what you mean.
I think you do, Helen. Just remember what I told you about Jim Barry, and you'll be... Simon Templar. What in the world are you doing here?
Hello. Now, that's what I call a quick switch. Vera Pangburn, lady novelist, gets stage struck. Or are you merely getting material for a novel about backstage?
Oh, no. No theater novels for me, Simon. Oh, let me introduce Helen Trask. Helen, this is Simon Templar.
How do you do, Mr. Templar?
As well as might be expected under the circumstances, Miss Trask. I'm not too accustomed to entering one lovely lady's dressing room and finding two others awaiting me.
Well, as a matter of fact, Helen and I were waiting for Jim Barry. We thought he was coming here with Betty.
Jim Barry? Oh, he's your publisher, isn't he, Vera?
Yes, and Helen's, too. Helen's his really latest discovery. She has a new novel coming out.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, ladies. Barry's been unexpectedly detained.
Oh, and I was so anxious to see you.
Oh, why not let me substitute? I'm very good at parlor tricks and small talk. And
Your name, Templar?
Yes, it has been for a number of years. I can remember way back when my parents...
What's the big idea of keeping Miss Ames away from rehearsal?
Oh, did I? Who are you? Oh, Stevens, the stage manager.
That's right, and I'm also the guy who doesn't like stage door John.
Now, there's something about the way you said that hurts me deeply. Hey, what's that thing in the cuff of your trousers, Stevens?
In the cuff of my trousers?
Yeah, right here.
Now, look here, Templar. I don't know what this is all about,
Maybe you don't, but you should know a revolver cartridge when you see one.
Revolver cartridge? Is that what this is?
It is. Where's Betty Ames?
Why, in rehearsal, I had them start.
And I presume there's a shooting scene in this play?
Why, yes, toward the end of the first act, but
Well, you'll like me even less after this, but I'm stopping that rehearsal.
You can't do that, Templar.
If I don't, you'll have a dead star on your hand.
Betty Ames, are you crazy?
I hope so. I hear them. Where's the closest stage entrance?
Over there, to your left. I hope you know what you're doing.
I'm afraid I do.
They're at the shooting scene now.
Stop it. Don't you...
What is it, Simon? What's the matter?
Apparently nothing, but I'm a little amazed at finding you all right.
But why shouldn't I be, Simon?
Now, there you have me.
Quiet, everybody. Templar, I've had enough of this nonsense. You've held up the rehearsal by keeping Betty away, and now you've broken up the end of the first act. Either you get out of this theater, or I'll have you thrown out.
You know, Stevens, I must be super sensitive. Why else would I get the idea that you don't like me? No, don't answer. There's something I want to do first. Where's the gun your leading man fired just now, Betty?
Oh, it's over there on the floor, just a prop gun with blank cartridges.
Blank cartridges? So that's it. I've always wondered how people shot in plays had so many lives. You mind if I take a look?
What's all the commotion about? Oh, hello, Mr. Kilgore. We've been having a little trouble with a fellow named Templar, but everything's under control now.
Well, it better be. I've got quite an investment in the show, and the way it looks now, it'll flop before they get to the second
Now, there's
act.
nothing for you to get excited about, Mr. Kilgore. I assure you
Of course, that's all in the way one looks at it, Stevens. And I suggest that you look at this gun.
I see it, Templar. So what?
So this. Break it open.
Simon, those aren't blank cartridges. They're real.
Real?
But that's impossible.
Perhaps you'd better take a second look.
But why would anyone in this theater substitute real bullets for the blanks?
Now, that is a puzzling question, Stevens. Of course, it couldn't possibly be that someone was interested in killing Betty Ames. Now, could it?
I still don't understand understand how you knew, Simon.
Well, theatrical people may dress somewhat unconventionally, but I thought that Stevens, with revolver cartridges in his trouser cuffs, was going a bit overboard. Fortunately, your leading man is a sensitive soul. He jumped at least a foot when I shouted at him as he fired.
Oh, if you hadn't startled him.
Yeah, then I doubt that we'd be sitting here in your dressing room.
But why should anyone want to kill me?
Well, the usual motives are money, jealousy, and fear of discovery.
But I'm not rich, and there's no reason for anyone being jealous of me, and I don't know a thing about anyone.
Are you certain of that, Betty?
Of course I am.
You were pretty much in evidence when Jim Barry was killed.
But so were a dozen other people.
Yeah, but perhaps they didn't see what you saw.
I didn't see anything.
At the killing, perhaps. But what about, well, a familiar face in the crowd, for example?
Familiar face? No. Oh, wait a minute, yes. Yes, I did see someone.
And the eyes have it you saw the killer. Who was it?
That's just it, I don't know.
Let me remind you that a familiar face belongs to someone you know or have seen before.
Yes, I know that, Simon, but I just caught a flash of the face, and I was thinking it looked familiar and was starting to identify it in my mind, and then the shots were fired and Jim Barry was killed, and then it was gone.
I don't suppose you got a similar flash among the people in the theater tonight?
No. Might have been any one of them or none of them.
Hardly what I'd call an elucidating statement. Let's put this together. Barry was the publisher for Vera Pangburn and Helen Trask, and both of them were in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
Kilgore, who put up the money for the show, was Barry's partner in the publishing business, and he was in the theater. Stevens, the stage manager...
Had that cartridge in his cuff.
Yes, he did, didn't he?
So where does that get us, Simon?
Exactly nowhere. Well, as my old grandmother used to say, if at first you don't succeed, try checking up on the corpse. Come on, Betty. Let's go to the morgue.
This place gives me the creeps, Simon.
Strangely enough, the morgue never was noted for being the most cheerful place in the world.
Do you think your scheme will work?
How optimistic can one man be? But it's worth a try.
Looking for someone, Mr. Templar.
Hello there, Duncan. How are things?
Things? Oh, they're pretty dead around here. Pretty dead.
Same jolly old soul, aren't you?
Oh, I get my kicks, Mr. Templar.
How peachy for you. Feel jolly enough to do me a favor?
Favor?
Yeah. Did you get an advanced case of rigor mortis in here sometime this evening? A fellow by the name of Barry?
Barry?
Yeah.
Sure did. Gun killing. Neat job, too. You want to see him?
Oh, no.
I bow to the lady, Duncan. But you know, I have a theory that every murdered man dies with exactly $11.63 in his pocket.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
But how could that be, Mr. Templar?
Let's look at his personal effects and see. Hey, Duncan?
Personal effects?
Yeah.
Well, now, I ain't so sure I ought to. No, sir, can't. You know the rules.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry I mentioned it. Yep. But Miss Ames was anxious to see if those opening night tickets to her new show, the ones in your name, that is, could possibly have been lost around here somewhere.
Oh. $11.63, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's an interesting theory, Mr. Templar. And we can't block the progress of science, can we?
No, indeed.
There you are. Take a look.
Wallet, jewelry, a couple of key rings.
There's a couple of $100 in the wallet. Smashes off theory all to Tunket, don't it?
Is that all there was on him?
Well, see for yourself. I told you that. Hey, look out.
Hey, grab it, Duncan. She's going to faint you. Oh.
Yeah, okay, miss. Okay, I got you.
Thank you. I don't know what happened. Suddenly everything turned black.
All right, Betty, don't talk. I'll get you outside. Even an old ghoul like Duncan gets queasy in here sometimes.
No, I don't neither. You sure you're okay, miss?
Yes, thank you. I'm all right now. Thanks very much, Mr. Duncan.
Well, you're welcome. And, them opening night tickets in my name you lost?
Oh, you'll find them at the box office in your name, Mr. Duncan.
Well, I'm glad you folks dropped in.
The first part of your scheme seemed to work all right, Simon.
Well, I did get hold of Barry's keys, and thanks to the fainting act you staged, and very realistic it was, too. But there was little else of interest there.
Then what goes on now?
I might suggest that we halt right here in front of the office of Barry Kilgore and Company, publishers. Take out a key that looks as though it fits the lock. And walk right in. There, you see what skill, perseverance, and some petty larceny can accomplish? Now, where's Jim Barry's office? Do you know?
Oh, yes. Right over there. Kilgore's the one next to it. There's the light switch on the wall.
You'll never make an understudy to a sneak thief by talking about lights, Betty. My flashlight's enough.
But I still don't understand what you expect to find up here, Simon.
Neither do I, but I'm looking for motives. And what better place to find motives than in the dead man's private files? Let's start with his stuff on the desk.
Those are only galley proofs of a book, Simon.
So it would appear. What a fascinating title. My Heart's One Romance by Helen Trask.
Oh, no. Talk about corn. No motive for murder there.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
This inter-office memo clipped to it. Listen to this. For Pete's sake, Jim, stop publishing this kind of tripe before it ruins us. It's initialed K. K for Kilgore.
What do you make of that, Simon?
I think Kilgore didn't like the book.
But if it's as bad as all that, why was Jim Barry publishing it?
Maybe you better take another look at Helen Trask.
Oh, you mean you think that Helen and Jim Barry were...
I prefer to keep an open and clean mind about these things, Betty. But we do know Kilgore didn't like it. And Kilgore stands to get plenty now that Barry's dead. He becomes sole owner of the business.
Simon, someone's coming to the outer office.
That's very inconsiderate of him.
But what if it's the police or Jim Barry's murderer?
Those suggestions are very inconsiderate of you.
What's he doing now, Simon?
Not he. There are two people in the office.
Are they coming in here?
No, they've gone into Kilgore's office. They didn't turn on the light, so they must be familiar with the place. Remind me to complain to the owners of this building. They've made these walls so soundproof I can't even recognize the voices, let alone hear... Yeah, we could hear those all right, couldn't we? I'll be right back.
No, Simon, please.
Whoever it was got away.
Simon, are you all right? I'll get a doctor.
Better make it a carpenter instead, Betty.
Carpenter?
Yeah, the shots missed, but I certainly smashed up that desk I ran into. Let's find the lights and see how much damage was done. That does it now.
Simon!
The damage was quite extensive to Mr. Kilgore. Our chief suspect has been crossed off the list by a bullet between his eyes.
Well, at least you got me home safe and sound, Simon.
After what's gone on today, I'm beginning to wonder how that happened. Does everything look to be in place?
Yes, of course.
Betty, it's a funny thing, but ever since my college prom days, I've had an abiding dislike for chaperones popping up unexpectedly. I'd better look around. Look, don't let these modern inventions frighten you, Betty. The telephone is quite harmless.
My nerves are... Sure. I'll answer it.
Good.
Hello?
Betty, this is Vera Pangborn.
Oh, yes, Vera.
I want you to do me a favor, Betty. I think I know something about Jim Barry's death.
Just a minute, Vera. Simon, it's Vera Pangborn. She says she thinks she knows something about the Barry killing.
Well, don't be piggish about things. Split the receiver with me and let me listen, too.
Vera? What do you mean?
Well, I don't know just how to explain it, Betty, but... Get away from that window!
Vera! What is it?
No!
Vera! Vera! Are you still there? Simon, those were shots. What happened there?
This may come as a tremendous surprise, Betty, but it sounds like Vera Pangborn just became murder victim number 3. Must use brawn instead of brains. Ineffective if not neat. Come on, let's go in.
Simon, there she is.
Yeah.
On the floor. Is she?
She's luckier than Barry or Kilgore. Shot in the upper part of the arm. You better get some towels, Betty.
I'll be right back, Simon.
Good.
What happened? Simon. Man,
On the fire escape, he shot at me.
I'd be indignant about it too, Vera, but suppose we talk about it later.
Here you are, Simon. You better let me at it.
Wait, I'll lift her out of the davin. There. Now, if you'll make like Florence Nightingale, Betty, I'd like to look at the fire escape.
All right, Simon. Betty, poor darling, time for talk later. Let's get you fixed up first. You just relax. Vera, we're here and everything's going to be all right.
Thanks, Betty.
The view from your fire escape is very disappointing, Vera. Only shattered glass out there. Did this homicidal friend of yours shoot through the window?
Yes. I was talking on the phone to Betty. I looked up and saw him. He had a handkerchief over his face, and he shot twice.
There you are, Vera. And that'll hold you until we get a doctor.
By the way, Vera, not that I'm curious or anything, but what was it you were going to tell Betty over the phone about Jim Barry's murder?
I can't tell you, Simon.
Well, I'll admit I'm not as pretty as Betty or as feminine.
No, I won't say anything. He's already shot at me once. I won't say anything. He'll kill me.
All right, Vera, take it easy. You don't have to tell us anything. Simon, we better call a doctor. She's in no condition to be bothered now.
Right now, neither am I. Suppose you take care of the medical details and then meet me at Helen Trask's apartment.
At Helen's?
Yeah.
Is that where you're going now?
No, I'm going to Larry Stevens' place. And if that sounds confusing to you, it's no wonder. I'm a little confused myself.
Yes?
Hello, Stevens. You mind if I step inside?
Templar, what in blazes are you doing here?
I guess you do mind. Oh, well. I have an invitation for you, Stevens, to come calling on Helen Trask with me.
Helen Trask? Mm-hmm. Why should I go to her place?
Oh, I thought it would be sweet if we all chewed over a few explanations together.
You'll get no explanations from me. Now get out, Templar.
Okay, Stevens. But if you don't mind, I would like to leave you something first.
Yes, what's that?
This! You know something, Stevens? I think you're coming with me whether you want to or not. All right, now that Betty is here, we have a quorum.
But I don't understand, Mr. Templar. Why are you all here at my apartment?
There's no sense asking him, Helen. He's completely crazy.
Stevens, I think you're prejudiced because your jaw still aches a little, Miss Trask, when I entered Betty's dressing room tonight, Vera was saying something to you about Jim Barry. What was it?
Why, she was merely warning me against him. Said he had a weakness for young women writers.
Well, in your case, that's understandable. Would you say his weakness could account for a rather poor manuscript being accepted?
If you're insinuating anything, Mr. Templar...
Oh, Helen, of course not. You didn't listen to Vera, did you?
Naturally not. Mr. Barry always acted like a perfect gentleman.
What are you driving at anyway, Templar?
Well, they say I'm a perfectionist, Stevens. I don't like ragged details hanging over, and that snatch of conversation intrigued me. Something else intrigues me, too, that cartridge in the trouser cuff episode.
You really are determined to play Sherlock Holmes, aren't you? Well, if it'll relieve your mind any, on my way to Betty's dressing room, I bumped into a prop table. Box of what I thought were blank cartridges spilled against me and onto the floor.
Did you think that there might have been some loaded cartridges among the blanks and that one of them lodged in your cuff?
That's it exactly. A very simple explanation.
Yeah, it's almost too simple. Did you try to check this theory of yours?
Well, I tried to, but when I got back to the table, the box was gone.
Which, of course, makes it even simpler. Do you mind if I use your phone, Helen?
Phone? Why, no, not at all.
Thanks.
You calling the police, Simon?
No, Vera Pangman.
Vera Pangman?
That's right. Hello? Oh, yes, Doctor. How's Miss Pangman? Oh, that's fine. Give her a message, will you, please? Tell her Simon Templar called, and she needn't worry about that killer any longer. That's right. Betty Ames has remembered who it was she saw at the scene of the murder, and that's all the evidence we need.
Simon, what is this all about?
Beautiful here in the park, isn't it?
You know very well that I haven't remembered the face I saw when Jim was killed.
A brilliant moon, soft starlight, a perfect night for romance, and she talks about killing.
Oh, please, Simon, please. What are we doing out here anyway?
To take a cue from you, just killing time. And I think we've killed enough. Let's get going.
Simon, for the last time, will you give me a direct answer? Where are we going?
Oh, didn't I tell you, Betty? Why, I'm merely taking you home.
Here's my door, Simon. I can find my way in alone.
Don't you think the least I can do is to search the apartment for you again?
That won't be necessary, thank you. Good night.
Well, at least allow me to turn the lights on for you.
There, you satisfied? Now you can see for yourself that there's... Oh.
Yes, I can see quite well. Hello, Vera.
Shut that door, Simon, quickly.
I never argue with a lady, Vera, particularly when she's got a gun in her hand.
That's better. I thought that phone call of yours might have been a trap, Simon, but I had to make sure.
And now that you apparently have made sure, Vera?
You and Betty are going to join the others.
Simon!
Tell me why you killed Jim Barry, Vera. Was he your husband?
Pretty smart, aren't you, Simon? That's right. Jim was my husband.
Yes, I thought so. Jealousy was the only motive I could figure for you.
Every young woman who came along and thought she could write turned his head. That Helen Trask. A high school girl could write a better book than she did.
But Jim Barry was going to divorce you and marry her, wasn't he?
Yes. And now Jim's dead. And Kilgore's dead because he suspected me. And you're going to die, too. Right now.
No, you don't. Give me that gun.
She's going to shoot. She's going to...
No, she isn't. Are you, Vera?
No. No. Oh, Simon, I was so scared.
You know something, Betty? So was I.
I still don't understand, Simon. That business of Vera's being shot. Now, how did you know that she'd faked that?
You know, Betty, that's one thing I always dislike about solving a murder. I have to explain things. But if you won't let well enough alone...
No, Simon, I won't.
All right. It was the glass on the fire escape. Now, shall we get back to that moon?
Simon, what about the glass?
Oh, it came from the shattered window. And there was no glass within the room. Therefore, the shot was fired from within, scattering the glass outward. And who was inside the apartment at the time?
Vera.
Mm-hmm. We have achieved a meeting of the mind. Now, if we can carry that a bit further while discussing those lovely shimmering stars.
But I heard 2 shots fired over the phone. Did she use the second one to give herself that flesh wound?
If you were afraid someone was closing in, you'd make a last desperate attempt to throw suspicion elsewhere, wouldn't you?
And she was the one who put the real bullets in the gun in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
And fired at me in the cab. But, Simon, why me?
Well, I hate to get repetitious, but remember those motives for murder I listed?
Money, jealousy, and fear of discovery?
Yeah, let's latch on to the last one. She was afraid you'd remember that it was her familiar face you saw in the crowd just before Jim Barry was killed. You satisfied now?
Well, almost. There's just one more little thing.
Look, Betty, if it doesn't concern the moon, I'm not interested.
All right, Simon. Get interested.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, as good citizens, we have the entire sphere of American life in which to use our heritage. So let's make the affairs of our nation, state, and community our affairs. Remember that we all have a voice in them. Use that voice and use it well and often. Only then can we set an example of freedom, knowing that our own American heritage is secure. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Sidney Marshall. Our cast included Francis Cheney, Barbara Eiler, Eleanor Audley, Frank Gerstle, Stanley Farrar, and Arthur Q. Bryan. Music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Programs, get your programs here. Following now on NBC are 2 stellar programs you'll want to stay tuned for. Listen next for another exciting adventure mystery on the adventures of Sam Spade. Then hear the NBC Symphony's summer concert with guest artists Helen Traubel and Vladimir Golshman. And congratulations to station WWJ Detroit on this, their 30th anniversary of broadcasting. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight, an original story by Ernest Kenoy. The time, early in the 21st century. The story, Martian Sam.
The whole thing started the first day of spring training. I'd gotten into camp 2 or 3 days before and started to loosen up a little. Because at my age, even batting fungos to an outfielder can tie your muscles up into knots. Although, as a matter of fact, I'd bet that I was in better condition than half the Humpty Dumptys on the club. We hadn't won a pennant since, 1997, or was it 98? And it looked like we had a permanent lease on 12th place. The Los Angeles Dodgers were in pretty sad shape, and that's the honest truth. I was standing behind the batting cage watching a couple of kids from our Tokyo farm team when Tommy Watson from the New York Times Tribune News caught me by the elbow.
Hi, Joe. Well, how does it look this spring?
Well, Tommy, the club has been considerably improved. Mm-hmm. Several of the youngsters are ready to deliver this year, and, of course, we expect sterling performances from our veterans. Is that what you want?
Oh, come on now, Joe, come off it. Has old man Castle loosened up enough to buy a catcher?
Not that I know of.
Well, how about a left-handed pitcher?
Well, they're those 2 boys from Tokyo.
Oh, come on, they couldn't throw a cream puff across the dining room table. Well, how does it feel to be first base coach for a team that'll clinch last place by July 4th?
You're very kind, Tommy. Very kind.
I just hate to see that old tightwad Castle run this club into the ground. I remember my father used to tell me about the times way back, when they were still in Brooklyn. And I can remember going down to Robinson Stadium when I was a kid to watch doubleheaders with the Denver Giants. Now look at them. A bunch of overage bums and a few kids who could hardly make the high school team. And all Castle's money goes to buy sports rockets for that screwball son of his. Oh, Joe, baseball isn't what it used to be.
The sad truth of the matter was that Tommy was putting it mild. Old man Castle, the owner, begrudged every nickel that was spent on the ball club. I don't think anybody had gotten a raise in the last 5 years. The manager was old Rabbit Cinderella. And Castle used to issue statements every year about how he had great faith in him. Truth of the matter was that Rabbit would work for less than any other manager this side of the Sally League. You'll see what I mean when I tell you that the club traveled in an old four-jet Strato rocket like some barnstorming semi-pro team. I was in the locker room looking down at my feet to avoid looking around at what passed for ball players on this Los Angeles Dodgers when Rabbit come up to me.
Joe.
Yeah?
Get your pants on and come into the office.
Oh, what's the matter?
Never mind. Come on.
Okay. Listen, Rabbit. What are we going to do about a left-handed pitcher?
Later. Joe, I had an idea. I thought we could take one of the right-handers and sew the letter backwards across his shirt, and maybe that'd fool the other club.
Yeah.
Come on inside.
Or maybe we ought to disguise Iron Mike, the batting practice robot.
All right, that's enough. Joe, the old man's dead.
What?
I said he's dead, old man Castle. Heart attack. I figured we had him scared so he'd loosen up a little dough for players, and then he goes and does this to us. Can't trust nobody.
Well, who gets the club?
His son.
What, you mean Whistling Willie Castle, a Jetstream playboy?
That's who.
But he doesn't know anything about a ball club.
He doesn't have to. Old man Castle owns 72% of the stock. And it all goes to Willie.
Well, what's going to happen?
Beats me. Probably sell us all out and buy a new rocket.
Is he here?
It was in the Earth-Moon small boat race when it happened. They got a message to him when he hit the direct beam off Lunaport. He could have landed and taken the shuttle back and made it in one day. But he was leading in the race, so he just kept going. He's due in a couple hours.
You think you can get him to go for a left-handed pitcher?
I don't know. We'll have to try.
Of course, you've heard of Willie Castle. About once a year, he cracks up some expensive sports rocket or gets himself picked up in a survival suit by the IP, floating somewhere in an orbit around the moon. He almost got put away a couple of years ago when he took a debutante up in a Harrison Kilgore cruiser and kept her in orbit for 2 months. The old man was able to kill the abduction charges by claiming that they'd been married at the time. And one time when the old man had a couple of us up at the lodge he lives in during spring training, I saw the kid's room. It was filled with marak heads that he'd shot on safaris on Mars. He came down to the training camp a week later. He buzzed over in a Harley Donaldson atmospheric and set the ship down in the hole between second and third, burning out half the infield. I saw a rabbit get him to one side and start talking fast, so I sneaked over and listened.
Well, Mr. Castle, of course, you know, we're all very sorry about your father's death. And
He had it coming, the old tightwad.
Oh, well, I see.
I couldn't convince him that a credit isn't any good to you, stuffed in a mattress. You got to spend, isn't that right?
Yeah, it is. As a matter of fact, that's what I wanted to see you about. Now, there's a boy in one of the Milwaukee farm clubs, a left-handed pitcher. I can get him for about $30,000 and a couple of players. And
what do you mean?
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right, Mr. Castle. You got to spend money. And if we could get a little help in pitching and maybe an outfielder or two...
You mean spend money for baseball players?
Well, yeah. That was what I had in mind.
Now, wait a minute. This baseball team was my father's hobby, like some old men collect stamps or play checkers. Now, in the terms of the will, I can't sell it. But I'm sure not going to throw any good money away on something foolish like baseball players.
Oh, I see.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to need all the cash I can lay my hands on.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got a chance to buy a 3-pile nuclear racer that'll cut 2 weeks off the round trip to Mars.
Oh, I see. You wouldn't want to spend money on anything as foolish as ball play.
That's it. You've got the idea now. Oh, by the way, Mr. Cinadilla.
Yeah?
I find it's quite embarrassing to me to have my friends continually make fun of me because the Dodgers are in last place.
Well, as a matter of fact, that gets to be a touchy point with me, too.
Well, I'd like to see it change. So if you don't mind, would you please have them somewhere in a more respectable position, say third or second, within a month or two?
Now, look here, Mr. Castle. I can't make bricks without straw. You won't spend the credit for a ball player, and I can't...
You do your best.
Well, after that interview with the new owner, Rabbit went out and tied one on, and I had to run the ball club for 2 days till we got him straightened out. But I can't say as I blamed him. We won 1 game in the Grapefruit League. We played the Jacksonville High School team and squeaked out a 13-12 victory. What the Yankees and Braves did to us, I'd rather not say. We opened the season at home, and a mediocre pitcher for Pittsburgh threw a no-hitter at us. Actually, that's not quite accurate. The truth is he just pitched, and we didn't hit anything. We lost 10 straight from opening day, and we didn't lose on the 11th day because it rained. Rabbit and me piled into his 97 copter and flew out to the Castle Estate up near Arrowhead. I was in pretty bad shape. For one thing, Rabbit's copter has a wobble, and I was feeling green around the gills by the time we dropped down on the port. Willie Castle was very excited by the time we finally got to see him. He was puttering around a whole mess of stuff piled up in the middle of the floor.
Say, how do you like this? Isn't it exciting?
Yeah. What is it?
It's a Durgo steak.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And they use it in Mars in a game played between 2 villages. You see all the men on one side line up, and then all the men on the other side try to knock them over with these sticks. Isn't it a beauty?
Yeah. Look, Mr. Castle, I got to speak to you. We got to have a left-handed pitcher.
Oh. You mean for the baseball team?
Yeah, that's right, the baseball team. That's what we got to have a left-handed pitcher for. Yeah.
Well, now, I can't really be bothered with details of that sort. I'm leaving for Mars in the morning. Oh, by the way, I haven't had a chance to look at the standings recently. How are we doing?
Mr. Castle, we may well set him out on record for consecutive games lost. Now, look here. You told me you can't sell the club. And you said you get tired of your friends kidding you about being last. Well, take it from me, Mr. Castle, and I know. Unless we get some ball players on that club, it's going to be last for the next 22 years.
Now, look here, Cinderella,
I know you can fire me, but I don't care who you hire as manager. Unless you get him a left-handed pitcher and a couple of other players, that club is going to stay last.
Oh. Oh, well, then I'll see what I can do. Don't worry about it.
What do you mean, don't worry about it? I got to go out there every day and try to make those bums go through the motions.
Now, look, I really have to pack. And besides, I'm expecting a new shipment of equipment from Aberfitch and Comby. Now, just don't worry about it. I'll think of something. Goodbye.
Next day, we lost a doubleheader to Cincinnati by a score faintly reminiscent of basketball. And that's the way it went. Oh, we won a couple here and there. Like they say, you can't lose them all. About the middle of the season, we were so far behind that the local papers just dropped us off the standings, didn't even bother to report it. It was about this time that Willie Castle returned from Mars. He came out to see us at the ballpark just before the massacre.
Well, I noticed, Mr. Cinderella, that we're still in last place.
Yeah, Mr. Castle, we are. We are lucky we are still in the league. With the ball players that you've given me.
Well, I just wanted to tell you that I made a small bet with one of the boys at the country club.
Yeah?
Yes. I bet 1,000,000 credits that we'd win the pennant this year.
That's nice.
You don't seem to understand. I expect to win that bet.
Yeah, sure. And I expect to put on a Monroe suit and win the Miss Universe title.
I told you to leave everything to me. Now, I'd like you to come into my office, if you please. I have a few things I'd like to talk over with you. For one thing, I've signed a ball player.
You what? Now, look here, Mr. Castle. This I got to complain about. My contract is clear. No ball player gets signed without my okay.
Just come into my office, please. I'll explain everything.
That night, when Rabbit went up to the plate to hand in the starting lineups, I could tell something was happening. For one thing, old Baldy Snuff, the umpire, was looking at the card like it was written in Arabic.
All right, who's the pitcher?
It's written right there in the card.
Saramo Castro Perbaco.
What's the matter? Can't you read?
Oh, come on now. You kidding? Is he Armenian?
Nope. Martian.
Martian?
That's right. Martian.
Of course, the riot didn't really start until our pitcher got out on the mound. Fred Kurtz, the Milwaukee manager, came running out like he'd been shot from a jet. Baldy Snuff was hollering. The whole Milwaukee bench was looking for a fight, but Rabbit just stood there quiet and calm.
He can't do that. He can't do that. Look at that thing. What is that?
That's my pitcher. We call him Sam.
But you can't play with that. That ain't a ball player. That isn't even a human being.
What are you trying to pull, Rabbit?
Listen, I got my rights. I sign them legal. Here's the contract.
But now look here, Rabbit. You can't get away with that. That thing's only about 2 feet high.
18 inches, as a matter of fact.
But how's he gonna pitch? He hasn't even got any arms.
Sure he has. He's got it curled up. Hey, Sam, wind up.
But that arm,
it's 32 feet long.
That ain't legal. You gonna let him get away with that?
Oh, there's one other thing. On the end of that arm, look, you see? That's his eye.
Rabbit, I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
Now, take it easy, Kurtz. Take it easy.
Look, I got the papers all here. I've got the United Nations Concordat with the Marshall Colonial Government, a Supreme Court decision in the case of Schultz versus Karawa, Kalpabo, Kalfitz, et al. It's legal. Any Martian citizen is entitled to the same legal rights and privileges as a citizen of Earth. And among those is the right to play ball in a national league.
I protest again. I forfeit the game. Rabbit, I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
As a matter of fact, the game that night was postponed because of riot. The next morning, everybody met in the commissioner's office, and sure enough, it was legal. Martian Sam, we come to call him, was a legally signed player for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
I told you not to worry. I found Sam in a village just north of Marsport. He's a klugel hunter.
A what?
A klugel hunter. Klugels are fast little animals that run about 80 miles an hour, and the hunters go out and throw rocks at them and kill them. Sam's a klugel hunter. He ought to be a pretty good pitcher.
How about the other clubs? What happens if they get klugel hunters?
Oh, they won't.
You see, it's basically contrary to Martian psychology. They won't ever leave their own villages.
Then how come Sam left?
Well, it was an unfortunate accident, really. You see, when I first met him, I gave him a stick of chewing gum.
Yeah?
Well, he got hooked.
What do you mean, hooked?
Well, for Martians, the chicle seems to be habit-forming. Sam is a gum addict. Well, naturally, as soon as this was discovered, the traffic was prohibited. There's a death penalty for importing of chewing gum to Mars. But it was too late for Sam, so he came out with me.
You mean all we got to do is keep him supplied with chewing gum?
That's right. I told you I'd take care of it, didn't I? Now you've got your left-handed pitcher.
Sam pitched that night. He struck out 27 batters, and we won 3-0. Horace Kelly, the catcher, had a little trouble at first, but he soon figured out how to get around it. He'd just hold his mitt up and close his eyes, and when he heard a thunk, he'd reach in and pull the ball out and throw it back to Sam. You can imagine what it was like being a batter up there against Sam. Pitcher's mound is only 60 feet away from the plate as it is, and with Sam's 32-foot arm, well, we didn't lose the game the rest of the season. Of course, we started out so far behind that by the last game of the season, we were tied with the Milwaukees, and we were playing them at Milwaukee. The winner of this game won the pennant. Of course, it was a lead pipe cinch for us. Martian Sam had pitched every day since he joined the club. He looked real cute out on a mound, standing 18 inches high in his little Dodgers uniform and in that long 32-foot arm. We had taken a finished batting practice at Milwaukee County Stadium, and I was standing next to Willie Castle's box talking to him.
Well, it looks like I won't have to be embarrassed about owning the Los Angeles Dodgers anymore, eh?
That's right. With Sam pitching, that means we win the pennant and the series.
Well, I think that's very nice. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of taking the whole team on a barnstorming tour through Mars after the series is over.
Hey, Joe! Oh, Mr. Castle.
Well, what's the matter?
It's Sam. Sam!
Well, what's the matter? Is anything wrong with him? Did he get his chewing gum?
Yeah, he got his chewing gum, but he's just lying on the floor in the locker room moaning.
He is? We better get a doctor.
Yeah, and all those scales keep falling off him.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I know what it is.
What?
It's the molting season. All the scales will fall off. It'll take him a week to grow new scales.
But he can pitch, can't he?
No, he can't. Any violent movement would bring on great pain.
Well, there goes the ball game. Martian Sam can't pitch. We're dead.
Rabbit put it mild. We were good and dead. We pitched Harry Kosnowski, our best human pitcher, but our best human pitcher was none too good. He rose to the occasion, however, and the score was tied going into the last half of the ninth.
That's the way, Harry, old boy. That's the way. Pour it in. Come on, Harry. You can do it, baby.
Unfortunately, he couldn't. He hit a streak of wildness and walked 3 straight men. Things were very quiet in the Dodgers' dugout. One more walk would force in a run, the ball game would be over. Then as we all sat there staring out at the mound where Harry was sweating, we heard a little shuffling noise.
Oh, what's that? Sam, what are you doing out here?
And then with the little squeaks that he used for talking, Sam told us what he wanted to do. He wanted to pitch.
But, Sam, you can't. You're molten. Your scales. All right, Sam, all right. If that's the way you want it, you get out there. You pitch at that one batter. It's 2 out. You strike him out, it'll go to extra innings, and we'll win the ball game.
And so Martian Sam trudged out to the pitcher's mound, his tiny legs lagging with great pain. You could just tell the little guy was hurting bad.
Now pitching for Los Angeles, Martian Sam.
We knew that Sam could do it now. We only had to face one batter and we'd get our chance again. Horse threw the ball out to him, and Sam stood there, his eye on the end of his 32-foot arm, blinking with pain.
All right, batter up. Let's get a batter in there.
The umpire called for the batter, and nobody came out of the Milwaukee dugout.
Hey, come on, let's go. Hey, Kurtz, get a man up in there.
What's the matter, Baldy?
Let's get a batter in there. You're delaying the game.
What do you mean I'm delaying the game?
You get a batter up there.
But I got a batter up there.
What do you mean? There's nobody in the batter's box.
Baldy, I got a contract here for you to read.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Read it.
Well, of course, everybody knows what happened. The Milwaukee Braves had signed an intelligent virus from the moons of Jupiter. He was up there in the batter's box, but of course you couldn't see him without an electron microscope. He walked on 4 straight pitches, forcing in a run, and the Milwaukees won the pennant. But like I say, that's baseball. You can't win them all.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Time in the Round by Fritz Leiber, the story of a dictator who suffered more than any dictator in history. He was so puny, and his victims were so impregnable. Galaxy Magazine on your newsstand today. Tonight, X-1 has brought you Martian Sam, an original story written for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Mandel Kramer as Joe, Santos Ortega as Rabbit, Ivor Francis as Willie, Jack Orison as Baldy, Bob Hastings as Tommy, and Bill Zuckert as Kurtz. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Come in.